Alaska. We started in 1975 just as a basement waterproofing business in Earling, Iowa. We really want to make sure that our customers are taken care of when we go there with their most important asset. And we do that over 10 locations across the United States.
Thrasher is really big on one of our values, one community.
One community is such a big value for us because it started day one with Greg and Nancy.
Back in 1975, it was just the two of them living out this value. If you fast forward to today, we have well over 600 employees in those 10 locations that we serve that get an opportunity to live this value out every single day.
Our communities trust us to fix their home, and so why not give back?
It's what inspires you to come to work here, and knowing that one community is a part of it, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't a part of who you are. There's a lot of organizations that need help, and we take pride in being the ones who can step up and help deliver in those areas.
We've had opportunities to work with Open Door Mission. We've worked with Abide, who help underprivileged families in North Omaha. We've worked with Sleep in Heavenly Peace to build beds and assist with building beds for kids that don't have a bed to sleep on themselves.
We just want to make sure that we give back to the world that we're a part of. No job is too small or too large. And so as long as we're just leading with our heart and taking care of our community, that's a really good feeling.
From 2 people to 600 plus people, you just think about the ripples of all the communities that we're in and the impact that can have is pretty remarkable.
Knowing that we provide a small light and maybe we make a difference in that single person's life that changes things around, to me, that's why being part of the community and delivering on community events is so important.
Let's take care of our customers, but let's also take care of those communities that we serve so we can continue to make this a great place for people to live, for people to raise families, and also continue to make the world a better place.
Without our communities, we wouldn't be here.
Just sitting here with my friend and mentor, who many of you know, Dr. Robert Marbut, who's the former czar of homelessness under the first Trump administration. And I know many of you know Dr. Marbut. He's been on your campus. And so it's great to sit here with you and have a conversation. Just a little while ago, we had a conversation with many of our city officials from here in Houston. And so what I would love is if you could kind of help paint a picture of what's happening in the homeless situation, the addiction situation here in Houston.
And candidly, what you got going on in Houston is really similar to pretty much the rest of the country. You know, maybe the magnitude's worse in the larger cities, both the volume and a percent. But what we now have in the United States is an epidemic of untreated mental illness. And now you have so many people self-medicating because the untreated mental illness wasn't taken care of. And that was bad enough. But then 5 years ago, fentanyl comes on the scene. And when you start sort of self-medicating with fentanyl, that then creates not only all your original problems, but you have all these other problems that come with it too. And that's true pretty much everywhere in the United States now. Just that's a problem. And there are myths out there, and there are myths on the left, there are myths on the right. You know, the myth on the right is that substance use is like caused it all. Substance use exacerbates the problem totally, but recreational drug use is about 7 or 8% of the problem. What the biggest part of the problem is the untreated mental illness, self-medicating inappropriately. So that is a substance use disorder, but that's not the precipitating factor was the failure to deal with the untreated mental illness. Then it becomes a substance use disorder. Now you got both of those going on board. And then, on the left, you have this sort of myth that if you just give things away, it will fix things. And treatment fixes problems. Treatment leads to recovery. Doing nothing does not solve either of those.
Right. So the conversation we had here was with Wayne Young from the Harris Center and all that. So how do you see organizations like Open Door here in Houston and of course many of the others across the country that are watching, how do you see us partnering with our community mental health services and things like that? If that's such a high need, how do you see us better partnering with them to make better use of our spaces. So what do you see as the best partnerships for us, like Open Door Mission here in Houston, and those that are watching around the country that are participating in this and doing very similar things that we're doing here in Houston? How do you see us better leaning into the problems as you described it?
Well, I think you have to have partnerships because most city gate rescue missions do not have that onboard skill or talent. Some do, and lean in it if you do. But if you don't have that in your either program mix or your staffing mix or your expertise, then reach out to experts and bring them in. And I think it's very important that the faith community be opening to partner with the secular community, like what's happened in Baltimore. What the Helping Up mission in Baltimore, what you've done in partnering in their case with John Hopkins, you with the Mental Health Authority here. I know it has formal name, but nobody will know the name on the outside.
Right, that's true.
And so working together gives you that expertise, and that has to be the focus. It has to be. Right now, the largest study ever done on street level homelessness, so people literally living on the street are coming in and out of missions, whether it's the Salvation Army, whether it's a City Gate mission, or a secular, one of the large independents. What we know is 3/4 of those folks coming in have untreated mental illness, and 3/4 have a substance use disorder. Now, in most cases, not all, it starts with the untreated mental illness and then it evolves in a substance use disorder. Now, in some cases, it's the opposite, but the majority is that way. So if you're not dealing with those two things, you will not move the needle. In fact, I used to say the money being spent was unproductive, well-intended, well-meaning. I'm now starting to get a little bit militant that when you spend your money poorly, and promote things like safe conception sites, when you promote the real radical extreme versions of harm reduction, I actually think that's what's helping make things worse. And I used to give more benefit of the doubt, and I know it's well-meaning, and I know people are really did what they thought was right, but it didn't work. Homeless was supposed to end in 10 years.
Right.
Back in 2012, they announced it will end in there. And the amount of money now being spent is almost 4 times more than it was 12 years ago. Not quite there, but getting close. And if you're spending that amount of money on a model and you're not really solving it and it's actually getting worse, maybe we need to rethink it. And I think the time's there. And you're starting to see some really unusual coalitions get formed, on both sides of the aisle, different demographics and such, that are coming together and saying, we really got to work on the root causes, because the root cause has never been the loss of the roof. Never. It starts with the untreated mental illness, you start self-medicating, and then you stop showing up at work, or you show up at work and you're out of it, then you lose your job. When you lose your job, you lose your finances, you lose your rent, and then you lose your credit rating and you go through all your credit, and then once you do that, then you start couch surfing with family and friends. Once you burn through those relationships, you move to the car. Then your car gets towed because you didn't do the license, you didn't do the registration. It gets towed. Then they come and see folks like you and come to a mission like this.
So in other words, homelessness is really more of a symptom of a deeper rooted issue than it is like the problem.
It's a very complex set of things. The roof is one of the problems. But so is your credit rating, so is your ability to have a job, so is their family reunification. You got to build all that back. And recovery does not occur without treatment.
Yeah.
And, you absolutely have to have compassion. That's what the faith community has been great at. But you have to also have accountability.
Yeah,
And if you don't, if you don't have compassion, that's just being mean. And if you have compassion only without accountability, that's enablement. And we learned that up somebody like a grassroots worker up in Seattle, one of your sisters' group out of Seattle, told that to us, and we were like, wow, that just sums. Now, one thing I want to say, just because there's a big philosophical question going on in America about faith involvement, no faith involvement, and what. Shortly after the Civil War, when we had our first round of widows, orphans, combat veterans with literally missing limbs, multiple limbs, blown out eardrums after the Civil War, there was no VA. The Department of Defense didn't provide it. And if you were from the southern states, you didn't get anything. And so the people who stepped up to help the injured veterans on all sides and stepped up to the widows and the orphans were 3 faith communities. Within 3 or 4 or 5 years after the Civil War, they're up and fully going. One is Salvation Army, who comes from all the way. They come over from England, and they quickly expanded through the United States. The American Red Cross started that time. They've become more of a secular version of their original self, but they were very faith-oriented at that time. And then yours, it started with the Bowery Mission and went through multiple names and Union Gospel Rescue Mission and stuff, now the City Gate Network. But all 3 of those start shortly after the Civil War. And they quickly move into homelessness.
Right.
And the federal government does not get involved in homelessness until 1987 is the first time the federal government takes an official stance under President Reagan, and Jack Kemp is Secretary of HUD. That's the first formal involvement of homelessness. So for about 120 years, the faith community led the way in this area, and government came in last. And if you want to be cynical, you might say, and I don't totally agree with it.
We are far beyond being cynical.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you want to be cynical, you could go, well, when the federal government got involved, it started going worse. And I don't believe that. I think the substance use that started to dramatically increase is really the real reason. But I think it's important for government not forget the faith community
Right.
at all. And I think it's important for the faith community to be willing to work with your partners in government and secular groups too, because in the end of the day, we want to help as many people get out of this condition as possible. That should be our goal. How many people can we get to self-sufficiency who no longer need these services on this beautiful campus and the other campuses across the country, but how do we get you to self-sufficiency? And so you're not going to do it. This problem has gotten so big, just the magnitude of numbers. We need everybody we can helping, not just one niche or this niche or one way. We need a lot of different ways with a lot of different partnerships working together.
Sure. So you have, I think I've been in maybe over 100 City Gate missions to this point, and you probably have me beat on that in a big way.
I think I've been about 300-ish.
Wow, and we have just over 300.
Yeah.
So you've been in almost all of them. In fact, most of you sitting on a bench right now, you've had Dr. Marbutt at your place in one capacity or another. I know the burning question they have is which one's the best, but we're not going to go down that road. As much as I know, Matt's watching this and he's itching for you to say that his is the best, but Matt, we're not going to do that. But can you tell me some of the insights that you learned from those organizations that you wish other groups in this industry would learn from what we're doing in City Gate?
I think, when you look at the best in class now, which is Helping Up Mission and John Hopkins, first it's the partnership and willing to partner with somebody who on the surface doesn't look like you got much in common at all. And they came together, and it took 3 or 4 years to debug it and going, and now they have just the most phenomenal success rate in the country. And it's faith-based and clinical-based, and they have found an intersection. It's not the old oil and water. It's not they're fighting. They have found the intersection where both, I do this better than you do this better than us, and I think and I've been to some independent missions and some missions around the country, and they don't see what they don't see. Fortunately, that's not many, but we need to be open to those partnerships and open to the partnerships with people who don't necessarily agree with how we think about everything, because just the volume alone, that should be the siren call to do something. But we also need expertise. I mean, a lot of us in the faith mission world don't have the mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse, but somebody else does. So let's partner with them. Some other people might do much better in job training than we might naturally. So we need to bring that in. And so partnerships, working together and focusing on untreated mental illness and substance abuse. And now with the fentanyl, really, I've been asked a few times in the last couple of weeks with all the, Drug Awareness Month and stuff like that. Fentanyl really entered into America in two places. Now it's everywhere, but the two sort of patient 01 and patient 02 was inside of the homelessness community on the streets, especially the West Coast cities. It got fentanyl infiltrated very quickly into there because they already had distribution networks, basically direct ties, from the Mexican cartels and the Canadian biker gangs just really quick. But the other was, for lack of a better word, middle class folks who had gone through joint replacement, shoulder joint, knee, ankle, hip. They were being prescribed synthetic opioids, and everybody was being told they're non-addictive, and they totally wrong. Turned out to be incredibly addictive. And when suddenly all those prescriptions stopped being written, so you had millions of people getting prescriptions, hundreds of thousands addicted, and they could not get their supply filled. And the hospitals stopped prescribing, but they were all addicted. And it was, we all know about Purdue Pharma, and that's all written about. But nobody paid any attention to how you're going to take all these people who are addicted and how do we wean you off that. Nobody paid any attention to that. And so the combination of that with the homelessness, also nobody paid attention to how do we get you off of fentanyl. And then those two communities basically merge in terms of the supply-demand chain and the supply chain, and then the rest of the country comes along and gets into it. And now more people have died in fentanyl in the last 4.5 years than all American wars for 100 years. So if you add up, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War I, Gulf War II, Kosovo, a few of the UN actions, the global war on terror, and several others, add them all up together, more people have died in about 4.5 years of fentanyl death than all American men and women, servicemen, in combat theater.
Wild, absolutely wild. So not only were you the czar of homelessness, you also are a documentary filmmaker where you actually spend some time talking about fentanyl. And you go into a deeper dive in this, which, by the way, I highly recommend the documentary. Can you tell us a little bit about the documentary and how people can, because you take this and you really dive deep into the subject.
And it's called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. Billy Baldwin is our narrator, and then we have people across the political spectrum, ideological spectrum. We have families that have been hurt themselves, all the way to really smart people in their particular industry. And what we learned again, this lesson keeps repeating itself in American history, that if you don't treat the root cause, you end up not doing any service to the people you're individually helping, and then you hurt the community while you waste money. Mm-hmm. So you have to work on the root cause, the real root causes, not what your organization is suited to do. And so, if your organization's in the house building, it's all about building the house. If it's this or that, we have to really start with learn the root cause first. Peter Drucker always talked about, I went to the Peter Drucker University, and he always talked about, you got to know your exact problem to solve it.
Yeah.
And he often talked about what you measure gets done, and I added a Robertism, what gets measured gets done, and if you measure the wrong thing gets done.
Wow.
And so we need to be focusing on self-sufficiency. How do you get real recovery, not superficial recovery? How do we don't put Band-Aids on it? Giving you a car, giving you a house, giving you an apartment, you're still have a substance use disorder. You still have that untreated mental illness. So unless we figure that out, this won't work.
So many of my colleagues and friends across the country are a few hours in now and have several hours to go. But is there any encouragement you would want to give to our friends all across the country, from Seattle to Pittsburgh to really everywhere? I don't want to get in there because I'm going to miss some folks. But any encouragement that you have?
Well, you got over 100. You'll be doing this, and then
we'll be here for a while.
Yeah. The cool thing, first off, thank you for your service. Your service. Thank you for the other CEO's service, their staff, their volunteers, and who are doing this. Because what's so ingenious about the bench, for 24 hours, is you get to have a little local focus on it. You get to focus on the issue. You get to focus on the topic. You get to get some information out. People learn about you. Because in the end of the day, we need volunteers and money in order to be able to do what you all do.
All right, the last burning question that everybody has on the bench is, what is your favorite rescue mission of all the ones you've been to, and who's your favorite CEO?
Well,
I'm totally kidding. We don't want to
I'm
go
ready
there.
to go there.
We don't want
ready
to
to
go
go
there.
there.
That's unfair for everybody watching because we all know it's me. I'm totally kidding. Hey, we love you guys. Good luck as you're enjoying your time on the bench. Dr. Marbutt, thank you
for
your friendship. Thank you for your mentorship. And thank you for the love you have for all my friends across the country and the work we're doing. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you, sir.
Hey, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. This is 24 hours of authentic conversations that are around genuine relationships that are focused about homeless and poverty. And it's been amazingly wonderful to have the opportunities to have authentic conversations with people that we get to shine the light on homeless and poverty, social challenges, highlight remarkable, and I do mean remarkable, efforts that are being made in our community to make a difference in addressing the issues. And I get to invite you to personally be joining and be part of the Conversations on a Bench. We're going to be here till 2 p.m. on World Homeless Day, which actually is today because it's Friday. And today is World Homeless Day. What better day to bring awareness to homelessness and poverty than on this day by sitting on a bench for 24 hours. So you could be part of the Conversations on a Bench. You can join us virtually on YouTube, Facebook, or our website, or maybe you'd even like to come in person. We have a great audience area, some areas under the sun, so you can be in the shade. Others, you can sit in the sun and get a fabulous tan. We've got great refreshments for you and an opportunity to send us questions. We've been asking questions that people have been submitting throughout our social media pages, and that has been amazing to answer those questions. But our opportunity is really to share firsthand stories of lives changed, to talk about wonderful hope that's inspired here at the Open Door Mission, and hopefully spark change and reveal the impact of God's work that's going on in our community. And I'm super grateful that Mr. Gary Hughes has got up at the butt crack of dawn to come and sit on the bench with me, Gary. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, for many years, people knew you as the hospitality director.
Yes.
I mean, you made it happen in the kitchen. 90% of our food is donated. You never know what you're going to get. It's like the fishes and loaves, really.
It's
And
like an episode of Chopped.
yeah. And, you know, actually, when you're the hospitality director, we had one of our funnest events, didn't we? We
Absolutely.
really did, Gary.
good time.
It was really fun. We actually had a kitchen party, a maritime kitchen party. And my youngest son, Daniel, still says that was one of the funnest times for him cooking with you, steaming the lobster, making the poutine, it was fun. It was really fun. We had auctioned that off at our auction. We haven't had an auction since that time because we had COVID and all that stuff. But I get to start off by just thanking you for being here, Gary, but also get to say there is a life before the mission for Gary. What did that life look like?
A lot of restaurant management, obviously. That was my forte. Theater background, lighting. I did a lot of production, marriage, children, the house, the life. But
Just the normal things of life.
Absolutely.
What led you to enter the doors of the Open Door Mission? Because it obviously wasn't on your bucket list, Gary.
Addiction.
Yeah.
Addiction took all those things away from me. It was tough. I went from that life, the normal, to being homeless in a park not too far away from here.
And did you grow up in this area? Did you?
Yep, I grew up here. I've been here for a while. So I had my stint in Florida and my stint in Texas. But,
That's why we like the Gators.
That's
Yeah,
yes.
I get it.
Yes.
We won't rub it in.
Yeah, we won't. Yeah.
But Gary, when you think about experiencing homelessness yourself and getting to like that end of the rope, like, wow, how much lower can I go? And you're on a bench. What happened on that bench that was life-changing? And now here we are sitting on a bench.
I was sitting on a bench. Well, I call it a bench, but it was a rock over in a park not too far away here, with some alcohol to make sure that I didn't have the tremors in the morning from DTs, from detoxification.
Yeah.
A gentleman came and sat down next to me. He told me all the good things about the Open Door Mission and what they were going to do and how they're going to change my life.
Were you hoping that he would move on from your bench?
Absolutely. I thought at first I thought he was just moving in for my alcohol.
Your spot.
Yeah.
And could you share your bottle?
No, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
No, not in my addiction, right?
Yeah. And so you were prepared to like, guy, get off my rock.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then he said one thing to me that kind of started that chain of events. And he asked if he could pray for me. And I told him absolutely not. I said, if God loved me and wanted me to do such great things, why am I homeless in a park?
Yeah.
And he kind of got up, and as he was walking away, I remember this plain as day. He looked over his shoulder and he goes, I'm going to pray for you anyways.
Wow.
And then I lost my breath, uncontrollable sobbing. I've been known as a crier now, but
that's
I
okay.
couldn't catch my breath. I actually threw that vodka away, that bottle of alcohol that I had, and I started my journey to
Gary, did you ever meet that man again? Know where that man came from?
Never seen him again. I wanted to thank him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 8 years ago, July 16th, 2017.
And never saw him again.
Ever.
And you have to believe in divine appointments. Because
I'm
of
all
that.
about divine appointments. I see divine appointments here on the daily.
How did you know about, so, he came, he told you about the Open Door Mission, said he's going to pray for you. Did you know about the Open Door Mission prior to that?
I didn't even know this place was here.
Yeah.
And here I was, not even 150 yards away from this place.
Crazy.
Isn't it amazing?
You know what was crazy when Joel was here and he told me that he somehow made it to the Mega Saver, which is on Abbott Drive, went inside. Can you tell me where the Open Door Mission is? Never heard of it. No. I mean, isn't that crazy?
I can almost see the Mega Saver from my office.
And yet it's like we are the best kept secret in Omaha and we don't want to be.
Right.
Yeah.
I tell my students all the time, I said, we're in the biggest fraternal order that nobody wanted to be a part of. And I'm glad we're here.
Yeah.
Glad we're here.
Gary, when you, you've had a lot of success in your life prior to addiction that took everything from you, but you entered the doors of the Open Door Mission, Garland Thompson Men's Center. Do you remember what that experience was like for you, or
Absolutely.
who greeted you, or what did you feel?
I was scared. I was lonely, suicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Walking into a mission, never being in a mission before, or not knowing what to expect, was intimidating.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I got to the other side of that door that God revealed so much to me. Behind the front desk area, the first person I met was a guy I went to high school with. He was in the program. He was in the New Life Recovery program.
Were you shocked?
I was, yeah,
Want to fall off your seat?
yeah. I was like, and then I ran into another gentleman that I was in high school with that was in the program, and now he is a licensed alcohol drug counselor from Minnesota. So that's exactly what God needed, where He met me right where I was at to let me
And
know.
right away out of the bat, showed you people that you personally knew
Right.
that was having sobriety.
Absolutely.
Did at that time you think, wow, I might be able to have that?
At
Was
that
it too
point in
early?
time, I was going through my DTs, shaking. I
Mhm.
probably should have went to the hospital,
Mhm.
but I'm stubborn. I don't know if you know that about me, but
Mhm.
yeah. But I persevered and I pushed through. And those first 3 days of Pat McKernan introducing me to the application process with a pen, me filling it out right there,
Yeah.
and then thinking that I had time, and then
Mhm.
he interviewed me right after that.
So there wasn't like any going back.
No,
Like,
it was as soon
hey,
as I got into the door, the
yeah,
mission embraced me.
yeah. When you think back, Gary, and going through the program, I think a lot of people don't realize there's a lot of structure, accountability, um, but at the same time, look, we're not a locked facility.
Nope.
You could leave at any time.
Absolutely.
You are submitting yourself to authority and to this life change experience with these 9 components, and at any time could leave.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of what the program offers. It's, believe me, I wanted to leave a few times because I was scared.
Yeah.
I was used to doing what Gary wanted to do,
Mhm.
and Gary didn't do things well.
And I think too, Gary, that a lot of times that we are scared of the unknown because we're so used to the chaos that the chaos feels normal.
Absolutely.
When you started to go through the program, when did it dawn on you that, hey, I'm going to complete this, I'm going to graduate?
About halfway through, because when I first started the program, chef by trade, restaurant management skills galore, they wouldn't let me work in the kitchen because they didn't want me comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted me working on myself instead of my outs and my denials and my deflection.
Yeah.
And that was instrumental to me.
Because we knew you were capable.
Absolutely.
There was no question about your skill set or your past experience. And I know that Amy was very protective of you, and Pat as well, during that process.
Yep. And it was divine intervention that everyone I met was discipling to me.
Mhm.
Later on, when I read my file one day and it said needs higher level of care, and underneath that was written, Gary needs to know the love of Jesus Christ. He needs to know the gospel. Please share with him as much as possible.
Yeah.
And I love that because
Yeah.
without that was the missing variable in my algebraic.
I think it's really easy for us to love other people and forget to love ourselves.
Right.
And because we give so much of ourselves. And you are very much a type A guy, take charge, get it done, and excellence. And we saw that in the hospitality department. And then along the way, we started seeing other things, Gary reconciling with his girls, Gary getting a driver's license,
Yep.
Gary getting an apartment,
Yeah.
all of these things ticking the boxes of things. And I've been begging you to go back to school. It's so interesting, Gary, because you were, as hospitality director, left the leadership director's position to be their New Life Recovery case manager because that was the calling
Absolutely.
in your life, and you are so fulfilled in that. There's no question. It is, you are in your element.
Yep.
And people were like, "Where's Gary? We miss Gary. We want Gary."
Well, show them where my
So
office
thanks a
is.
lot, Gary, because I had to answer all those questions for months about why did you make Gary leave? I never made Gary leave.
There was a knock at the door, and I answered, and it
Yeah.
was Jesus behind that door,
Yeah.
telling me to help others like me.
And there's no question that that is preparing you for the next season of
Absolutely.
leadership here at the Open Door Mission as we look at succession and things like that. And we are so grateful that we have men and women of your caliber that are going to be coming up the ranks. It's reassuring to us. We had an experience here at the mission that was devastating to me, Gary. I was in church. I got a call from the men's director that we had a situation that we literally had drugs in the building, and it affected several of the men in the program.
Yep.
And we have not had that in my history here. I mean, yes, alcohol. I mean, we literally collected at the door all the time.
Yep.
I don't want to make it sound like we are naive, right? That we don't have drug substances on our property. But this was a lot different in a bigger situation. And as I prayed with Russell and drove myself over here, by the time I got here, you and Russell had a plan and you had control of the situation. And it was just, although heartbreaking to me, because we're always dealing with precious souls to me. And I always see the potential that they have. And I know you do too. And it was heartbreaking for you too.
Absolutely.
I know you were disappointed. I know that you also, over those next few days, as you were doing drug testing and holding men accountable, and it was tough. It was really tough, Gary. But at the same time, we need tough love when we're dealing with addiction, and we have to know that there is slips and there are relapses, but that doesn't mean that we don't meet people where they're at and there's not tough love and there's consequences, but we are the place of second chances and third.
Absolutely. And I believe that wholeheartedly. I was on the on-ramp going to church. I was just getting off the on-ramp, and luckily it's a wraparound because I got the call and I just got back on the internet and came back. So and what that is I know if there's a crack in my vase and there's a way for Satan to get a foothold in there,
Yeah.
he's going to do it.
Yeah.
And,
You and Russ took control of that right away. And you were like, "Oh, we are not losing one more man over this situation. We are getting control of this." And within 24 hours, you guys had not only had a plan, but executed the plan, and we were moving forward.
we're a get it done kind of organization.
Yeah, it is. And I think that shows the number of men that are truly graduating from the program. We have record high numbers right now. And I know there's a lot of things that we can do better. I'm not oblivious to that, Gary. We are always trying to improve, but we're doing some things really right as well. What do you think you do that we are doing good currently?
I love the fact that we implement the 5 pillars. We take a Christian integration into a drug and alcohol facility.
Yeah,
And
because we do everything that a state-run program does,
absolutely,
except for we have this one small component. It's called faith,
absolutely.
but it's a big component.
Transformational change is nothing short of amazing, and miracles happen daily. I'm in the process of getting my licensure from the state of Nebraska to get my provisional drug and alcohol counseling.
It's exciting for us.
I took the call when Candace said go to school.
I'm so proud of
started
you.
school.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Gary, when you say the pillars, because someone may be listening, and I know we hear this a lot, and graduation is so emotional for me, even if I'm not here, because I'm tuning in. If I'm traveling, speaking, I always either listen live or I listen after, and I hear time and time again, "Thank you to Gary. Thank you, Gary." And that must feel amazing to hear that in the testimonies of these people's lives.
it means they were listening in my class.
Yeah. But I do hear a lot about the pillars.
Absolutely.
And you guys just right out of the gate have just started talking about these pillars. But if someone's listening, what are the 5 pillars?
There's prayer, there's Bible reading, there's meetings, there's sponsorship and mentorship, which is amazing, in church.
Yeah.
All
And
3 of these.
you
or
guys
all
have
5 of those.
enthralled those into people's lives
Yes.
that these have to be pillars of your life to maintain sobriety.
We integrate faith with the 12-step program, and there's lots and lots of things out there that do that.
The when you think about um, moving forward, and I guess I don't mean a pun, but we have this new program called Next Step that's coming. That's like well, the next step of graduation.
Absolutely.
After they complete graduation, they have an opportunity to go into the Next Step program and be part of the aftercare, which is really now getting to the point where it's a wraparound, and that, oh my goodness, we are literally going to have everything from start to finish,
Right.
like from emergency services to life-changing programs to graduation and now aftercare, and
Yes.
that continuum.
What's our biggest hang up for any treatment center in the world? And transitional housing, where do you go
Yeah.
to sustain your recovery once you've put your heart and soul into something that you want to change, a life-changing event?
Mhm.
Do I want to now just throw you back into where you
It's
were?
so hard for us that there is not enough housing in our community. It must be hard for you too, Gary. To
Yep.
Steve, will you put a mic on for me? Steve Frazee is our Chief Impact Officer, and he's going to mic up here for a second and join this conversation on a bench. And Gary, when you think about our new building, Holmes Haven, that gets exciting, isn't it?
I know.
The hospitality center doesn't excite you anymore,
No.
but Holmes Haven,
Yes.
it does. And so our hospitality center is now going to leave the men's center. No one will have to walk through a shelter to receive a meal. So it's going to be much more open to the public, although we've always been open to the public.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, we are going to also renovate all of that new area that is going to become. Steve, you might need to come. Oh, he's going to change the
Mhm.
angle of the camera. Thank you. There he is. The recovery center is going to be now, the New Life Recovery Center will be this end of the building, and will be 32 beds for men in a safe therapeutic environment. Every man will have a step-up bed with a locker. Steve is joining our conversation because he's been instrumental in part of the development of the New Life Recovery Center. And Steve, for you and I, it was really important that we created this safe therapeutic environment for men, that they could have a sober living environment. So not only is their sleeping there and their laundry, and of course the restrooms and showers, but the new Gary's office is there. Our discipleship counselor's office is there. All of the classroom space, the social recreation space as well. And when you think about that, the opportunities that that's going to create means that we're going to create 32 more beds empty in the emergency service area. So that's a good thing.
That's a very good thing.
And one thing that Steve has been working on is the new Next Step program, their accreditation with not only DHS, but then CARF. And you mentioned something about City Vision. Tell me about that.
Well, Gary is attending City Vision, and he is in April. Should be able to have his associates and be able to get his PLADE Act, which is instrumental. So part of the Next Step program with DHHS is that they want to have licensed individuals doing certain activities.
Yes.
And so Gary and Joseph will both be in a position to elevate our
quality of care.
Quality of care.
I mean, this is really taking us to a whole different level.
It is.
I mean, Steve, 30 years ago, I just thought I was going to hire people that loved Jesus and wanted to serve people. I didn't know that I was going to be required to hire people with all this education and experience and qualifications. But yet, you know, the complexity of homelessness requires us to do that and to have that level of expertise. Would you agree, Steve?
I totally agree. You know, the Apostle Paul had a lot of good knowledge and was able to articulate our faith within his Jewish roots, with the way that Jesus described things. they were able to point to that because of the education, because of the understanding, and the experience he had with Jesus. And so,
Yeah.
so Larry,
8 years and I'm Larry.
Gary,
I've never called you Larry.
Gary has the experience. He's getting the education all about recovery, and he has an absolute wonderful relationship with Jesus. And so we're able to bring people along further and more holistically, because once we open the free clinic, once you know things, you're really responsible to make sure that you're keeping up with that. When we didn't know things and we were doing things,
That's
we were doing
right.
our best, and now someone sheds light on it, and it's like, oh, okay, we need to do better.
That's right.
And through your leadership, we've been able to answer each of those calls and doing more and more things. And so when someone comes for shelter, we're able to provide them shelter. And then we have a foundations program, which prepares them to remove the distractions of becoming homeless and losing this and losing that and needing to get all those things. So we have you in there for about a month. And then you're able to go into the recovery program, focus on your recovery,
Which is what Gary helps
which
men
is
do.
Gary's doing. And then the next step, and so you're in this community living, and then that next step, you get that first step into living on your own, in a sense that you're in one of our SROs. You're still in community, but you have your own private
Practicing
room,
what you learned.
practicing what you learned, and then through the hard work of Joseph, he's making a lot of connections with housing opportunities for people outside of there. And the important thing is being able to have a group of people go to a place and kind of establish a presence. And so it's not completely new. They're not completely surrounded by strangers. They have people in that sober living environment who've come through ODM. And so they have that connection, they have that bond. And then we'll be able to try to cycle those more. But it's really hard, right? We want 3 or 4 people to be able to go to a place. It's really hard to find 3 or 4 beds together. So this is a whole process, and it just requires a lot of effort, because so many places start something and then it makes it either difficult to continue or they're all full. And it's very few in betweens that we have openings. And so when we get those, we try to use those to get folks in there.
I think for Steve and I, we are super excited that we have so many of our team that are furthering their education, getting experience in ways that are unimaginable to us, that we actually have wonderful opportunities for future leaders on our team, Steve.
Yes.
And that makes it much easier for you and I to be able to step away and say, you know what, this is God's ministry, and he's risen up people even better than you and I. And that's amazing for me to see happening.
It is. It's wonderful, because the good thing about Gary and Joseph, they have this experience, and sometimes when you're trying to help people and you don't have the education, you're helping through your experience.
Yes.
And so if your experiences don't match up, it's a hard connect.
Yes.
But with that other option, like we had Joy, just the presence of the animals on campus has made a huge difference. The art therapy has made a huge difference.
Which our goal is to bring, and we've brought animal therapy to our children. We've brought animal therapy to our women, and our next is to bring animal therapy to the men. And I think that our men will just be thrilled.
Yeah, our behavioral health team actually every other week they trade off from the women's shelter and the men's shelter, but they are in community with Urban Acres, and they go out and comb down the horses or hot walk the horses.
That whole
And I have not
equestrian.
seen a picture without a smile on it.
Yeah.
It is true. It's all the time joy. When you think about your last 9 years almost of ministry here, Gary, is there any experience with maybe a guest or a volunteer that just really stands out to you that was life-changing for you?
It's so hard because I see that every day. I see emails or I had a guest or a student, actually works for us now, but 5 years ago I prayed with him over at a bus stop because I was having breakfast somewhere.
Wow.
And I saw him that he needed it, so I gave him money for coffee,
Yeah.
gave him his bus fare, and prayed over him. And he said that's what started it, and that's why he came to the Open Door Mission 5 years later. And he's like, "Do you remember me?" And I'm,
No.
no. He goes, "You prayed over me," and I'm like, "Good." How'd that work out? And he goes, "I'm here," and I'm like, "Good. Stay for the blessings." And then
Yeah.
he works for us.
Yeah. Is that not like that's amazing?
And they say I'm a crier, and that's probably one of the reasons, because on
Yeah.
graduations and promotions,
Yeah.
I can't think of a more prouder time to sit there and look at the transformation and the Christian integration in between
Yeah.
recovery, Christ, and freedom of that.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and the pride they get from that, and the swelling of their heart that they can complete something,
Mm-hmm.
have salvation,
Mm-hmm.
and attend sobriety.
Yeah.
I get to come to work.
You know, Gary, is there any better calling than to be called here at
Right?
the Open
If
Door
you'd
Mission?
asked me 8 years ago about this calling right here, I'd have just blinked at you.
But it is a calling.
It's
It's not
absolute
just a
calling.
job, right?
It's that confirmation of tugging at your heart, that conviction.
Mhm.
When I came out of that water after my baptism in Colorado, I was on fire.
Yeah.
Things were jumping out of the Bible. I probably bothered Steve so much with, I just journal everything down and I corner him in front of his office when it
Yeah.
was over at the PSH building.
Yeah.
Greg, Dave Eishak. If I didn't have people sharing the gospel with me and pouring into me,
Yeah.
it's just
You've
amazing.
had a lot of mentors
Absolutely.
and that have invested in you, and now you get to turn around and 180 and mentor and invest
Absolutely.
in other men, and that's so exciting. Where's your home church, Gary?
Northwest.
And-
It's Council Bluffs Church over here.
Yeah.
It's a great church.
Familiar with it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. My family lives just a hop, skip, and jump. And it's funny because Steve is in Iowa too. And we go to City Light when I'm not speaking. And it's just been amazing to see God working in that church. In fact, I'm in a women's Bible study, and those ladies all laid hands on me on Sunday and prayed for me for this 24 hours. And you need community.
Absolutely.
And when you talk about the pillars, and church was one of those pillars, and we can tell when our men and women graduate the difference between the ones that are plugged into church and the ones that aren't, Gary.
Absolutely.
And would you agree?
Absolutely. There's things, when I see somebody coming, when they leave for the wrong reasons, my heart hurts. And I had a mentor one time tell me, if your heart quits hurting, you're in the wrong business. I
Yeah.
asked him when it gets better. I go, when does it get easier? And he
Yeah.
pray that it never does.
Yeah.
So that's my prayer.
Yeah.
And when they come back, I think that God has changed their heart, softened their heart, and allowed them to come back and to feel that love and that nature, and really put your nose to the grindstone and persevere and push through those.
Is there a question you wish I would have asked you this evening or this morning? What do you say?
We're still mourning.
Morning.
Sure.
Okay. We are morning, Gary. Is there a question you wish I would have asked you?
No.
He's thinking.
My question would be, it's not in the form of a question, it's a form of a thank you. Thank you for the community. Thank you for Citygate.
Yeah.
I just got done doing a webinar this week on sex trafficking and how they're
Yes.
opening my eyes to that. Thank you for the leadership in the TUMI program. If Steve wouldn't have caught me in the dish room one day in the kitchen, I would probably never joined.
A lot of our staff got their associates through that program. And so it's been amazing. And now you're inspired to go on and even do more.
Absolutely. City Vision University is amazing. Most of my instructors, we pray before our classes.
Wow.
You know, we generally want to know how you're feeling, how you're getting through this. What are your questions? How are you struggling? Where is Christ's integration with this? And how are you moving through things, and how the world views
Yeah.
and the Christian views? There's just that sliver.
Mm.
I want to be right there. I want to
Yeah.
live in the sliver.
Yep. Amen.
And
Well, Gary, my family has enjoyed ministering with you and volunteering with you.
and they grow fast, because
We've had a lot of fun.
before they were eye to eye, and now I
We
think
come
I'm
back
waist
and
high.
we do great Thanksgiving banquet
Yep.
still, Gary was part of that whole, remember that we had this dream, could we do omelet stations? And we're
Absolutely.
still
Got her
doing
down.
omelet stations
Yeah.
now. And my family will be here at Thanksgiving serving omelets, ready to made omelets. It'll
Me
be
and
a ball.
my daughter come here and serve
Yep.
twice a year.
I know you guys do too, and I appreciate that. And thank you for being willing to come this morning. We've been talking to Gary Hughes, who's our New Life Recovery case manager, and you can pray for Gary and the men that he's ministering to, that not only that they would achieve sobriety, but that they would know Jesus in a real personal way, and that the Word of God would just be illuminated to them, and that they'd have a personal relationship with Him.
Absolutely.
And I know that's Gary's desire. We had a great opportunity to partner with No Address. And we actually were able, through a sponsorship, rent a theater. We showed No Address 5 times to sold out crowds. Gary, you got to go.
Yes.
And so we have had a chance to invite Mr. Baldwin to come into the Conversations on a Bench, and you're going to get to hear his interview right now.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
Or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah. And did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called Being Left on the Cutting Room Floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. No, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary.
That's right.
On homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marbut is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh, man, that was...
21?
No, it was probably 22, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
it sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in 88 in Atlanta. And then in 92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And you know, I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, you know, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, you know, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbet say we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Wow. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, you know, we're relatively, you know, maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, you know, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but you know, all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, you know, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that. But the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard. And that's one way, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small, $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. Has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. Has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbot, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig, and nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right
We broke
there.
it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing we have,
Who has the best city gate in all of the 300 city gates?
and that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that. All right. I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
That's
it.
you know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the
lot.
bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and
Okay.
I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you. I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work. Because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
It is World Homeless Day, and I am so excited that you got to hear from my friend, Billy Baldwin. And if you haven't got to see the movie No Address, we had 5 showings sold out for that. I encourage you, you can watch it online now. And also, there's an interactive study guide that you can purchase that goes with it. It has actually inserts from Max Licuto, which is a fabulous author, and comes with some videos. That's Jason refocusing us. This is Conversations on a Bench, and I am so excited that I literally have 70 other CEOs in rescue sitting on a bench in cities across the United States. And we're doing this for just one simple goal, but it's a powerful one. It's to actually shine the light on homeless and poverty and social challenges that surround that, highlight remarkable efforts that are being made to address issues, and join the conversation and be part of the solution. And that's what I get to say this evening is you can actually pull up a seat and you can virtually be part of this conversation on a bench, or anytime today till 2 p.m., you can come down to the Open Door Mission campus. You can be part of the audience. We have great refreshments, treats for you. And I am so excited that Miss Crystal is joining me.
Hello.
Good morning. Are you an early riser?
I am.
And so, because I think you actually start your day here early here on our
Yes, I
campus,
do.
don't you, Crystal?
Yes.
You and your team?
Just a few hours. Yeah.
Yeah. You literally came to the Open Door Mission through the volunteer department.
I did.
What led you to even apply to work at the Open Door Mission?
Well, as things are in life, it was a God God moment in my life. And I had been looking for a job for 2 years and had not been able to find one, had applied, had first, second, and third interviews at places. And God had me in a season of trust, and I'll get you through in trust. And so I was volunteering elsewhere, but I'd volunteered here in the past with my kids when they were little.
Oh.
So I was on the email list. And, as you do, the emails in your inbox pile up throughout the day. And I was just deleting emails at the end of the day. And I was deleting, and one caught my eye. I brought it back up, and it was an email from Deb Soraka that said, "Are you ready to make a difference?" And I was like, "What is this?" And so I brought it up, and she was looking for volunteer coordinators. And I said, "That is something I absolutely would love to do."
Wow.
So, because I was doing it at another organization that I still volunteer at, and I came in and I was working here like 2 weeks later. It was fantastic.
And you were working with large groups, small groups.
Yes.
I mean, and telling the story, and of course, nobody likes to lose a good employee and to another department here at the Open Door Mission, right?
Right. Yeah.
And we had decided that we were going to hire a warehouse director, somebody to manage the receiving and distribution of our goods. And just to give you an idea, it's about $14 million worth of goods that people donate here to the Open Door Mission. You know that because you know
Yes.
how many pallets that is.
Yes.
I think in one of our warehouses, 750 pallets.
That's about right.
And in the seasonal toy warehouse, another 300 pallets.
Yes.
And that doesn't include FIFO, which is first in, first out for our freezer. And we use that in a lot of our areas, but especially in food areas.
Yes.
And we have a Quaza hut that has pallet space for freezer and frozen for freezer and for just goods.
Yeah, cooler and freezer space.
Yes.
So.
And so everything has to come in through receiving, sorted, and then distributed out to the different areas on campus and to our satellites.
Correct. Our goal in our department is to, we're just kind of the support system for those supporting our community and our guests and that live with us. And we want to make sure that everybody has what they need in all the different areas, and that we're being good stewards of what God's given us also. Being donation based, you never know what God has in plan and what's going to come in the door, and making sure it gets to the right area to be used in the right ways. And make sure that we're able to fulfill everything that God has out for us to, help with the community or our guests that are living with us.
That's right. Crystal, whatever, came upon you to even apply for that position? Because here you are in the volunteer department, living your best life.
I was so happy. I absolutely loved the volunteer department. I loved being involved with the volunteers, and I got to be involved with guests and students. So there were so many aspects of it that just fulfilled me. It wasn't a job. It was I got to come to work every day, and I got to get paid to do something I loved. But I have a lot of background in logistics and operations.
Which we didn't even know.
Yes.
I mean, who puts that on their resume?
Yeah, no, it wasn't really something highlighted on my resume for the volunteer department. Amy, my director, knew it, and she asked me to consider it. And at first I was just kind of hard. I really love what I do.
It's a lot more responsibility.
Yeah, I love what I do. I don't want to step back from the volunteers and from all of the guests and from the community. And I loved being in front of the people that we were serving. But I was like, let me pray about it. Let me, pray. And so I started praying about it. And then my husband, kind of, voice of reason sometimes.
Yes.
And he said, Crystal, you're still going to be serving. You're still going to be directly impacting people, just in a different way. And you're going to be using your talents that God's given you. And so I said, you know what, you're right. And so I prayed about it some more, and God told me, this is the direction I want you to go. And
You just
it's
had a piece about that.
I did, and I've never thought, I've never once thought, oh, maybe I made the wrong choice or anything. No, this was what God wanted me to do now,
Yeah.
and it's been wonderful.
And you actually are fulfilling orders not only throughout our campus, to the Lydia House, the men's center, the kitchen. And if they don't get their items, they can't serve, Crystal.
Right.
I mean, so you're instrumental in knowing what we have, what we don't have, so that we recruit and ask for the things in the community that we need. And then you also, your team brings everything back from Elkhorn,
Yes.
and that's no small feat.
Yes, and Council Bluffs. We make sure Council Bluffs is also stocked with everything that they need to serve the community.
Because they
and-
have 60 consumer families a week
Right.
there that they have to make sure that they have enough product for.
Yes, yes, it is a lot of logistics that go into it, but I have an amazing team, and they work so incredibly well together, as well as with all of their peers here on campus, because we have to, we have to be good partners with all of our different areas here, and the goal is just to make sure that every department is able to serve to the best of our ability, to serve with dignity, and to make sure that we're using all of the incredible. It is amazing to see how incredible the community is in
Yeah.
donating what we need. And I have learned, Candace, though, that I do have to be careful and think about space when I pray for something, because
You guys got a lot of
my-
Tyson product.
we did. And in my first 4 months over there, I was like, oh my gosh, we're running out of coffee. All right, Lord, this is on our prayer list for coffee. And we got an entire truckload of coffee.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
When we pray it, there is power in prayer. And we
Yes.
see that, like, miracles happen every day here at the Open Door Mission.
yes.
Like, we think that we don't have enough of something, and it's either feast or famine in the nonprofit world.
Yes.
But, when you tell someone and then they tell someone and so forth, the need gets met.
Yes, it does. It does. It takes everybody. Our construction that's going on over here,
Which has affected you guys greatly. I mean, you have brought efficiency to our campus through all of your knowledge, and that's been amazing. And then at the same time, we have this construction going on with all these critters that we have driven up out of the ground and everywhere. And I think you'll be super grateful when all of this construction is done.
I will be. I will be very grateful. Yes, it will. It will make things a lot easier for us to deliver across campus.
That is one. You guys, rain, shine, sleet, freezing rain, snow, have to get on a forklift that is not like covered up, sheltered in any
No.
way. It's freezing cold, and you have to deliver 2 blocks over food because we don't have enough storage space in the kitchen to have the food that's needed for one day, let alone 2 days at times.
Yep.
And so you guys have to bring over every day food and then load them up on Friday to get through to Monday.
Yep.
It's really, and sometimes it's like, oh, I hope we can make it, type of thing.
Yeah.
And now the hospitality center is going to be attached to the Ganam warehouse.
Yes, it's going to be absolutely wonderful. We'll be able to fulfill needs quicker, and they won't have to worry about trying to store as much to get through that weekend time period or the holiday or things like that.
It's amazing because there's literally a ramp. There's been a lot of thought into this. Crystal has been part of looking at the blueprints. Amy has been part of that. Sean has been part of that. Ken, who's our hospitality director, has been part of that to try to, how can we improve efficiency? And one of it was to have doorways that can literally fit pallets. And that the other one was to have a scale that can actually go on, a forklift can drive on to weigh things. There's just things that you don't think about logistically and for efficiency, that when you're serving 5,000 meals a day, whether that be through hot meals, cold meals, or consumer food pantry, that, you have to move product, Crystal.
Yes, and through our food pantry and our outreach center, we move a lot of product through there as well, just serving the community.
Yes.
So there are days where we will deliver 50 pallets of stuff just to the outreach center.
And it's
So,
gone.
yes.
Just like that.
And then in a few days, we deliver
Another
another
50.
50. So, yeah.
When you look at your inventory, because I know you have a pulse on that, what do you see as being some of our biggest needs going into the fall and winter, the cold season, the holiday season? Do you notice any of the supply depleting in certain areas, Crystal?
Definitely food categories.
Yeah.
Food categories this year have been a lot lower than normal. Canned goods.
We heard that from Sean as well.
Yeah, canned goods have been a struggle for a while now.
Mhm.
So we
Just can't keep up
we cannot keep up
with the
and-
need.
Yep, we can't keep up with the need, and so we need more.
So as fast as it's coming in, we're giving it out.
Yes, it does. I actually don't keep any canned
Does it
goods.
ever go on the shelf at the warehouse?
It does not. Canned
Yeah.
goods don't right now. I don't even. It brings in, gets processed, and gets straight
To the
over
outreach
to the
center.
outreach center, and they give it out, and they're asking for more within a few days. So
And when you say canned goods, you're referring to vegetables, fruit, proteins like
beans
and tuna,
yep.
Those type of things.
Yep.
That it's in. I think it's hard for people to understand. Well, how come, Crystal, you're going through so much? Well, it's because we serve 26,000 families that come to supplement their income once every 30 days, and we do consumer choice, and it's based on family size.
Yes, yes. I mean, you're giving out not just one canned good to a family. I mean, if you've got a family of 5,
They have it based
you've
on their
got-
family
You're
size.
giving out maybe 2 canned goods or maybe 3. I'm not
Mhm.
sure what the exact amount is
I
right
I
now.
don't remember, but I do know
But
it's based, like you're
Yeah,
saying,
it's
on
based off
size.
family size, and so we can go through
A
those
lot.
canned goods very quickly because a lot of our families are a larger size.
Mhm.
So
How do you, we're coming upon the busy season, and of course, when it gets colder, people are always looking for blankets to put up to their doorways and windows and things like that. Are you concerned about winter stock for hats, gloves, mittens, blankets? What does that look like for us, Crystal? Do we go through a lot in a matter of days when it? I mean, we can't control the weather.
right, we cannot control the weather, and we do go through a lot. I would say coats, definitely.
Yeah.
We go through lots and lots of coats.
And we literally bale those to save
Yep.
for the winter season. We also bale. A lot of people don't realize that we're recycling, and your
Yes.
team does a lot of recycling,
Yes.
not just in the area of paper and cardboard and aluminum and metals, but even in textiles. When people donate to us and the buttons are missing or broken or zippers broken or there's stains, if you and I wouldn't wear it, that's our standard.
Yes, if I
then-
wouldn't wear it and take it home, then we're going to recycle it,
Yeah.
and that's going to then get reused and
Made into rags, and we sell that, and it goes right in to buy more food like canned goods
right.
that we need to support our consumer food pantry or here in our own kitchen where we're serving meals for shelter. Crystal, before you came to the mission, you had a life, and so you're a wife and mom.
I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I've been married for 22 years now, and I have 2 kids, 20-year-old and 16-year-old. So
Wow.
I did have a wife before I came here. My
Because when you're in full-time ministry, a lot of people don't realize that it's just engulfs your whole family. Everybody's involved.
yes, and my kids and my husband, they love what I do, and they love to hear about the things that God is doing. It's been great because I'm always able to go home and tell my kids, hey, let me tell you what God did today.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how God worked in the warehouse today. Or because one of the things that I stress very heavily over in the warehouse, because we're not in direct contact with all of our guests and all of our street ministry and the consumers over in the Outreach
Yes.
Center is I always want them to remember why we do what we do. And so we like to take all of the stories from around campus and, hey, here's why we do what we do. And here's how that pallet affected the Lydia House, which was able to then serve that mom and kids that came in. And I get to share all of that with my family, which is wonderful.
Yeah, and you guys do get to see amazing things because when people are saying, "Oh, I'm in overflow. I need blankets or towels," and we have it to give.
Yeah.
That's the amazing part that we get to see every day.
Yes.
And Crystal, we are so grateful for your leadership, and we're grateful for your contribution here to the Open Door Mission. We've been talking to Crystal Flores, and there's your picture. And I think they said we have a slideshow too, some pictures, and that for you. And that's amazing, isn't it? That you have the equipment.
I do. I do.
You are
I have
able
the
to-
equipment, and and God always provides what we need.
Yeah. It's
So
amazing.
yeah.
Well, I am so excited that you came. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. And I'm
absolutely.
so grateful. And you've been listening to Conversations on a Bench for 24 hours. And we are just one of 70 cities that are actually doing this fabulous opportunity. And we're having some remarkable conversations that are genuine and authentic. And we get to share about God's work here at the Open Door Mission, the remarkable partners that we have in the community and volunteers. Thrasher Foundation Repair is sponsoring our event. So we have actually a $30,000 match going on where you can literally go online at opendoormission.org, make a donation that will be matched up to $30,000. And $40 literally provides safe shelter, nutritious meals, quality care for 24 hours. My next guest joining me on the bench is Shelley. And I'd love for you to know a little bit more about Shelley by watching this video first.
Thanks, Candace. Well, Shelley, tell me what a typical day looks like for you here at Lydia House.
A typical day looks like a lot of interacting with the guests. They come to me when they have a need that maybe they feel like has not been met. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they just come in just to chat, just to talk and talk about their day, talk about the things that they're frustrated about. I also manage the building and make sure that we have all of our needs are met here.
So what's your favorite part of the day?
I think my favorite part of the day is when the kids get off the bus, when they get home from school. They usually come into my office, sometimes not to see me, but because I have candy. They ask questions. They talk about the things that bothered them that day. It's just fun to be around them and to just see them so full of life.
Yeah, and it's good for you to be there for them because they're going through such a traumatic time.
Yes.
So tell us about how it was for you growing up.
My childhood was very traumatic. My dad was a abusive alcoholic. He abused my mom her whole entire life. Mm-hmm. My mom died at a very young age. I was probably 4 or 5 years old. Wow. It sent all of us, there was 7 of us children, it sent us into foster care. And foster care was about the same. Most of the places that I lived in were very abusive. They moved us a lot. I came out of foster care a very angry young person.
So you never had a family growing up. So what was it like for you when you became a mom?
When I became a mom, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I told myself that I was going to just love these children unconditionally, and I wanted to be somebody completely different than anybody that I had been raised with.
Yeah.
Didn't do everything right, of course. Made lots of
Who
mistakes.
does?
Yeah, made a lot of mistakes, but they are good human beings. They love people. They are kind. They love God. They're so good to me, and it was the best job I've ever had.
Aw. So what was your faith like throughout your life then?
We did go to church when one of my foster homes when I was young. I do remember asking Jesus into my heart, to be my Savior. I just feel like I probably never lived it. I never lived the relationship, the personal relationship with Jesus until probably just a few years ago. Now that I've received it, I'm going to live it.
Yeah.
So truly just living a life the way that Jesus wants us to live.
Yeah. So what brought you to Lydia House? How long ago?
I have been here about 7 years. I came to Lydia House because, as an overnight family support worker, because I needed a job. But after I got here and going on to different shifts, I went to the mid shift. I started interacting a lot more with the ladies. And I started watching them having all of these issues from their past, but they still showed up every single day. They still came to class. They were still, a lot of them, in just really good moods. You know, they were happy to be here. They were thankful. And after watching that, I started healing myself. Wow. And realized, started learning how to have my own relationship, my own personal relationship with him.
So how do you feel like God is using you here at Lydia House? I think we're hearing a little bit of it.
Yeah. I think God is using me here because I just know what the ladies are going through. I feel like we can relate, and I know they know that. The problems that they've had, most of them, probably not all, but most of them, I've been through.
Yeah.
They will come in and talk with me one-on-one, and I usually don't bring up the things that I have been through until they talk about what they have, and just think, oh, they're never going to get past it.
Right.
You know, there's absolutely no way for them to get past it. And then I tell them, well, let me tell you what's happened to me, and I am a living testimony that you can get through it.
Yeah.
That you're going to struggle, that you're going to have frustrating and exhausting days, and you're going to cry a lot, but you can make it through.
Yeah.
You can change your life, and you can be different, and you don't have to stay there stuck in your past.
Mm-hmm. I know God is definitely growing you, well, both of us, because when you work at Lydia House, that's what happened, or at the Open Door Mission. God definitely pulls you out of your comfort zone, and boy, do you grow. And just by you sharing your story, too, I know it's not the most comfortable. You don't like being in the spotlight and things like that. So we appreciate you just sharing your story, but then all that you do to show some love to our guests and the ladies here at Lydia House and the families. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
We're going to send it back now to you, Candace.
There we are, Shell. That's me and you.
Yay.
Hey, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, where we're having some authentic conversations that are really genuine and raw. In fact, Shelly, I haven't told you any questions. You haven't told me any questions.
Nope.
We haven't even discussed what we're going to talk about.
No.
And so I just literally said, Shelly, would you be willing to come in and work earlier to be part of our Conversations on a Bench?
Mm-hmm.
And because I know your heart for the people,
Mm-hmm.
and it's genuine, it's sincere, it's passionate. You know, I really believe that God allows us to have life experiences for a reason,
Mm-hmm.
so that we can use those life experiences to be able to relate to people. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
definitely.
truly, to be able to relate to people. And Shelley, you do have a story before coming to the mission,
Mhm.
before coming to the Lydia House.
Right.
And tell us a little bit about your life before the mission.
I was 2 years old when I actually was put into foster care, and my father was a very abusive alcoholic, and so there were 7 of us kids, and we were put into foster care, and moved around a lot. A lot, probably quite a few times. I don't know, 10 times
Back
a year.
then, Shelley, was family kept together? Were you with your
No.
siblings?
No.
No
I don't-
attempt at that.
No, we were together for a little while with a relative,
Yeah.
but then
But who can keep 7 kids?
right, exactly, yeah.
And
go ahead.
you can probably relate when we talk about kids aging out of foster care, growing up in foster care.
Mhm.
You can relate to the children.
Yeah, definitely, because it's not a I don't know, it's not a great experience, because even if it's a good foster home, yes, they will help you, they may help you grow, whatever, but most of the time it's pretty traumatic, because first of all, you're moving constantly.
Yes.
So not very many people keep you long term. There are some, but back then, very rarely.
Did you feel, Shelley, at any time, okay, this is my family now, or this is my home?
No, never.
Never growing up.
Never.
And you always, did you ever have that longing for a family, to have that feeling of this is my home?
Oh yes.
Did you
Yeah.
kind of knew that that was something missing?
Right. Yes, definitely. Because I've never had parents. And, I'm almost 60 now.
Yeah.
And now I'm like,
Which you look 40, by the way.
oh, well, thank you.
I know.
Yeah, so being at this age, even still, I just wish I had that relationship with a parent, or wish people talk about all the time, oh, I've got to take care of them, or I got to do this, I got to do that. And I'm like,
what is that?
I would love that though.
You were robbed of having not only a mom, but a dad.
Yeah.
In that whole traumatic incident.
Yes, exactly.
And that also, the sibling too, like not being able to grow up with your siblings.
Right. Out of 7, I know 1.
Yeah.
She's an amazing woman. She's my sister. She's, she's just great. She loves Jesus. She's raised really good kids.
You have too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
you
have.
Yeah.
Oh, my kids are amazing. Yeah. They love their mother. They take very good care of me. They are not that they need to, but they take very good care of me. They're kind.
You guys are tight.
Yeah, they're very kind. Just and got my first grandchild. I mean, she's 3 now, but she's the best thing that ever happened to me.
I agree.
Seriously.
Grandchildren are like amazing.
Yeah.
It's like, how come they didn't tell us about the grandparent club earlier,
Yeah,
Shelley? Right?
I know.
It's like
I hear
they were
that all the
holding out
time.
on us, like big time, right? And then we experienced, and it's like everybody should be in the grandparent club,
right? And it's a love that you don't even know you needed, don't even know that you could have.
Yeah.
And for me, I didn't have any of that growing up.
Shelley, how did you know to be this nurturing, therapeutic mom when you didn't have that? How did you know? Where did that come from?
I don't know if I did know it, but I will say this. I am a forever student, and all I do is, and I've always been that way, read and read and read and listen to podcasts and get advice and go to groups. And I've kind of done that for a really long time, for years. And now more than ever, but even years ago. And I read everything I possibly could read.
Yeah.
And we waited 5 years to have my daughter because I was like, no, we're not having her until we're right. And we're normal.
Good. Yeah.
Well, we were never normal. So,
yeah. What is that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I just wanted them to be really, I wanted them to be okay. And more than anything, the number one thing with a child is that if they know they're loved, 90% of the time they can make it through anything.
Amen.
If they know love. And so that's the goal. That's what I was trying to give them.
Shelley, when you look back to all of that in the trauma as a child, and we know so much more about trauma with children and foster care and the absent parent and all that, and you look back now as a young adult and so forth, and now being this mature, godly woman that's the Liddy House director, God has prepared you for every woman that walks through that door.
Yeah.
There's nothing new under the sun for you.
Not
Nothing
at all.
surprises you.
No, not at all.
You've seen it all.
Right.
You've heard it all.
Yeah.
And just when you think you've heard the worst, you hear another story.
Right. Exactly. That's so true. And the biggest thing is that the people who come in because of trauma in their life, or because of anything in their life, or because maybe that's their personality, and are angry and are lashing out, I'm not trying to say that's okay, but that's okay with me.
Yeah.
Because I get it. I understand it. I understand how you feel like absolutely nothing, and have had nobody there on your side, have had nobody to fight for you. So you've had to fight your way through life. And that's what they've had to do.
You are not surprised when there's anger and outbursts and F-bombs. And because for many of our guests, that's survival.
Yep.
Of the fittest. And the loudest, chaotic is the one who survives.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then here we come along, this love your neighbor, embrace your neighbor, calm, peace, structure.
Yeah.
It's like, what is this?
Right. Exactly. And, we have to, and I have to, I talk to my staff all the time, and I say to them, like, they're not trying to be rude. It doesn't matter who's sitting here.
Not personal.
No, it's not personal at all. And, they're just angry. So let's let them have their moment,
because it's really not about you.
No, not at all.
And you just happen to be the person that they get to vomit all over, and that allows them to feel better.
Yeah.
Because they don't have any other healthy coping skills or
Nope.
defense mechanisms, Shelley.
Exactly.
That's all they know is survival.
Right. And I'll actually say, hey, if you want to get upset, don't get upset with her. Come in my office, sit down and get mad.
Shut the door.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that works,
Yeah.
you know,
It-
and they just need to be heard. Like we don't hear people anymore. You know, we just talk over them and tell them what we want and what the rule is, you know, and they need to be heard.
Yeah. And I think that we can come to common ground, like you said, once somebody's been heard and listened to.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, okay, I understand, but we do have guidelines here and we do
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we do need you to follow those while you're here because there's 300 people living here.
Yeah. And I truly believe that you can treat somebody in love, and you can also you can also hold them accountable. I had that has had to happen in my life.
Yeah.
Or I would be who knows where.
Yeah.
But I have had these women who have wrapped around me and said, knock it off. You don't get to treat people this way. You don't get to be unkind. And boy, it just floods back. But then Jesus still chips those pieces away. You know?
It's true. Shelley, you know, at the Lydia House, tell us a little bit about what the Lydia House offers for women and families, because a lot of people, I think, don't realize that, hey, we're the only place that a woman or family could seek recovery in our community.
Right. That's very true. So, yes, we have the New Life Recovery Program, and we can have moms in there. And then, you know, they will help them get their child set up for daycare, or a lot of times they already have that, have the child care, or they will, they maybe go to school, you know, the kids are school age, so then they can do that. And so then the mother will do the program, and we work with that. So in the evenings when there are, say, meetings or something like that people are required to go, we've got to work with that mother and say, well, she's got a child. She's a single mom.
Yeah.
She's got this child. So let's either bring in some kind of, you know, somebody daycare type person or whatever to watch this child, or maybe she doesn't attend that meeting and we find another one for her during the day
that fits the schedule.
Yeah.
And because we really do individual program plans and meet people where they're at and what they need to be successful.
Yeah.
And I think that although we are a gospel rescue mission, we have all the other components too, like certified alcohol drug counseling and we have behavioral counseling and group counseling and 12-step meetings and life skill classes and those things. We also have emergency services.
Yeah.
And but everybody has a case manager.
Yes.
And we are working on their strength-based goals to gain independence and move back into the community. You guys just started a brand new program called Save and Grow.
Right.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So it's where our, at first it was a single ladies, but now it's moved to families. So it's a really good thing. So both. Yep. So they can rent a room, one of our rooms here, and they can stay for, you know, up to 2 years if they want to stay that long. And they really just get some stability.
It's really a place between emergency shelter and permanent supportive housing.
Right.
So it really falls into that transitional living program type of thing, where we cap it at 2 years, but they're still getting case management.
Yes, they
they're
are.
still getting supportive services.
Yeah, and housing's hard for them to find right now. So this is giving them time to get their job, save their money,
pay debts,
because
we see so many people that can't even though they get clean and sober, and they start to pay off that debt, they can't get housing without, you know, paying off OPPD and MUD.
Exactly. That, and then also you have to have such a high income nowadays to get an apartment. Like, I mean, I know that it's 3 times your rent or even sometimes more.
Safe, affordable housing is not available in our community. We have a bottleneck, correct?
Right. Yep.
When you think about the ladies that come through the Lydia House, there's so much diversity, Shelley. What are you guys seeing on a regular basis, some of the reasons that maybe a woman is in your intake office here for shelter?
I think most of the time it is domestic violence.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that now. I see more of that than ever before. Domestic violence, and then also just not being able to afford the rent. So it's an eviction.
Are you surprised at the number of seniors that we're seeing, Shelley?
Yes.
Because that is shocking
Shocked.
to me that we are having seniors experiencing homelessness for the first time
Yeah.
in their life.
Yep.
And many of them are having real physical health issues, need
Mhm.
higher level of care, not just mentally, I'm talking about physically, but don't have their social security won't allow them to meet their needs.
Right. Yeah.
And medical.
Yeah, exactly. And then they come to us, and we just recently we had this super just sweet couple, and the nursing and the nursing staff worked with them,
Mhm.
and oh my goodness, she did such a great job. And they get housed today. We get to take them to their apartment.
I know.
You know?
Today,
Yeah,
Friday,
today,
which is
yeah, so
World
exciting.
Homeless Day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They are getting
Uh-huh.
their own apartment,
Yep.
their keys to their apartment.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Yeah, and then they need some furniture, so we're going to help them out with that and different things. And it's just amazing to see. And these are people that have just lived a life, and they've worked their whole life, and they've given their whole
this
life.
is people in their 70s.
Yeah. Yep.
This isn't
Or
just.
older. Mhm.
I mean, they're in their 70s, and it is hard for us
Mhm.
to see people that have worked all their life and are struggling because their medical bills and their prescriptions are so expensive.
Yeah.
Shelley.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
We are getting
Oh,
some mosquitoes
yeah,
here.
thank you. And thank God too for the clinic in their program with the
And you have a
prescriptions.
clinic now.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
At the Liddy House.
Yep.
We have a free health and wellness clinic at the Men's Center,
Mhm.
and that's has a gold standard rating.
Mhm.
And they've had a desire to, and you have as well, to have a clinic at the Liddy House,
Mhm.
and you have now
Yep.
a nurse at your clinic as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Yeah, which is really great because they are the first, like if somebody is, say fainted or had a seizure or something like that, they are the first ones out there. I mean, they're great.
Yeah.
They help our
And they have the
guests.
skill set we don't.
Oh yeah, 100%. And they help our guests. That clinic's full. There's people lined
up.
Yep, all day long.
Mhm. And you have a new position at the Liddy House. For years, our assistant director has kind of done a little dabbling in the children and youth, little dabbling facilities,
Mhm.
little dabbling in this, and not a lot to help you.
Right.
Would that be a good way to say it?
That is true.
And you actually, well, in reality, you have two new positions because your new assistant director is now taking on facilities management,
Mhm.
statistics, some things off your plate,
Yeah.
so that you can actually invest more in your staff,
Mhm.
the case management team and the support worker team.
Right.
But you also now have a full-time children and youth director,
Mhm.
which that's going to look totally different in 6 months from now with new programs and things
Right.
for children.
Yeah.
And I know for you, that must be very rewarding and
Mhm.
exciting.
It really is, and especially with the children and youth, because he's discipling those families.
Mhm.
He's got a curriculum to where he can walk them through the Bible and the verses and different things to where they can and just resources and having stability and
Yeah.
teaching your child that let's stay in one place and let's not just move constantly and let things like that. And he's really
Yeah.
starting to teach those things, and it's going to be great.
I'm super excited, Shelley. We have gone through some really tough times together in leadership. I can remember you didn't sign up to be the Liddy House director. I just want to say that.
Mhm.
You came here actually, I think, as a case manager first, or I can't remember what.
Overnight family support.
You
Yeah.
were?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's where I started.
You started.
Yeah.
And then what did you do?
And then I did overflow case manager.
And
Well, I went to all the different shifts in family support. And I ended up on day shift, and then I went to overflow case manager,
Okay.
and then assistant director, and then
And and I actually came to you and said,
Mhm.
Shelley, would you pray about this position? And
Mhm.
you were like, oh, I don't know, not me. And
Right.
and we went through a couple of people, and then finally you were like, I'm it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, God just laid it on your heart. That
Right.
said, enough is
Mhm.
enough. I'm
Exactly.
taking over. I'm taking control. God's given me a vision,
Mhm.
and I'm going to lead us.
Yeah.
I felt like into
Yeah.
the promised land.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Right.
that smooth though.
No.
Then COVID happened.
Yeah.
We went through this pandemic together.
Oh boy.
And I was over here in your building for 18 months
Mhm.
every day.
Mhm.
And literally we had sometimes 120 kids, school age kids.
Yes.
Because the school district that should have gone back to first went in last,
Mhm.
and we had our own little school here, and
Yeah.
it was crazy,
Yeah,
Shelley.
it was a lot. That was a lot. I'm not
It was
even
a
sure
blur,
how we
right?
went through it. Yeah.
How
Yeah.
did we do it?
I don't know, because those kids, boy, and thank God for Dan. Thank God for Daniel, because I'll never forget a child being underneath the table. And I was like, come on, we're going to do it's time for
Math
recess
now.
or PE. I don't know. I was just trying to get her out of there. And he just bends down for probably 10 minutes and sits there and talks to her. And then
I
finally she
know,
climbs
the
out.
patience.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah.
so many behaviors
Uh-huh.
that just came alive and well
Yeah.
during
Mhm.
COVID, and it's because we had kids 24/7.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
were like, wow,
Mhm.
we had so much appreciation for teachers
Yeah.
after that
Yes.
time, didn't we? It was
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
illuminating to us. At the same time, going through COVID, we saw so much mental health
Mhm.
that
Oh, yes.
we were not aware of,
Mhm.
that I think was masked.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we were just in this honeymoon period,
Mhm.
because you saw people at their best, but it brought out a lot
Yeah.
to the forefront, Shelley.
Right.
And we were able to develop a whole mental behavior health team, that you now have people on your team
Yeah.
that we never had qualified qualifications, I mean,
Right.
that are in your team now. And would you have thought that?
No, and I actually love it. And one of the biggest things that we're doing right now with the behavioral health team that I just love is that if there is somebody, even in the house, emergency service, but especially program, and they do need a little bit of a different, like individual plan, which we give them anyway. But even behaviorally, if they need that mentally, mental
Yes.
illness, then actually John, he just is willing to come over and sit down and chat with me. And then the whole team, we email each other and we just come up with a plan for this person.
Yeah.
And we've done it now like about 3 times and,
And
it's
it's worked.
worked really well.
It's amazing.
Really well. Mhm.
Amazing contribution that's
Yeah.
brought.
Mhm.
You know, Shelley, we have been praying in staff. We literally this summer had to say no room in the inn.
Mhm.
We did.
Yes.
Because we could not provide quality care. We
No.
had so many holes in our team, and the need was so great.
Right.
And I'll never forget, it felt like a desert. I had called every women's director that I knew in church ministry
Mhm.
and said, are you interested? Do you know anybody like you?
Yeah.
We are desperate for a discipleship counselor,
Mhm.
because you and I both know that it's the personal relationship with Jesus
Yes.
and God's word illuminating in people's lives that transforms the heart
Right.
and the mind. And finally, after all those calls and prayers, I had one person that was interested, and she has a tremendous testimony of how God has delivered her from addiction, but worked for us back in the 90s, and then went to Oklahoma with her family, came back, worked for us a little bit part-time, but then went to caregive for her father-in-law,
Mhm.
and now is coming back to you to work part-time as
Right.
our discipleship counselor.
Mhm.
And we are so blessed.
Oh yeah.
And you
Yeah.
have another lady that total lived experience, actually came here escaping domestic violence, was in our Lydia house, no,
Mhm.
in our family center,
Oh,
our
okay.
family center. And you guys recently interviewed her for a case manager position.
Yep.
And she lived in our family center with her 3 children,
Yeah.
went through our Journey to Work program, worked for us.
Mhm.
Then God called her, and she's been in other organizations getting amazing experience.
Oh yeah.
And
A
now
lot of
God's
experience.
calling her home,
Yeah.
back to the Lydia
Uh-huh.
house where it
Yeah.
all started,
Yeah.
to share her testimony with people
Yeah.
about her lived experience. But it's more than
Mhm.
that, because she has all this experience and resources and
Mhm.
knowledge to
Right.
bring to the team.
Agree.
And
Yeah.
it's just, God is really bringing some really awesome people to
Yeah.
our team.
Yeah, we've had really good. We've got some really good family support workers that we've hired from the community, and they're doing amazing. They're really good hard workers, really learning and want to learn.
Yeah.
And just soaking it in.
Yeah. And
Uh-huh.
I said to you today, I said, Shelley, is there anybody that is in our alumni that maybe would like to come back and be part of our team here at the Open Door Mission? And because our men's team just keep recruiting from their graduates because they have this aftercare program that we're going to start in 2026 for our ladies, and then you're going to have a pool just like they do. Fill positions.
That's good.
Won't that be amazing?
Yeah, that will be really good.
Shelley, is there any questions that you wish I would have asked you on the bench about Lydia House, about you?
I don't think so.
What about me? What could I answer for you?
Well, I was not prepared. I'm sorry.
You're getting a brand new hospitality center right across the street.
Yeah.
And your women will no longer have to enter the men's center to eat a meal.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think that's really good. I think because there's some, that have had nothing but trauma in that domestic violence.
And even
nothing
though
but
this is a
issues,
safe therapeutic, there's staff present.
Yeah.
It's just the feeling.
Yeah.
Of it.
Yeah. And a lot of them don't come eat here.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
And
the best part is they're going to come out your back gate, come across the sidewalk, and be inside this fabulous hospitality center.
Yeah.
That is going to be warm and welcoming. Also, chapel will be there. So again, not having to enter the men's center to go to meals, go to chapel, go to graduation.
Yeah.
Neutral ground.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah. They're going to love it.
Yeah,
I'm
it
excited
really
too.
is.
That's great.
I really appreciate you, Shelley, coming in and being part of the bench and just being able to be authentic and genuine and sincere. And, the best is yet to come.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
Yeah.
I do. I see the lives that are changed every day at Lydia House. And we just keep getting better.
Yeah.
Really.
I agree.
Better.
Yeah, I agree.
And just when you think that, wow, this is awesome, something else happens that's even better. I just love, I get to teach a Bible study on Monday nights, and it could be sometimes 2 ladies or it could be 20 ladies. You just don't know because life is messy.
Yeah.
I have no idea how many women are going to show up, but we announce before I know you do this for all your volunteers, but they make a couple of announcements that ladies Bible study is available in the classroom and so forth. And it's just some of the people that I've spoke to, just amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing interactions that these women and hearing their stories and getting to share God's word and pray together has just been amazing.
Yeah.
And you get to have that every day. So I'm jealous.
Right. Well, sometimes I'll look at them and think, I don't even know how you're standing.
Yeah.
Let alone here just,
doing
working or or just, I don't know, my world being normal.
Amen.
It's really great.
Well, I'm going to pray for you, Shelley, because you're going to have a fabulous day.
I am.
Because you have a fabulous couple that's moving into, that is a joyous
super
day,
exciting.
isn't it?
Yeah.
For when people get to move into their own place. And,
Yeah.
And, who knows who will come across your path today?
Yeah.
Only God.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
That's
pray.
great.
Heavenly Father, I just lift up my sister in Christ to you and thank you that you've called her here for this very moment in leadership. And Lord, she manages amazingly well, has a great team, and every day they get to love on the unlovable and the untouchable that come through the door at the Open Door Missions Lydia House. And it's not easy. We are working with many women and children and families that, Lord, are broken and hurt. And Lord, they just lash out at people, not because it's anything personal, because of their hurt. But these are precious souls that you've called us to love. And we're going to love them to you. We're going to love them right to the foot of the cross. And Lord, I thank you that Shelley leads with her heart. She gives second chances and sometimes third and many others. And Lord, it's just exciting for what you have in store for the Lydia House ministry, because although we're coming and embarking on 70 years, the best is yet to come. It's beyond 70 years. And Lord, I pray for Shelley and the divine appointments that she'll have today. And I thank you that we have this wonderful ministry to women and families because of the generosity of the community. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Well, we've been talking with Shelley and having this great opportunity to have genuine, authentic relationships. And it is exciting that I am going to transition over here, Shell.
Okay.
And I'm going to see you later.
Okay. Thank you.
Jenny.
Good morning.
Happy National Homeless Day.
Thank you.
It seems like I just saw you when I was ushering Pastor Adam and his beautiful family into the holiday reveal party.
Yes.
Are you warm enough? Because I have blankets.
Yes, no, I'm very good. Thank
You're
you.
good? Well, I have to say, you look especially pretty today.
Trying.
You look really,
I need to
I
step
mean,
up for
you're
this event,
chipper.
so
I mean,
got
you're
some
making
coffee
me
on
feel,
board. No, you look
I
great.
feel pretty impressed that you dressed up for me.
Trying.
You know, Jenny is our
Yes.
volunteer director, and that is no small area of our ministry, Jenny. I mean, you came in at a time where, as a leader, I was struggling with retention and struggling with recruitment. And we were coming off post COVID and trying to figure out how can we win back our volunteers. And it continues to be a challenge with volunteers. But we're not alone. We hear that all the time. And I'm so glad that we're taking moments to have this conversation about volunteers, because we are not sustainable without volunteers on our ministry. We really are not, Jenny. We can't do it without them. It doesn't matter how big we build the ark, how many programs we offer. It's just not sustainable without volunteers in all our areas of ministry. But God has given you a vision as well. And you are building a team of new volunteer directors and coordinators, administrators, with a new culture and a new real outlook when it comes to volunteers. And we just are coming off of this holiday reveal party where people could come and hear about all the holiday season. But people can make a difference 365, 24/7 if they want to here at the Open Door Mission. I want to start by saying Celebration Carnival was amazing.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, Celebration Carnival is this annual event where we are collecting the new clothing. First and foremost, the new clothing always goes to Lydia House and Men's Center. But we have such an abundance, being blessed, that we can collect that for this event, and the children are able to get new clothing for back to school. So we have this warehouse over here. We line it up.
You make it nicer than Watley World.
Yes. And so we also have the fun festivities of a carnival event. And a lot of our families don't get to have that kind of pre-family fun. But I think the real heart of it is being able to connect with our community members, being able to bless them in that way. So yes, we had about over 300 volunteers that day. And that's, like you said, I think our volunteers are the life force behind the scenes to make that happen.
We served over 1,600 people that
Yes,
day.
yes.
And when you talk about the carnival games and the free clothing, we also fed them.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of hot dogs, Jenny. Because let's be honest, people didn't eat just one hot dog.
No.
And neither did we.
Right.
But it was fun. It was fun,
Yes,
and
fun
people were thrilled. I'll never forget people leaving with their little bags, and they were just so grateful for those items for their children. And that's one thing that we see throughout our campus is gratitude. And that our volunteers, and I'm going to just walk us through the different areas of our ministry so you can share different areas that people can volunteer at, because there is something for everyone. Don't you believe that, Jenny?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is, could we talk about Friends of the Mission first? That's our
Sure.
volunteer club.
Sure.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So Friends of the Mission Volunteer Club. It happens monthly, and it's kind of like a committee type feel where there's like a president of this group of people that are top supporters. And so they're coming monthly, and we're sharing with them kind of ways that they can get plugged in, what's been happening in this last month. And then they do a service project. There is a testimony portion. They're connected to what's happening in the development team. And as I said, top supporters, they come back regularly. And
They're advocates for us in the community.
And that's so powerful, the word of mouth, which we can get into a little bit later as far as, volunteering and what's so special about what's happening here, the experience. And I know you said something earlier about the life force. And I was thinking about this on the way here on my drive, is that you and I, Candace, we get to be paid to do this work we love.
Yeah.
But the thing that's so special about volunteers is there's something in their hearts, a desire to make a difference.
And they keep coming
And
back.
to keep coming back. And I find that you said we're building a team. Our team is really focusing on our core values and how that we can invite people into this kingdom cultivation.
Yeah.
To bring that warm welcome and to have people continue coming back as far as being volunteers.
Mhm.
So, but yes, Friends of the Mission.
And we want them to feel like they're part of our
Yes, yes.
values. We're in the rescue, redeem, restore, rebuild.
Mhm.
And those are all things that our volunteers do when they're here.
Yes, and you're saying the Celebration Carnival.
Yeah.
I was looking for photos recently, and my team captured one in particular of a volunteer, just with the community, came in, maybe a new person, maybe, they looked more younger, and they were praying with a family right outside of, getting the new clothing. Children's head were bowed, the elderly gentleman, everybody was holding hands, and it was such a powerful image. I included it in my PowerPoint for the Friends of the Mission, because for me, that's more of what the heart of what's happening here.
Yeah.
And even that day with, the clothing and the fun festivities, but that right there was a picture of the heart of what's happening, in a volunteer
I think that's
capacity.
so important because here at the Open Door Mission, we get to meet a lot of people's physical needs, but that opens the door to part of meeting those spiritual needs where we see true healing and transformation happen. Did you ever think, Jenny, that you would be able to combine your life experience, your education, your spiritual gifts, and your natural abilities to be in full-time ministry?
No, I am continually in awe of where the Spirit's been leading me, and how He's able to work through me if I get out of His way.
Yeah.
So I'm very blessed to be here. It is, it's a very special place where you can really feel God at work.
And I feel as a leader that we're super blessed because many of us are getting older, and yet God is rising up leaders amongst our team. And it's so assuring to know that we are celebrating 70 years next week. And this is so much bigger than that because it's beyond the first 70 years. When you think about the volunteer experiences, there goes our first school bus of the morning, picking up kids, 6:36, Jenny.
Yes. I was wondering when the sunshine's coming up.
I know.
I was
When does
gonna-
the sun rise? But we talked about Friends of the Mission
Yes.
and their advocacy. I want to pop over to Lydia House.
Yeah.
You have some great opportunities for people to be involved in children's ministry here on the first and third Saturdays of the month. Tell us what that looks like.
Yes, so the first and third Saturdays, we kind of have a child watch program for different age groups. So we start with the littles, so the baby buddies, toddlers, Kid Zone, more of like your 4 to 12-ish, and then we have a teen scene. And this is a really helpful type volunteer experience for our parents here, where they
Yes.
can have just a tiny bit of a break, just maybe a little time for themselves. Maybe they would like to take a nap. Maybe they want to tidy the apartment, and they know their children are safe just down the hall. If there's anything
And I think
that they
that's
need.
important, what you
Oh,
said, Jenny, because 50% of our women and children are victims of domestic violence. So their support system is non-existent outside the Lydia House. They're rebuilding.
Right.
And so for your team to come in and have trained volunteers to love on their children, it allows them to have this confidence that I can actually go and have a shower, do my laundry, pop into the GED Learning Center. I could even take a nap and know my children are cared for well.
Right. So nice.
Yeah. When we come over to the hospitality center, which this is pretty exciting, you're going to have a brand new volunteer hub times 2. Because the volunteer hub number 1 is going to be in the hospitality center. So you have a brand new training area, which I'm super excited about. I have wanted to offer classes on all kinds of social issues, but never really had the space.
Right.
So we're going to have that opportunity to start that ministry there, but also, do volunteer orientation and all those things, have a break room for volunteers, have offices for our volunteer team. And so that's the first volunteer hub. And right behind it is the new volunteer hub going in Elkhorn, and which is going to be able to accommodate 1,000 volunteers at one time, which is amazing. It's hard to believe. But that's where, you got to go where the magic is, right? But all of this is happening so quickly. But right now, you have a huge need in the kitchen getting ready for the holidays. But it's every day. It's not just at Thanksgiving. Tell us what goes on in the kitchen.
Yeah, I like to kind of categorize my types of volunteer experiences. And so I would say that the kitchen is an essential operations type volunteer activity. So every day, Monday through Sunday, we're serving hot meals. It's kind of a good shift if you're just getting your feet wet with volunteering, because it's very regular. You show up, you bring your smile, you bring your open heart, and you are connecting with people, which I think is a really important part of being a volunteer, is relationship building. You get to have that opportunity to connect. But as far as upcoming things in the kitchen, so you had mentioned the holiday reveal party, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. So that was last night.
And your opportunities are going live today.
Yes, today. Yeah. Anyone want to
on
get
World
up early?
Homeless Day?
Yeah. Join me. So last night we actually just kind of had a kickoff to talk about the season of the holidays and ways that people can get plugged in. And in the kitchen are some of our top
coveted.
I was going to say coveted, but I was
it's true.
People,
let's be honest.
So get in there, early, so that you have your place secured. But we do brunches and banquets, and this is kind of a really special time where we're serving people at table. So we take their orders, we're loving on them, we are asking
not
them,
cafeteria style.
No, we're asking their preferences. In fact, I think our first kickoff of a brunch is our Thanksgiving Day brunch, and it's going to be omelets as well.
It's our great Thanksgiving brunch, and it is ready-to-make omelets.
Yes.
Have you been here for that event?
I did Easter with omelets.
Okay,
so.
28 omelet stations, and our guests will not leave. They will wait for that omelet.
For that beautiful omelet.
Yes.
And the volunteers, they sign up for that, and so just the fun, the magic of creating the own little omelet. It's just there's a sense of joy.
It is a really fun event.
Yeah.
And we'll even let you wear your turkey costume.
Yes.
You can wear your turkey hat, wear your Thanksgiving apron. It is fun. At Christmas, we'll even let you wear your ugly sweater. You might want to wear an ugly t-shirt because it is hot moving around.
You'll be moving.
And it is banquet style, like you mentioned. There's so much dignity in this is the holidays, and so we're going to take your order and we're going to deliver it to you.
Right.
You just can sit back and relax. You're not going to go through cafeteria style. You're not going to do this with carrying all this food like every day is. And I think it's just, we want to create just an awesome experience for you, because who signs up to experience homelessness on the holidays?
Yes, this is a critical time of their life where we can pour into them, and just it's wonderful. And families can come.
We are family friendly.
It's one of my favorite things about our volunteer experiences is a lot of places are limited in that aspect that we
hear that a lot.
Families can show that role modeling, start young with how do we care for people in these hard times of their life, and you make it normal. And I think that really just is raising up leaders that have more compassion and know how to take care of our community.
And Jenny, we're both mothers, and so for me, my children have grown up here at the mission. Born here, raised here. They're best napkin passer outers, and then they got to work the dishwasher. Oh, that was a big thing. And then they got to do pots and pans because there's this big nozzle that comes down and they spray it. Then they got to drive a forklift and all these things. And I really believe that it's habit forming to teach volunteerism. So we used to come as a family and volunteer in the kitchen. We would be over here at board. That's where I got to be the Candyland expert player on board game night. And now I see, my children all giving back as a young adult. Tonight, even tonight, Daniel, my youngest, came over after he was down here downtown Omaha, brought us all something to drink and eat, popped on here, and told us about how, going out with me speaking and talking to large groups about volunteering as a kid has made him give back. It is a habit. It is part of our character. And I have 4 kids that not only love here comes our second school bus. And it's 6:44. And they love Jesus, they love others, and they give back to the community. Every one of them are volunteers. And it started right here at the Open Door Mission by them volunteering, giving out napkins in the food service line. When you think about the Timberlake Outreach Center and the fact that we serve over 26,000 families, I know this is overwhelming, Jenny. And they can come once every 30 days to supplement their income, or if they're a senior, twice. There's just not enough staff. And this is a lot of volunteers making this happen, Jenny. This is stocking the shelves, not just with food items, but with household items and toys and and the clothing. And this is a huge operation by the volunteer department.
Yes, a great feat. So shoppers come, as you were saying, Wednesday through Saturday. And in the Timberlake Outreach Center, it's so it's spread out enough that we
26,000 square feet.
We can have those larger groups of volunteers, and it's just wonderful because we can split them up in the ways that we need. But we can do 30, 60. Gosh, that on good days we have hundreds of volunteers here on campus at once, and we're
day of caring,
going and getting them all over, doing fruitful activities. But in the Timberlake Outreach Center. It's kind of fast-paced with our community members. We recently had installed the appointment times, and now we're kind of doing a hybrid where folks can come on a certain time, but then we also have in the afternoons more of an open
Some
time.
people love the appointment.
It's kind of a little bit for everybody, right?
And so all the mornings are appointments, and then the afternoons are, come and you'll have to stand in line, but people love that.
They like that flexibility.
They do. They like that flexibility. You guys in the volunteer department have made some of the systems more efficient. Right now, I think they are wrapping the linens and and those kind of things. And that's your team coming up with, hey, we can do this more efficiently and finding these ways. But it's your volunteers that are figuring this out of how we can get the product out faster. And because we don't want it in a box, we really don't, Jenny. We also have opportunities for people to be teachers in our classes for life skills and our 12-step meetings. Chapel teams. I had a gentleman tonight from Pastor McQueen from Fremont, who is Liberty Baptist Church, and he brings his whole family to chapel. And it's just amazing. He actually is taking the place of a man in his church who's been coming for 30 years. Howard Moran, and he's now retired to be closer to family. And Howard was so committed to chapel, he recruited Pastor McQueen to take his place so that it didn't go without somebody there sharing the gospel at 7:00 on their night.
Gosh, and that's another thing that just people inspire me as well, just with their passions and their drive and being that unpaid workforce, but for the kingdom, just for God's glory. But you're saying
Elkhorn's going to look different for you in 2026. We've got a building that will be 3 times the size of the Timberlake Outreach Center, and it's mostly volunteer hub. There's going to be stations actually set up that never are disembarked. Right now, we can't do that, Jenny.
No.
We have to use every space 2 or 3 times. And so now we will literally have a feminine product area where all the products come in and an assembly line is there to make it. School sack lunches, school supplies. There's I think 8 different stations that volunteers can literally come in and that they're already we're going to work. We're
Right.
making this
This is
happen.
how it goes.
And then it comes to the Z-Racks. Yes, the Z-Racks, where we hang up the clothes. We're only going to touch things once, Jenny. This is a dream come true.
Yay.
And so it's going to come in the door.
Yes.
Somebody's going to look at it, and it's either going to be good enough to wear, which
Mm-hmm.
means it goes on the rack, or it's going to go in the bale.
Yep.
And we're going to sell that for textiles to support our mission.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that efficiency is one of the things that you love and dream about
Yes,
too.
I do.
Me, yeah, and I love that about you. I really do, because you are a detailed person, and you're also relational too. I mean, and so God is just giving you this combination of a little bit of everything. But you are detailed, and you do think about efficiencies. And just so you see us doing this, it's not because
Yeah,
we're waving at each other.
it's
It's the mosquitoes. Not sure where they came from.
I know, I didn't want to eat that one. So.
Yeah. And but I think that the volunteer hub is going to be exciting in Elkhorn because
is
the
very
city
exciting.
keeps moving farther and farther away from us. And I hear this from volunteers all the time that, Candace, I don't want to drive an hour to work 2 hours to drive an hour home. I could literally give you 4 hours of my time in Elkhorn,
Right.
but we've outgrown our space there.
Mhm.
And we don't have the space in Elkhorn, Jenny.
Mhm.
So I think that's really exciting for us. When you think about 2026, because we can't really do that much different, we're going to survive these holidays. No, we're not going to survive. We're going to thrive.
We're gonna thrive.
We're going to thrive, especially through Toy and Joy. Last year, you served a little over 2,300 families that chose 10 to 12 items for their children. The numbers look like it'll be closer to 3,000
Right,
with what we're
increasing,
seeing right
yeah.
now. But what do you see in the future in the volunteer department? Because I know you're a visionary. I know you dream.
Yeah, good question. Oh, all the ideas. You said earlier a good point. Right now, we've been really building up our team, and I'm so thankful for each one of the people that are coming together to do volunteer services. So I think that's where we've started, and getting that really strong, so pouring into them so they can pour into others. That's been kind of this year. And so this next year, I really am looking forward to building strategic communication plans, partnering with development team, just making things more cohesive. I'm consider myself a bridge builder. You know, you said relationally, but also strategically, and really excited with, you know, even as you said, this tangible physical space that we can dream in. We can thinking about this training room or doing orientations. That kind of piques my curiosity, and I just start kind of planning and dreaming. And so I'm excited about what we're going to do as a leadership team and how we're going to take this to the next level, how we're going to love on our guests and students and also our volunteers, volunteer appreciation program, and making it
which you
so
guys
it's
did a
one thing
great
after the other. You know, it makes sense and it's not spotty. You know, it's,
Yeah. Not to interrupt you, but
Go ahead.
your volunteer appreciation was awesome. You know, April is volunteer month,
Mhm.
and you guys honored volunteers and did some really neat things with
Oh,
them.
yeah.
And it was really fun to see the different pictures and those type of things with our volunteers. And we really do love our volunteers. And
Yes.
you have valued volunteers, and they come once a month. No, once a week.
Yeah.
Sorry. And what a blessing.
What a blessing.
I
That
mean,
commitment and relationships they have.
We have some volunteers that donate 30 to 40 hours a week of their time. Amazing. Jenny, what would you say to someone who's sitting on the fence about volunteering?
Give it a whirl. Give us a try. You're going to find the rewards are more than you even imagined. I think that's one of my favorite things is sometimes people are voluntold to come, or, you know, they came by osmosis, but just watching their eyes light up, making these connections, and like, wow, they say to me, like, I didn't know it was like this. I didn't know you're doing all these things down here, and just watching that little fire kind of start in them is wonderful. And so another thing I say is, like, you don't have to have any kind of special skill sets. You just come as you are with a willingness and an open heart, and you're going to be changed if you're open. You know, this is going to be work that'll move through you.
Yeah. Jenny, I think that the best is yet to come in the volunteer department. It's
I
super
agree.
exciting. We had a little over 14,000 volunteers that gave of their time
Yes.
in 2024. It'll be exciting to see where we end up in 2025. You've had a new software system that we've invested in, good and bad with it.
Aren't they all?
Technology is great when it works, but we're getting there with it. And we're actually getting volunteers to sign in, and we're counting their hours, and we are getting to build these relationships with our volunteers and through the software and things like that. And so it's exciting. I want to thank you for coming in early today.
Thank you for having me.
And I know that you may have heard Jenny talk about some of the volunteer opportunities, and she would love to give you a tour. You can contact Jenny here at the Open Door Mission, Jay Campbell at opendoormission.org. Logan's going to have that in the chat feed. You can also visit opendoormission.org and click on the volunteer button, and you can see all the wonderful things plus more that Jenny has talked about this evening. We even got some new volunteer opportunities. We're having a wonderful booth at the CHI Holiday Boutique, and some people do like talking to other people and passing out things. We had a fabulous group of volunteers that wrapped gifts at Cabela's for us, and so there is something for everyone, and so we want to encourage you to make a difference and to join us here at the Open Door Mission. We always say that if you donate 2 hours a month, just 2 hours a month, that's 2 hours for 12 months. That's 24 hours. That's one day that you have donated to the community out of 365 towards breaking the cycle of homeless and poverty. And if you can hear that dinging, that's our fabulous safety door in our dining room that oftentimes we shut it off because the women are coming and going for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And of course, people are intrigued. We're out here in the dark with lots of lights, and they're thinking, what is going on here? And so here comes another bus. Jenny, I think that's like our 5th bus. And that is so exciting. Is there anything you wish I would have asked you this morning?
Oh gosh. No, I think that this is it's been good. Thank you for this conversation and shedding light on the topics that are important to our community. So,
is there anything that you'd like me to ask me about, Jenny? Is there anything that you'd like me to share about, or you're like, I wonder what Candace thinks about this?
Well, Candace, you have so many passions. What would you say is your top one? What is your why? That you have continued this work. 30 years, it's amazing. We've seen so much growth, and God's used your driving capability. We're talking about a hospitality center. This building behind me, I know that was something that through some of your leadership and God, that's possible. So, what is it that keeps you coming back, and what is your drive?
For me, my 1-year commitment became a lifeline calling. And I really, truly believe this is a calling that God placed on my life to serve those that are experiencing homelessness and poverty. And part of that calling is to empower others. And I have enjoyed and have been truly fulfilled in investing in others. And I'm getting to see the fruit of that now, not just in people that have experienced homelessness and poverty, but in seeing that in my staff, seeing that through volunteers and partners. And that has been amazingly fulfilling for me. And if we were done today, I would be okay. But I'm not. No. And God's given me a vision for quite a bit more. I read a book recently called Lost in Transition. And the world tells us that everybody retires at 65. Everybody's done, we're done. And I really have struggled with that because I've never seen that in the Bible. Never. And so where do you find peace in that? And where do you find when the world tells you that's what you should do and that's what should happen? But on the other side, God's giving you all of this fulfillment and this vision, and he keeps, giving you the drive and the energy and to do that. So I've kind of come to a peace that, I'll be done when he tells me I'm done, but for now, I'm just going to get up every day and I'm going to serve him and do what he's called me to do. And he's going to equip me as long as I'm obedient. But that's a great question,
Thank you
Jenny.
for sharing.
Thanks
That
for
was good to
asking.
know.
You're going to have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you.
I'm going over to the bench, another bench.
All right.
All right. Hey, friends. How are you, Joseph?
I'm doing great. Yourself?
Chrissy?
Good.
Do you need a little blankie to keep you warm this morning? Here we go. Get you all settled. Don't they look cozy and cute over here? It's so fun. I had to put my coat on. And so, are you cold, Joe?
I am not.
Do you need it? The interesting part about conversations on a bench and live is you get to see everything. And so it's been simply amazing. One of my board members made a fun of my bench. They said, Candace, that's a very cushy bench you got there. And I said, well, Perry, you sit on the bench for 24 hours.
Right.
I just found out recently that my peers in these 70 other cities book nap times. Nap times.
I heard that earlier.
What is that? I guess I didn't. That's what you get for not reading the book. But obviously, my producer over here, Jason, didn't read the book either because he didn't tell me about nap time either.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I really am. I probably need to have a new set of clothes eventually. I thought maybe, and it's funny because my new set of clothes look exactly like these clothes. So nobody's going to know they changed because every day, actually, one of the kids at the Lydia house, I was coming to Bible study and I had been out speaking. So I was in a suit. And they said, Miss Candace, you don't have your uniform on. And I was like, my uniform. But it's my gray shirt that has the embroidered house and black dress pants. And I never thought about it. I do wear a uniform every day.
So do I. This is mine.
Yeah, every day. It's great, right? You don't have to think about it.
Yep,
It's every
it's
day.
nice.
I'm going to put my black dress pants on. I've got 5 black dress pants. I've got 5 gray shirts, and away we go.
Nice.
And it's great.
Yeah.
Well, if you are tuning in this morning, getting ready for work or maybe school, maybe you're making breakfast, perhaps you are having a bubble bath this morning. I'm not really sure. You're not tuning in for 24 solid hours, but this is going to be recorded and you'll be able to go back and visit YouTube or Facebook Live, and you'll be able to view some of the interviews that we've been having. It's conversations on a bench in 70 cities with 70 CEOs. It's authentic conversations. It's having some genuine relationships about social issues, solutions, about the Open Door mission. It's talking about changing maybe people's perception, one conversation at a time, because I really do believe that lives are changed one person at a time. I believe that we can inspire hope in other people. We can spark change. I know that we are revealing the impact of not only God's work, but the work in our community through collaborative efforts. The goal is really simple, yet it's powerful. My goal was to shine the light on homeless and poverty, the challenges that surround it, and to highlight remarkable efforts being done in collaborative efforts. And yes, to address those issues, but invite you to join the conversation. You can literally, until 2 o'clock today on World Homeless Day, be part of our audience. I was shocked when I started today at 2 p.m. that people were here having their coffee, a bottle of water, eating snacks. And we're here pretty much until 9 and 10 o'clock. We even had one of our ladies stay till 1 o'clock in the morning listening. And so that has been really interesting to me, that we've had audience members who've been not only our guests, but volunteers and partners in the community. I've also been overwhelmed with gratitude that many of our team members have been willing to change their work schedule to be able to come in and be part of conversations on a bench. I've had 2 of our partners, Joy with Scattered Joy Acres, came in the middle of the night with her animals that she uses for animal therapy to talk to us about her ministry and why she comes to the Open Door mission for animal therapy. Beautiful Gate, Heidi came one of your friends.
Mm-hmm.
We had a great visit on
I
the
can't
bench.
wait to watch it.
It was amazing, and it was just really a divine appointment.
Good.
But anywho, it is morning, right?
Very early. Yes.
Is it? It's morning, right? And because I'm like, okay, do I refer to it as being night, evening, morning?
It's morning.
Because the time just runs together.
Yeah.
But I get to visit. I'm so grateful. Grateful because my husband and I are in full-time ministry together. When I came to the Open Door Mission, Steve was here first. And since then, we've had a family, and he became the primary caregiver for our children. So I got to say some things, ladies, you only dream about, like, honey, what's for supper and what have you been doing all day? But Chrissy and Joseph are here in full-time ministry and in totally different areas of ministry. And that's unique in itself. But I'm going to start a little bit with Joseph and a little bit about your story.
Sure.
And actually, I wrote down a note because, Joe, you've been on our podcast before.
I have.
And I thought, you know what? People are going to be listening and they're going to think, wow, that is just a snippet of your story. And I want to let you know that if you want to hear more about Joe's story, that you can literally go on to Spotify or Apple or our website, and you can literally listen to Joseph's podcast. And I believe it's podcast number 4. Does that sound right?
No, it's number 7. I thought we were in
Yeah,
4.
you are 7.
I've listened to it many times.
Episode 7. It is. It is episode 7. Thank you, Chrissy.
Yep.
Joseph, tell me how you ended up walking through the doors of the Open Door Mission.
So I suffer from a drug and alcohol addiction, or at least I did suffer from it. I was in Arizona at in the depths of my addiction, and I was on the streets for the first time in my life, sleeping on the sidewalks, sleeping in tents of people that I met, and I needed to do something different. So I ended up coming to Omaha. I knew about Open Door Mission. I walked through the doors, and right away I was greeted with open arms. While I was there, I was there for about a week before I actually realized there was a recovery program here, and I joined it. I was ready to do anything. If I can be honest, when I first got here, I was not a believer in Christ.
Joseph, when you walk through the doors, how did you end up from Arizona to here? Like that, I mean, that in itself, we're in the middle of the States.
So
I just have to ask.
Short clip of it is when I was in Arizona, I was riding on a bus, and I just heard this voice in my head one night, and it said, it said, Joseph, you need to go home, and you need to learn to love yourself. Now, I'm originally from Arizona. I've been to 48 states, lived in 13, but the only place I ever really called home was Omaha. And this voice kept on telling me, you need to go home and you need to learn to love yourself. Now, again, I wasn't a believer. I didn't know if it was, the drugs in my
hallucination.
Yeah, right.
What's going on here?
But I was willing to follow that voice and try something different. And I got on a bus the very next day.
You obviously were sick and tired of being sick
Oh,
and
yeah.
tired, or you wouldn't have got on that bus.
Right. It was a 3-day trip out here. So by the time I got out here, I was coming down off of alcohol and a few other different substances. And the day I walked through the doors was my sober date, January 14th of 2022. Again, I came through the doors, open arms, learned about the recovery program.
Did this, experiencing homelessness and living on the streets is one thing, but then submitting yourself to authority and guidelines, totally different thing. And when you entered the doors of the Open Door Mission, how did you know that you wanted to even join the New Life Recovery Program, Joseph? Like, was that something that was introduced to you? Did you hear people talking about it? Like, or did you say, that's not for me?
Well, I heard people talking about it. I saw, students walking back and forth from the chapel, and I knew I needed some kind of recovery program. once I found out it was Christian, I honestly almost left the ODM.
Yeah.
But God has a way of showing you what you need to see right at that moment. And mine was a number, which was 1111. And it's something that's been in my life, been a part of my life since I was little. I always thought it was something special for me. I'd see it on signs, license plates, addresses, the
Just
time.
noticing it.
Right. And it hit me all the time, but I never thought it was God. So once I found out it was a Christian program, I almost left. I started looking on the walls.
Not for me.
I started looking on the walls.
Jesus loves me is in the front
Right.
door.
I started looking on the walls for somewhere else to go, and the first thing that I saw was the address to
Phone number.
what's that?
Wasn't the phone number?
No, it was the address to Douglas County. I forget what it was, but the address was 1111.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, all right. At this point, I'm like, okay, the universe wants me to stay here.
Yeah.
So I joined the program, and I fought God for quite a while I was in it, but I wanted to change wholeheartedly. And so I grasped onto the 12 steps and the psychological aspect of addiction. And, that's where John Lindsay was very awesome. He teaches great classes on, CBT and
Relapse prevention.
Yeah.
He does so much in making it down to our level. I want to say my level, because there's just so much in that when it comes to the addiction and genetics and the chemical imbalances. And the Mayo Clinic is now sharing with us that it's, a 5-year process for our brain even to heal, from all of the abuse that and the trauma that we put it through.
So once I got into the program, church was mandatory. I found a church that I actually enjoyed going to, even though I wasn't a believer. I would always walk away with taking something away from it.
Uplifting.
Mm-hmm. And then I heard one thing in church where it made me think, like, is that really all I really need to do is just get down on my knees and pray? So I prayed for a sign from God, something specific, something with the 1111, but not just the time or an address or anything, something that I couldn't deny. The very next day, I met with George Akers, our discipleship counselor, and I was telling him about my 1111 experience, and he started laughing, and I'm like, what's so funny? He said, my birthday is 1111. And it was from there on that I knew that God has been a part of my life, my whole life.
Yeah. He was just waiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once I started opening my heart and my mind to God and getting into the Bible, the 12 steps and biblical principles just came together perfectly. It all made sense. And, I just took off from there. I got baptized May 1st of 2022. So that's one of my new birthdays.
Yeah.
And, it's just been a blessing ever since.
When you think back, Joseph, and I know that you've cleaned up some stuff from your past, and it's just amazing. It really is the integrity that in how you've approached all of this in your redemption story. And then along comes Chrissy. And Chrissy, why didn't you run for the hills, girl?
Honestly, so we started talking on a Christian dating app.
Yeah. Which I have a disclaimer here.
Uh-huh.
My brother-in-law has been free entertainment for me for the last 30. I've been married, almost 30 years, and most of that he's been single. And then at the age of 50, he met the love of his life on a Christian dating app.
Yeah.
And it's all history after that. But
I didn't think it would work. He was one of the first guys I talked to on there, but so we were talking, and he sent me his podcast to kind of like tell me about his past or whatever. And honestly, it was
it like listen to the podcast, and if you still want to talk to me, let me know.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. And I could just tell the sincerity and that he was
What did
actually
you think,
a
Joe?
changed
Did you think
man.
I'll probably never hear from this chick again?
It was a 50-50. like we were texting for a while, and we started getting into questioning of our past and everything. I'm like, how do I text all this? I'm like, you know what? Give a link to my podcast.
And so, yeah, I just
What
won
did you
his.
think after you heard the podcast? Now, everybody listening is going to want to go and hear this podcast
very
now
good
because
one,
this
yeah.
was Chrissy's introduction to Joseph. And so, podcast number 7, you can go to Coffee with Candace by Open Door Mission on Spotify, Apple Podcast, or on the Open Door Mission website. So you did listen to the podcast.
I listened to it about 3 or 4 times, and I was like, dang, I really like his voice for one. And he honestly just seemed sincere. I could tell that God had changed his life, and we all have a past. I have a past, so then I had to share it with all my family and friends.
And like,
I don't know how happy
like,
he was with that.
This is like, we haven't even got past, first base yet, and
Yeah,
like
we hadn't even met at the time.
Yeah.
No, so I know I just like fell in love. I was like, dang, this guy is.
This might
good.
be it.
Yeah.
That God might be,
Yeah.
bringing me my soulmate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously you knew that you knew, because there was something there that you just don't know how to explain it unless you've experienced it.
Yeah.
Right?
I was just like, I didn't know this was a thing, like possible, like.
Because I can relate. I was a non-committal girl for a long time until I met my husband.
Yeah.
And we started dating. I think our first date, we met in October. We're friends. Started dating in January. Got engaged in April. Got married in August.
That's
And so, but when
we
you know,
did.
you know, right?
Yeah.
A lot has happened because Joe, you graduated the program. You've gone back to school. You're part of this new huge embarkment that we're taking in men's ministry with not just aftercare but next step.
Yeah.
You're actually working on your provisional, I think, LADAC, or I don't know the letters, but
provisional. I should be acquiring that in springtime along with Gary. And it's just something I never imagined that would be possible.
And for us, we are sitting back thinking, God is raising up leaders. This is amazing. God is raising up leaders amongst us to take us to the next level. God had it all planned, and we just had to be obedient. It's been simply amazing. And then along the way, Chrissy, God called you here because it is a calling. I made a 1-year commitment to the Open Door Mission, and it became a lifelong calling. But it is a calling, and you are now in our development department, taking us to a different level that we've never been before, with genuine personal relationships with our volunteers, with our supporters, volunteers too. But
yeah, I love it. I'm super grateful that I found a place here. I was looking for an administrative job, and I actually told Joe, I'm like, if you see anything in Open Door Mission, let me know. And it wasn't very long after that the position came open. I'm like, I'm going.
and we have never had a team like we do now on the 4th floor.
I love our team.
It's you and Kelly are amazing. And I feel like this is where it's like a body of Christ, because you guys are really supporting us, telling our story, and being able to make it personal and genuine, so that the person supporting us is feeling fulfilled in their giving. And it's just really making it, like when you talk about the body of Christ and the arms and the feet and all of that, it's like, this is it. This is where we're going. And you got to go to a conference recently. We had gone to Virtuous a few years ago. It's a software system, and you're coming back and saying, hey, there's even more we can do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's I love the software. It's super exciting. It's weird, like who gets excited about software, but honestly,
numbers. You like all that stuff.
I do. I like all the monotonous, boring stuff.
And you get excited about it.
I do. I really do. I love coming to work, and since we're starting to, ramp up our, personalization and all that stuff with the software, it's like I really get excited to come to work. And
yeah, it's really neat, and it complements what we do here at the Open Door Mission. And when you guys, of course, got married, and you now have a family in Iowa, and drive to work, drive back to work, and we actually get to work faster than the people who don't live in Iowa, I think. I'm over in Trainer. You guys are just a little bit farther than me. But man, some of these suckers are coming all the way from, Wahoo and Gretna and all that.
And
they got
driving
all-
through the traffic.
Yeah,
Right.
it's taking an hour for
Mhm.
them. And it's like, whew, I am not going that direction at all.
Yeah. I like
Um,
living out in the country. It's nice.
Yeah, it is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very relaxing, and it's just been amazing. And for some people listening, I'm talking to Joseph and Chrissy, and you can see their fabulous. Look at their little picture downstairs. Doesn't that look great?
I love
And
that picture.
I love that. And they put together the Men's Center and Donor Database.
Mhm.
Yeah, isn't that? Who would have thought, right?
Right.
Who would have thought? And we've been talking a little bit about life change here and transformation. And both Joseph and Chrissy's lives have been changed. And you guys have a true relationship with Jesus. And that is what you attribute life change to.
Mhm.
And every day, Joe, you get to share that with the men that come into the Open Door Mission. And Chrissy, you have a ministry to the donors that are calling, and you get to talk to them. Joseph, you actually have been in the intake office.
Yes.
What was your first job here first?
Floor support,
Floor support, then intake,
then intake,
then
case manager for the Next Step program.
and aftercare too, right?
Yes.
And so tell me a little bit about what that means to you now as you're getting to work with men who are experiencing homelessness.
So from coming on as floor support to now,
Yeah.
well, first off, when I first came here, I considered myself, I was a scared little putty cat.
Yeah.
I didn't like to talk to people. I was not in any kind of leadership role. Didn't believe in myself all that much. But going through the program brought me up to be that leadership type, like you were just mentioning. Floor support gave me the experience to handle situations on a daily basis that I probably wouldn't have known how to handle in the past. And once I got into the intake coordinator position, that gave me a chance to meet people right where they're at when they're coming in, like I once did.
Yes.
And I've seen a lot of lives change just from that position, having them come in, some of them joining the program, watching them graduate, and even some of them becoming staff afterwards. And now as the Next Step aftercare case manager, it's a new position. I've been part of helping to develop it, which is just amazing. But that's designed to help our recent graduates get more of a soft transition into the community, to where they can utilize the tools and experience that they learned from the New Life Recovery Program, go out and get jobs and practice the tools out in the community, but still be able to come back to a safe environment until they're able to go out on their own or go into another sober living facility outside of Open Door Mission.
What's some of the biggest challenges once men have sobriety, once men are ready to transition, Joe? Because we talk from a family perspective that some of our biggest challenges are housing, but are those the same things that men are? Is their challenge as well, or is it different?
Absolutely. So the three main things that I'm finding is housing, employment, and transportation. Those are the three key items that our men need in order to be more successful in the community once they leave here. So part of my job is trying to create those relationships in the community with sober living houses, job opportunities. The transportation part is a little harder than one would think, and
it's it is one of our biggest barriers. Public transportation is not efficient in our community, and it often takes someone 2 hours to get to the place that they're going, and then another 2 hours back.
Right.
There has to be a better efficiency for public transportation, and not to mention the cost.
Yeah.
I mean, in Lincoln, they have Ride for $5. and it's a ride for $5 for the
Really?
month if you qualify. And one thing that Pastor Tom Barber says at the Lincoln People City Mission is that that is a huge blessing to them when people are getting back on their feet, is to be able to ride for $5, because they can ride all over the community, going to job interviews, putting in housing applications, doing all these things without that barrier of paying every time for bus tickets. But I also have to think that maybe the efficiency of the route is better as well, because our guests do not sing the praises of the bus route. I haven't heard it yet. And I had to lobby for 10 years to even get on the bus route to what we have today. And we have, according to Matt, one of the highest bus user with 400 getting on that route on a regular basis.
Wow.
So is there any questions you wish I would have asked you this morning? It is morning. Look, it's the lights coming out. It's going to be sunny. Jason's going to turn all these lights off on me, and we're going to have natural light. But what would you have wished I asked you this morning? Come
I
on,
don't
Chrissy.
know.
You
Oh
must
my
have
goodness.
a question.
I'm barely awake.
You're barely awake. She really said, "You really want me to come?" I said, "Yeah, it's a package deal, man. 2 for 1."
He was supposed to do most of the talking. So
Yeah, I think he did.
yeah, he did. He
I
did a good
think
job.
you did a great job, Joseph. I think you did take
Thank
the
you.
lead on this. Is there any questions that you want me to answer about the Open Door Mission, or about the future, or any areas that you think, hey, Candace, tell me about this? You guys are quiet. Really quiet now.
Yeah. I'm not good at being put on the spot.
That's okay. Chrissy, you came up with some great ideas. Chrissy's actually the one, Heidi, who we talked about from Beautiful Gate, actually is one of the ladies who came in the middle of the night when I had one of my other guests cancel because they were sick. And she came
I was
at
excited
midnight.
to see her on the list.
Midnight. I mean, and I was just, because I didn't have a spot originally, but God obviously wanted her to be here because somebody got sick. I called her at the spur of the moment, and she's let me pray about it. Yep, okay. And I was like, yes, I'm going to pray for you. We do that here at the Open Door Mission. Can I do that? And then you victims get to escape from the bench.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, dear. Heavenly Father, I just thank you for Joseph and Chrissy. I am so, so grateful for you bringing them here to the Open Door Mission to be part of the full-time ministry. Lord, they just are pouring their lives into others, not just the guests and the students, but even our volunteers, donors, and their peers. Lord, they are a role model for our staff. And I just love seeing that, because the love between each other and them just overflows to us. They got so much love for each other. And I know that comes from you. I pray that you are equipping them for their next season of ministry here at Open Door Mission. I am super excited. Next week, we're going to celebrate 70 years of what you've done here on the Open Door Mission campus, but the best is yet to come in the next 70 years. And we want to give you praise and glory for it in advance. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, guys. I am
We also
so
have
grateful.
a what's it called? Slideshow.
Oh, let me see.
And I wanted to make sure we got
Yay.
a sombrero picture up.
Oh, a sombrero picture? I can hardly wait to see this. That is, did you do that?
Do what? I
Where
sent
did those
it.
go?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
sent those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is so fun.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Joseph and Chrissy, for joining me, sharing me
Yeah.
just a snippet of your life. And it was so fun to hear about Joe say, hey, here's my podcast.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah. So I hope you'll tune in and listen to Joseph's podcast. And thank you for being part of Conversations on a Bench. I get to say thank you to Thrasher Foundation Repair. They are sponsoring Conversations on a Bench here in Omaha, and they're going to get to tell you a little bit more about them.
Thrasher Foundation Repair is a family-owned and operated business here in Omaha, Nebraska. We started in 1975 just as a basement waterproofing business in Earling, Iowa. We really want to make sure that our customers are taken care of when we go there with their most important asset. And we do that over 10 locations across the United States.
Thrasher is really big on one of our values, one community.
One community is such a big value for us because it started day one with Greg and Nancy.
Back in 1975, it was just the two of them living out this value. If you fast forward to today, we have well over 600 employees in those 10 locations that we serve that get an opportunity to live this value out every single day.
Our communities trust us to fix their home, and so why not give back?
It's what inspires you to come to work here, and knowing that one community is a part of it, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't a part of who you are. There's a lot of organizations that need help, and we take pride in being the ones who can step up and help deliver in those areas.
We've had opportunities to work with Open Door Mission. We've worked with Abide, who help underprivileged families in North Omaha. We've worked with Sleep in Heavenly Peace to build beds and assist with building beds for kids that don't have a bed to sleep on themselves.
We just want to make sure that we give back to the world that we're a part of. No job is too small or too large. And so as long as we're just leading with our heart and taking care of our community, that's a really good feeling.
From 2 people to 600 plus people, you just think about the ripples of all the communities that we're in and the impact that can have is pretty remarkable.
Knowing that we provide a small light and maybe we make a difference in that single person's life that changes things around, to me, that's why being part of the community and delivering on community events is so important.
Let's take care of our customers, but let's also take care of those communities that we serve so we can continue to make this a great place for people to live, for people to raise families, and also continue to make the world a better place.
Without our communities, we wouldn't be here.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Candace Gregory, President and CEO, and it has been exciting. We have 70 cities that have a CEO sitting on a bench talking about real life issues, bringing highlights to homeless and poverty, talking about the real issues, solutions, and actually talking to partners that are making a difference, collaborating together. And I'm super excited that one of my dear friends, who is an expert, I mean, he is a coveted speaker when it comes to homeless and poverty and his experience. He's a great example of retirement does not exist. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
It's not in the Bible.
You'll find out well too someday.
Someday. Well, Pastor Bales, you actually were on Skid Row for how many years?
Well, I probably was dabbling at it on Skid Row for 23 or 24, but actually president CEO of Union Rescue Mission on Skid Row for almost 19 years.
Mm-hmm. And during that time, so much transpired. I'll never forget my first visit to Skid Row and literally came up to your office and said, Andy, this is like a foreign country down here. This should not be happening in America.
You are right. You were right then, and you were right now. It still should not exist in the way it does. My objective when I went was to move. I guess I wanted to end Skid Row as the way it was. I wanted to keep the place there, the people there, but I didn't want to keep the crime, the violence against women, the filth, the disease, the horror. It is hard to imagine. Unless you visit, you cannot imagine how bad the area is. According to Forbes magazine, it's the most violent neighborhood in the U.S. and adjacent to like the 2 and 3 in the top 10 most violent neighborhoods in the U.S. And people are desperate. There are people dying on the streets. There are people getting kicked right out of the hospital. And I found one lady had just had a kidney transplant, and her thumb was completely black, ready to lose it. And I quickly got her to our clinic and spent the night out on the streets a few times and had to stop several rapes that happened nearby me, fights with pipes hitting each other in the head. People have been murdered right out in front of our mission. I mean, I could hear the gunshot and then went out and found a person laying on the sidewalk. People overdose, die in our in the self-cleaning restroom that the city put in without much advice. They put in a self-cleaning restroom that turned into a brothel, that turned into a shooting gallery where people overdosed and died. Finally, they hired attendants who were right out of prison to at least attend and make sure it stayed clean, and one person at a time used the restroom. Just things that don't make any sense. Right now, I think there's still 1,500 people living in SROs and single unit permanent supportive housing that's not supported at all. The elevators aren't working in the buildings, the restrooms don't work right, the gangs rule, the doors are unlocked and propped open, chaos going on inside. I would say that particular case of 1,500 units being deserted, really, and people left alone to continue to struggle in chaos, is probably the biggest human rights violation in the U.S. that I am aware of. Well, at the time,
Yeah.
and somebody needs to care enough to just declare it a bit of a disaster zone, and I call it the world's the biggest man-made disaster in the U.S. is what I call Skid Row.
You know, Andy, one time when I came to visit you, and I can remember saying, why isn't a state of emergency called? Because to me, and you have to remember, I'm coming from the Midwest.
Right,
I'm
me
this
too.
Canadian girl who grew up with socialization. And I'm saying, Andy, we need to call a state of emergency. We need to bring in the National Guard. These people need protected and they need access to health care. And it never seemed to get better.
It never seemed, and it never has gotten better. I even convinced the current administration in 2018 or 19. I did a Fox interview and I directed it directly at the president, Trump. And I guess, according to a friend of mine, he was signing things and talking to people, sitting at his desk, and he saw the Fox documentary of Dion Joseph, Officer Dion Joseph, and I giving a tour of Skid Row. And he just quickly looked up and saw what was going on and said, "Hey, wait a minute, I want to see this." And we showed the world everything that was going on, people on drugs, people being harmed. And quickly, 5 guys came from the White House to my office and surprised me. And then the next day, almost everybody in the cabinet came and visited, and we did a tour. And I thought, really,
Did you have a glimpse of hope then?
I had so much hope. I thought,
Yeah.
man, they're going to declare the disaster that Candace talked about, and they're going to send FEMA, and we're going to would address this. But what it was Salvation Army, Dream Center, and Union Rescue Mission all offered to get everybody off the streets in a FEMA-like approach, a gentle, kind FEMA-like approach, which I would love to see happen today.
Was it
Um,
false hope, Andy?
it was false hope because when they came and they offered the city of LA and the county of LA the extra help and resources with this faith-based group, pretty much what every city council member at the time and every county supervisor except one, pretty much what they said was, if those groups get these resources to do this, they'll have to de-faith, which to me means de-faith, de-recovery, right? And not keep promoting the help somebody turn their life around, get back on their feet. And the president and Ben Carson walked away and
Yeah.
wiped their hands of it. I'm not excusing them at all. I'm not excusing the city and the county, but that was the attitude then, and that is the attitude now, still doubling down on a housing first harm reduction approach instead of
That
a
doesn't work.
recovery that doesn't work, which is the worst part of it. I think 24 billion by now has been spent in California doubling down on housing first harm reduction only as
Yes.
a solution for homelessness, and it
And
leads the country in homelessness by far.
we know in our own community that housing first isn't the only answer. We know rapid rehousing isn't either, Andy.
Right.
And so when we think about that, what do we think could be solutions?
Well, the first solution is what you talked about, immediately making an opportunity to get everybody who's willing off the streets. That does not exist. Does that exist in Omaha? Other than calling Candace and saying, "Can
We
I send
are
someone to
the
you?"
exit plan from the
Yeah,
streets.
yeah, you are. And I talk to people in Des Moines, unfortunately, and you are still my exit plan for people who are committed to getting off the streets. I just offered a woman the other night. I said, "Are you welcome anywhere in Des Moines?" She said no. And then she told me the way she gets treated at the one shelter that she could go to. And I offered to take her to
Yeah.
you in Omaha.
And
But
we would take her. We
yeah, I know you
we
would.
open our doors to anyone.
Yeah.
Andy, when we think about the solutions and truly people need a higher level of care than what I have. I need to be
Yes.
honest about this. I need to talk about transparency. And when we closed all the mental health institutions and pushed people to their families who were not equipped, we now have more people on the streets that are self-medicating themselves and literally need a higher level of care for mental and behavior health and for addiction. And in
Yes.
our community, we don't have it.
And the truth is, the reason I said the first thing is they have to get in a safe place. No one that I know of can get themselves together at all on the streets, right? In an unsafe. I had a nightmare the other night that I woke up and I was in a abandoned building and trying to keep my wife safe from all that goes on in abandoned buildings. And I was so thankful to wake up and have a roof over my head. That has to be as close to being hell-like as you could imagine. I talked to a bunch of veterans the other day, and I almost brought it up, except it's almost hell-like and warlike to
Yes.
be homeless in an abandoned house, worried about every crick and crack, noise, and people coming in and injuring you or injuring your loved one. I don't think people put themselves in that spot and even can imagine the suffering that people who are on the streets. They
Yeah.
don't sleep. They can't find a restroom. Women on Skid Row used to get terrible infections because they would try to wait until the self-cleaning restrooms were opened. And, you know, that alone was a human rights violation on Skid Row. But I think if the world and the U.S. would put ourselves in the place of someone trying to survive on the streets, we would quickly call that disaster you talked about and say everybody at least needs to get off the streets. I'm trying to get something going in Des Moines right now, and we're trying to do something all around the country in a few cities. And I just am haunted by the fact that we might not make it in time to get people off the streets by the time it's below zero weather.
Yes.
And in Des Moines, that is really hell-like.
You know, Andy, we have per capita one of the largest unsheltered populations here in Omaha in the Midwest. And this has not happened overnight. This has been a cumulative action where it's just continued to escalate and expand post COVID.
Right.
And now all of a sudden the alarm bells are woo, and people want it to change overnight. And Andy, it can't. It
Well,
takes time, it takes collaboration.
right. And if somebody just cared enough to give me some land and a big heated barn, I'd make a big dent immediately.
Yeah. Well, if money was no object,
Yeah.
couldn't we do a lot of different things?
Yes.
I mean, but every day we literally have to continue to, you know, be good stewards of what God gives us.
Yeah.
And
you
gotta
have
keep the
been.
lights on. Gotta
Yeah,
keep food on
money,
the table.
zoning, neighbors, all of it is there are obstacles to immediately helping people. But I know you and I know us when I was at the Union Rescue Mission. If somebody came to our door, we did not turn them away. We figured it out.
right.
And at one time we had 300 family members in our gym.
We're in overflow. We just put another mat on the floor. It's better than sleeping outside in the elements and where it's not safe. So if somebody's willing to come in, we're going to make room for them, Andy.
Yeah.
Tell me,
And
you have retired now from LA area because you're closer to family, right?
well, my wife said, Andy, when you turn 65, I'm moving to Des Moines to hang out with my redheaded grandgirls, and you can join me if you like. And so I gulped, and I thought, oh, my life's going to change. And I notified my board about a year out that I was going to be moving to Des Moines and having no idea what I was going to do. And I found a job because I wasn't ready to retire working with
Yes.
kids before and after school. And I've had a great time doing that.
And just so you know, Andy is the executive director of the Children Family Urban Movement. You can see their logo on the screen, whether you're finding us on live stream for YouTube, our website, or our Facebook page. Also in the chat link, you can find their website address so that you can know more about what Andy is doing in Des Moines. In fact, I remember one day I called you and you were on your way to a ball game. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I may have been going to a Iowa Cubs game
with kids,
with all the kids from CFM, and
Yeah.
we have a great time. Just got to receive we have a Reading Buddies initiative where every time the Iowa Cubs hit a RBI, we had a donation of $5 to the Reading Buddies initiative program. And every day I meet buddies from outside the community and mostly retirees who are coming in to read a book. And I read to two guys. I was very proud of my Reading Buddies because one of them was Shrek in the school play, and the other one was Shrek's dad.
That is fun.
And they're
You know,
good readers.
you mentioned your grandchildren, and now that I have grandchildren, I think, why have you guys been holding out for so long? Because
Right.
grandparent club is
It's the
really
best.
fun.
It's the best thing I've ever experienced, and I'm very fortunate because I have 11 grandkids of our own, and 11th on the way. I count them before they
Wow.
get here, but I also have like 130 adopted grandkids at CFM who
Yeah.
give me hugs and high fives and big smiles every day.
That's
I probably
amazing.
get more hugs than any human I know of.
Tell me a little bit about CFUM and what you do in Des Moines, because we don't have that in Omaha.
Yeah, it's an after school, before and after school breakfast for the kids in the morning to make sure they are strong and ready for school. And then after school, it's about a 2.5 hour, 2:30 to 5:30 after school program, extra learning, lots of extra playground. I'm kind of a fun grandpa, and a playground attendant is about all that I offer. Yesterday, I snuck in, I think, 12 basketballs from Amazon because the kids were out of basketballs, and I got to go out and watch the kids play with the basketballs I had just purchased on Amazon anonymously. But the kids were having a blast and making better shots. And I sit on the playground and make sure they stay safe from each
What's
other and from anything outside.
Just curious, because you're in the Des Moines area, is there volunteer opportunities?
Yes.
Is there wish list items? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, lots of volunteer opportunities, volunteer readers, volunteers to come and be a sponsor on a field trip, come hang out on the playground with me. You come serve a meal. I didn't mention our supper club happens after school, 4 to 5, and different groups come. And one lady says, "I hate to wait my turn because we love bringing food to this group." And the after school supper club is different than our breakfast club because not just students come, but many people who are homeless come from the encampments and
Yes.
join the students and their families. And it's like a place for feeding that would be like Cheers. Everybody's welcome. Everybody knows your name. Everybody gets welcomed, and everybody eats. And last night they had pork chops and meatloaf, and it was so good that people were raving about the meal. But the group, I need to write something about how strange it is to have a group from a church fight to get on the calendar to come serve a meal to hungry people and give so much love. And you know so much about that from church
It is.
volunteers.
Well, we are not sustainable without volunteers, Andy, here at the
Oh,
Open Door Mission.
not only are we not sustainable without volunteers, but it's the special recipe of love that gets added to our staff's best efforts that makes it such a beautiful, welcoming place.
Mhm.
I experienced that at Union Rescue Mission, and I know that's true with you.
Yes, absolutely. You know, as we're going into the holiday season, what are some things that you have planned at the Children Family Urban Movement for your kids?
Yeah, we're rounding up gifts. At our place, we have to call it a holiday store, but we're working with the school to make sure that every child at the school and at CFM has an opportunity to experience giving and receiving.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Andy,
lots of kids' toys.
thanks for getting up this morning, talking to me a little bit about Skid Row. I can tell in your voice you are still passionate about breaking the cycle of homeless and poverty. You're just in a different area and season, but still just as passionate as you were. And I love
Thanks.
that.
Thank you. And I'll have to call you and personally hear about all your great plans to expand soon.
It's been amazing. We've got all that construction sound in the background is live. I can't control it. They start early in the morning. We have a brand new hospitality center going up. So
Wow.
everyone on our campus will enter our welcome center to have a meal in a restaurant setting. It has our volunteer hub. In the old dining room kitchen, which you've been in, Andy, is turning into a brand new recovery center, a safe,
Wow.
therapeutic, sober living environment for 32 men. And in Elkhorn, we've been gifted 1.4 acres to actually develop an Elkhorn Solution Center. And we
Wow.
are so excited. We have raised a little over 14 million, and God
Good
just has
job.
to slaughter a few little more for us, and it'll be all ready to go.
Awesome. Thanks
Yeah.
for the report.
Thank you so much.
Keep
I
up your
am
great,
going to
amazing work.
thank you, Andy. I love partnering with you. I love what you guys do in Des Moines, and super grateful for your continued ministry. I get to say thank you to Thrasher. That's who's sponsoring Conversations on a Bench here in Omaha. They have gratefully come forward and offered a $30,000 match today. So if you make a gift, your $30,000 will be matched for $40 and up to $30,000, but your $40 provides 24 hours of safe shelter, nutritious meals, and quality care. And right now, we're going to hear from our sponsor, Thrasher, and thank you for tuning in to Conversations on a Bench.
Thrasher Foundation Repair is a family-owned and operated business here in Omaha, Nebraska. We started in 1975 just as a basement waterproofing business in Earling, Iowa. We really want to make sure that our customers are taken care of when we go there with their most important asset. And we do that over 10 locations across the United States.
Thrasher is really big on one of our values, one community.
One community is such a big value for us because it started day one with Greg and Nancy.
Back in 1975, it was just the two of them living out this value. If you fast forward to today, we have well over 600 employees in those 10 locations that we serve that get an opportunity to live this value out every single day.
Our communities trust us to fix their home, and so why not give back?
It's what inspires you to come to work here, and knowing that one community is a part of it, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't a part of who you are. There's a lot of organizations that need help, and we take pride in being the ones who can step up and help deliver in those areas.
We've had opportunities to work with Open Door Mission. We've worked with Abide, who help underprivileged families in North Omaha. We've worked with Sleep in Heavenly Peace to build beds and assist with building beds for kids that don't have a bed to sleep on themselves.
We just want to make sure that we give back to the world that we're a part of. No job is too small or too large. And so as long as we're just leading with our heart and taking care of our community, that's a really good feeling.
From 2 people to 600 plus people, you just think about the ripples of all the communities that we're in, and the impact that can have is pretty remarkable.
Knowing that we provide a small light, and maybe we make a difference in that single person's life that changes things around, to me, that's why being part of the community and delivering on community events is so important.
Let's take care of our customers, but let's also take care of those communities that we serve so we can continue to make this a great place for people to live, for people to raise families, and also continue to make the world a better place.
Without our communities, we wouldn't be here.
Tom, welcome. Good to have you with us. So you call it 24 hours of conversation on a bench. Tell us about what it is you're doing, the vision behind it, and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share about, can you imagine sitting on a bench for 24 hours? And we're going to have 70 CEOs doing that coming up on October 9 and 10, and really having the opportunity to raise awareness about what homelessness really is, and be able to share some of the stories of really seeing people overcome the challenges that they have in living on the streets, experiencing homelessness, to be able to talk about what are the issues that really underlie this, what's really an epidemic of homelessness homelessness in the United States today, and how are we as Christians to respond to that and be able to bring help and healing in the midst of it?
You talk about underlying reasons. So homelessness doesn't always get the coverage it deserves, and it often involves addiction and mental health. Can you tell us more about the ministry of Citygate Network and why you believe working to end homelessness is central, it's core to the gospel?
Yeah, I think the Citygate Network really has been around for over 120 years, and it really was people who wanted to live out their faith and saw those that were really struggling with addiction, mental health issues, alcoholism, those kinds of things way back in the 1800s that said, how can we respond with the love of Christ? And Citygate Network was really started with that vision. And so we have rescue missions and ministries that help those that are aging out of foster care or trafficking, many of those that are the vulnerable populations, those that are marginalized, and being able to just live and love like Jesus to those folks who often have nobody who's reaching out to help them.
Yeah. So, of course, Washington, D.C. has a large homeless population and has been in the news recently as the National Guard cleared out the homeless encampments. Tom, can you talk about the balance between community safety and what some have criticized as an approach that compounds the problem?
Yeah, and we certainly are concerned about safety and at-risk behaviors. And really one of the things is looking and saying, is it about policy or is it about people? And is it about criminalization or is it about compassion? And we certainly want to ensure that there are policies that provide protection and safety for people. But at the same time, recognizing that many times people that are on the street or experiencing homelessness have burned through their social networks. They've burned through their relationships, and they have nowhere else to go. And that's really where our shelters in missions around the country open up their doors to be able to provide safe places for them that can then create safe places in communities.
Tom, we just have a few seconds left. Can you talk about ways that people can get involved, whether they participate in the conversation or they support your effort?
Yeah, we'd love it. You can go to conversationsonabench.org and you can look up the more than 70 different cities and communities that are sponsoring this conversation. And you can watch it via Facebook or YouTube. You could also even go down to the mission and sit on the bench and have a conversation with the local CEO. You can also volunteer in a rescue mission or continue to give. 95% of what our missions do from a funding standpoint is all through private philanthropy and charity.
All right.
And so a number of ways to help.
Tom DeVries with Citygate Network, thank you so much for being with us this evening, and best wishes on the 24 Hours on a Bench.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, if you have really a home, just picture that gone. And, you know, and if you don't have any blankets, wishing that you had some. And then, you know, as the days go by, they get colder, the nights come in and they get cold. You wake up freezing cold, and I mean, you're literally shaking to where you can't even strike a match. I mean, literally like toilet paper around your hands at night. Keep wrapping them. Take newspaper, wrapping around them, and then squeeze it and just keep your hands tucked and buried. The gentleman who welcomed me in, he goes, "Are you here to join the program?" I says, "Yes," immediately, because I just felt like, I don't know if it was the glow on his face of, you know, he wasn't cold anymore, he was welcoming me in.
In a house that was full of drugs and alcohol. And as I grew up, I started using a lot on my own until I lost everything, my apartment, my storage unit, my car, and then my circumstances got me on the doorstep of Open Door Mission. After I graduated from Open Door Mission in 2009, I got into college, got my bachelor's in psychology. I am currently a dually licensed mental health and substance use counselor, 2 years ago, I started my own private practice, and I call it Restored Life Therapy because my life has been restored 100-fold.
And especially in the area of really crisis and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith.
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the program today. And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's fine china company, back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But, and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I had never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking.
Well, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Candace, Open Door Missions President and CEO, and I am so glad that you are joining us, whether it's virtually by pulling up a seat or in the audience having a refreshment or a snack. I just want to say thanks for being here with us. We started at 2 p.m. on Thursday, and we're ending today on Friday at 2 p.m. National World Homeless Day. What better way to kick off National World Homeless Day? Today is all about this simple message where we are actually shining the light on homeless and poverty issues, social challenges, highlighting the remarkable efforts being made to address the issues, and inviting you, the community, to join us and embark on the conversations and be part of the solution. In fact, you've been hearing from Thrasher Foundation Repair, who have issued the 30,000 matching challenge, and for your gift, they're matching it up to that 30,000. It actually costs the Open Door Mission $40 to provide safe shelter, 3 nutritious meals, and quality care for 24 hours here at the Open Door Mission. You can visit opendoormission.org for more information. I am so excited to have a mom and son duo for my next bench because I'm the mom of 3 beautiful boys. Ooh. And so I think that mother-son is just special. And so it is. And so Adam and Belva are joining me, and I'm going to start with Adam. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Adam, actually, if you listen to Coffee with Candace on our Spotify or maybe on Apple Podcast or on our website, Adam's story is actually on episode number 14. And I am so excited, Adam, that you're part of our team here at the Open Door Mission. In fact, at the Open Door Mission, I'm a little distracted because this young lady right here is my daughter, who is a pediatric nurse at Children's Hospital at a clinic over here in Cummings. Could you come on over here for just a moment? You, come on over and sit right down. Here comes my baby girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, here she comes. She's probably like, I don't have time. I have to be on the clinic floor. She's putting on a headset. She's coming. Here she comes. My kids make me cry all the time. Here she comes.
To bring a coffee to the crazy lady on the bench. There you go.
Only your child could say that, right?
Yeah.
You look amazingly refreshed this morning.
Yeah, I slept. So.
Well, did you know my peers had nap breaks that I
Aw.
didn't know about? And so in those other 70 cities. This is my daughter, Chloe, and she literally grew up here at the Open Door Mission, running around, and actually was my executive assistant for many years, keeping me organized, doing some things while she went to college. And now she has a big girl job just down the road.
Yeah, I got to get to that.
But she has blessed me with a beautiful grandson. He is pretty beautiful. And we are talking about some issues surrounding homelessness and poverty. And Chloe, I can't help but think that your bedside manner, having all the exposure to my fabulous friends, has allowed you to be compassionate and to be understanding. Do you think so?
I think so.
Yeah. And I have to say that one of my dear friends, Catherine, loves you.
Yeah.
She does. And so thank you for the treat.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate it.
Okay, I got to get to work.
All right. I love you.
Sorry, I'm impeding on your time.
That's okay.
But had to get her a treat. So.
Yeah. Have a great day.
I will.
All right.
You have a great day till 2 p.m.
Till 2 p.m.
That's cool.
Oh, so I got a little Scooters pick me up to get me through the day. So thank you, Chloe. Chloe is married to Cody. He is an electrician, and he gives back to the community by being a wrestling coach, a head wrestling coach and trainer. My daughter Chloe volunteers here at the mission, and their beautiful baby boy Coulter is my first grandson. And I got to tell you, grandparent club, way better than parent club. They just forgot to tell me about it. But we were talking about Adam, and I got so much feedback, Adam, when we had you on Coffee with Candace, and them hearing your just a snippet of your testimony. And I just want to thank you for being willing to come to the bench today.
Yeah.
And Adam, can you tell me a little bit about what your life was like before coming to the Open Door Mission?
Yeah. I had just kind of was going through life neutral, partying, drugs, alcohol. I had a house, a job, and a car, and I was maintaining.
Did you know that was going on, Belva? I'm sorry.
Not to the extent that it was.
But knew something was up.
Well, I was worried because alcoholism is in the family. So, yes, constant worry.
Yes. Yep.
And yeah, no direction really. Everything was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah. That's a good way to say it, right?
Yeah.
Because everything is great until the bottom drops.
Yep. I had moved away, and everything had kind of being away. Things just escalated. I decided to move back, which when I was at a bottom and I was unable to hold a job, I was then couch surfing and in and out of Oxford houses, getting kicked out of Oxford houses, constantly.
Getting kicked out of Oxford houses?
Yeah.
Adam, how
Yeah.
could you, what could you possibly, I mean, that takes a lot.
Just a relapse. Yeah. And that was the common thing. It was relapse. It was sobriety for a month or two or three, and then right back, and just repeat, again and again. That was the only consistent thing in my life, was that I would eventually go, I would try and then I would be right back off. I was doing it to appease those around me, my
Yeah.
mom or girlfriend or whoever at the time, just to kind of get them off my case for a short time.
But not true motivation
Correct.
to do any life change, because it was too enjoyable.
Right.
Obviously,
Yep.
right? Because when we're in the addiction and we're in the throes of it, we think we're just capable of anything.
Yeah.
Right? We're like Wonder Woman.
Yeah. My motto was, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So
Yeah.
there was,
And enjoying every moment of it.
I was cramming as much just material fun I could into a day, and it would leave me empty the next day. And
You know, when we're in the thick of that, we don't have a lot of emotions, Adam, because we're numb. And that's part of that process is I don't want to have the feelings.
right.
Can you relate to that?
Oh yeah. It was an
Stuffing
escape. Yeah. Reality was boring. The baseline, the normal 9 to 5 there was no excitement in that.
Yeah.
And there was a quick answer release in alcohol.
Fix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think that this is out of control? Or, Adam, was it just at the time, I can stop at any time I want?
Oh, no. I knew it was out of control, but also I didn't particularly care that it was.
In that moment?
Yeah. I knew it was beyond my control anymore, but I honestly didn't care. I was, as long as I can have a good day today, that was all I needed.
Adam, when you think about that and back at that time, what was the point that you were willing to get help?
Probably when my mom dropped me off here at Open Door Mission the last time and told me she was done.
Because she was putting up boundaries
Yeah.
at that point. She was like, I've had enough. I'm executing tough love. Was that it, Belva?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
How hard was that?
That was extremely difficult. So hard.
And at that time, it was, goodness, this is it. I've got to do something or my son is going to be dead. Was it that bad, Belva? Did you think that way?
Oh, I had handed him a note with my name and phone number and said, keep this in your wallet so that when somebody finds you, at least I'll know.
That's serious.
And I'd been going to Al-Anon, which really helped me with that let go, let God. And I just knew that everything that I'd been doing up to that point was doing no good whatsoever.
Yeah.
And at that point, that was when I truly just let go and, dear God, put people in his path that will help him.
Because we want it more than they do. And if that could be the solution, it would be amazing. Adam, when your mom pulled up here, how did you pick here, Belva?
I'm sorry.
How did you decide, I'm taking you to the Open Door Mission, I'm dropping you off, this is it? Like, how did you get to that point?
We say it's the gift of desperation. You are so desperate. And he had been in and out of hospitals. And so it was just at that point that I knew no matter what I tried to support him, because I didn't think I was enabling, I thought I was supporting.
Yes.
And nothing was helping. And because of the support with Al-Anon and just knowing that I had to let go, I had to get out of God's way and just do things. So, what came to that point, I just knew that if you keep up this cycle of getting drunk, going to the hospital, getting sober, coming out, getting drunk, going to the hospital, I can't be part of that cycle anymore.
And the chaos of that, and because you're always in chaos. And alcohol poisoning is serious. I mean,
yes,
there comes a point that there is no return from
his
that.
medical issues.
Yes,
were
your organs.
exasperated because of alcohol.
Yes. Adam, when you walked through the doors of the Open Door Mission, had you been here before?
Well, yeah. I had been here. It wasn't my first time. It was probably my third time.
This isn't your first rodeo.
Well, and it was only a few months before.
But
was
you're
my
really
first
young.
time. Yeah, it was my first time a few months before that, but I kept getting removed from here for showing up drunk.
Yep.
So I had never been here before until that year, and it was about a 3-month period of in and out of here.
Sure.
And one of the case managers, the last time I was out of intakes because they kept kicking me out.
Yes.
And told me I need to do something. I was on board for it. Although I wasn't thinking, oh, this is finally it. This is the answer. I knew. Joe said, let's get you in the program, and I thought at least I can do this for a few months. Why? And just
I can perform.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, I can outperform anyone.
Yeah, because I've done 3 months before. Was no problem. So
and then I'll just go back to.
Yeah, that was kind of my. Let's just do this for a little while and see where it goes.
I can do what they want me to do.
Yeah. Yep. I was good at that.
When did it become not performing anymore? Because obviously something clicked, Adam. What happened?
I really started reconnecting to God. So I was born and raised Christian, Lutheran, and I had let that all go when I went to college. I didn't need God anymore. I was too smart, right?
Heard that many times.
And I just was praying every day. I had heard all these stories. We have all kinds of pastors and people come in and give their experience. And
yes.
All the stories, I thought that's great for them.
But not for me.
But yeah, why not me is kind of what I thought.
Really?
So because just being someone who needs to experience it to believe it, I thought their stories were great. But when I was saying my prayers, I was asking God to do it for me, not really challenging them, but like, well, if you can do it for all these people here, why can't you do it for me? And I just started getting little signs in therapy and the classes and the Bible studies, the godly manhood classes that were just kind of hinting at that I was on the right path if I keep sticking with this and keep going all in on it, no half measures on it, and just going through the motions, that things were starting to turn around. There finally was like a little light at the end of the tunnel. Not much, but
you started to get a glimpse of what healthiness could be for you. Adam, when you got to the graduation part of the program and it became reality that, hey, my life is transformed and I like this life. I like this new life. Was that a little bit fearful at that time?
Oh yeah. So anxiety and depression were always a thing. And that's where alcohol was an escape. But especially now you got to transition to the real world and go back where there's no more schedule where you're supposed to be in classes that are holding you accountable. It was very scary, but at that point,
because it's new. And we know the old.
Right.
I mean, and we know that, and sometimes that's what drags us back there because the new is scary and this is different. And now I can have these feelings and what do I do with them? And what are my new coping skills? And there's just a lot going on.
Yeah. And a lot of that we learned in our, with John Lindsay, our therapist and our psychologist, just how to deal with those emotions rather than escaping from them, how to process that and actually living life, not escaping it. And it was a very new thing because it had been 20 years since I had to face emotions without a crutch.
Yeah. And so now you're like in this new world of, reconnecting with family, starting to use these healthy coping skills, plugged into a local church. You've got a support system and you start working at the mission.
Yeah.
I mean, was that crazy?
That was God working for me because I had no design to start working in the kitchen. But I was approached by some the current chef there and
who saw something in you and wanted to invest in you.
Mm-hmm.
And then got Amy on board.
Yeah.
And they're like, we want to invest in this young man. We think he has leadership abilities. We think he has potential.
Yeah.
And were you thinking, whoa, these guys are crazy?
No, well, I knew I had potential. There was never a confidence issue but there was that I had relied so long on a substance that I knew it was there still. I still had that confidence, but it was it was nice that other people saw it.
Yeah. You know, when they came to the leadership team and we have this young man, we want to invest in him. We think he has future abilities here. And we just started to, you know, see that coming out in you little by little, and where you know, took charge and, you know, started like delegating and organizing volunteers. And we're like, who is this guy? You know, not only can he cook, but he can multitask. And look, we used to say men can't do that. But whoa, I mean, now we've got this chef that's multitasking, and you know, got the stuff's going in the oven, and you got stuff in the warmers, and oh, by the way, here's your 40 volunteers, organize them, and oh, we're gonna pray. Right? Did I do it right?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
And it's like, and, oh, by the way, you got stuff in the tilt skillet too.
And it's nonstop, but I thrive on that. Being busy is great for me. That idle time, downtime is
trouble. Can be
trouble. So I love having volunteers and the students, especially now, is a big, because I get to work with these guys that are in the same boat I was in. They're just 2 years behind on the road. And I get to mentor them. And it's rewarding. It's a lot more than cooking. That's my favorite part.
Bubba, what do you think about that? Did you ever think, oh my gosh, my son, who is an addict, is going to be in full-time ministry at the Open Door Mission? When you dropped him off at the front door?
Yes, I am amazed, and I'm amazed at the responsibilities he's taken, because that is surprising.
Men look up to him.
That is wonderful.
And come to him for advice and counsel and for prayer. I see you praying with men. And now, just a few months ago, I don't even know if Adam knows this part, that the men's director came to me and HR and said, look, we want to talk to Adam about a position that we have. You knew that happened, right, Adam? And we were like, oh, no. Because nobody wants to lose a good staff member, right? I mean, they just don't. But we just started praying, and we knew that we wanted Adam to follow his heart. And we also know that we want to rise up leaders for our buildings and our new programs and ministry that are coming down the pike. And you got to allow people to grow. And so we thought, well, you know, he's grown in this position. Let's see what he thinks. And so I think, did Russell come? How did that happen, Adam?
Russell approached me about it. And it was something that.
Were you surprised, or were you?
No, because it came up like 6 months prior, but there were just murmurings of it. And they said, no, you're not ready. You just stay where you're at. You're freshly graduated. And I had just recently got my college degree to go match that area. So when he
were you planning to use that, Adam?
Oh, yeah.
You knew you wanted to go back into the program side at some point.
Yep. I knew that's where.
So you're just honing in on those skills. And just continuing to be, you know, obedient to the calling and just stay the path.
Because if I make plans, they go off.
Array?
Right. And so I was just eyes and ears open. Whatever I needed, whatever came my way, I was just wanted to be ready for it.
So Adam, when Russell came back to you and said, hey, I have this position in men's ministry in case management, and would you prayerfully consider it? And then you obviously started praying about it.
Because it wasn't like, oh yeah, I want that. Knowing that I was going to be leaving volunteers and students and working.
Because you have real relationships. I mean,
and so it wasn't an easy decision. It took me a few weeks of praying every night. On whether this was something that
you have a bond with Ken too. I want to say that you have a trust. I mean, you guys are like left and right arm kind of thing there. But you know, when God equips us and calls us, we have to be obedient, right? I made a 1-year commitment to the Open Door Mission that's become a lifetime, calling. And you answered that call. I mean, you're going back to men's ministry where you started. A 180.
Right.
And you're literally going to meet people exactly where you walk through the door
Yep.
of the mission, right? And
Yeah.
you're going to have a caseload
Yep.
of people that you're going to introduce not only to the gospel, but to 12 steps and the program, and hopefully be able to see some of that fruit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be rewarding.
Yeah, because just coming here, walking through those doors, you're scared. And I was scared, angry, and it was all placed on other people, But deep down, you're maybe angry at yourself that you've come to this place, and whether you think you should be here or not, that entitlement. And so, just walking through those doors, I think is going to help me know what these men might be thinking as far as.
Is there a question that you wish I would have asked you this morning that you're like, oh, I thought Candace would have asked me that?
No, I don't know about you. You can go.
Well, I would just like to say that the programs here are wonderful, and I didn't realize that. And as far as the recovery program, which he needed, you didn't just drop them once they had a few weeks, a month being sober.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
So it was a
It is not enough.
5-month program for graduation, and then support afterwards.
Yeah.
Because that transition is tough to get
And we're
back into the
even
world.
getting better, Belva, because now we're going to do, the program, graduation, and next step, which is another 90 days with us.
Oh, that's
and we don't want treatment to become this lifelong, I don't know if institutionalized is what I'm looking for, because we want people to gain the skills and use those skills and go back into the community. And so we know that we don't want to have that institutional feeling, but we know that we want to have that support system so that they'll practice what they've learned before they kind of take the next step. And so thank you for starting your day off with me. I have a little,
Thank you for
I
having
have
us.
a little thank you for you. Let me grab that. Look at Steve is keeping me on track. He's just wonderful. Oh, he's getting it for me. Could I have a pumpkin and a book? And so he's bringing that for me. And I just wanted to say thank you. This is my fabulous helper, Steve Frazee. You guys know him as our Chief Impact Officer. But Belva, I got a little sweet treat and a little book for Adam. And I am just really grateful. Adam, I am so grateful. As I look at beyond 70 years, because we're celebrating next Thursday, I'm thinking, okay, God, where are the next leaders here? Because, Steve and I are getting a little old, and I am so excited because our ministry is full of Adams that are saying, I'm furthering my education, I'm stepping up to the plate, and I am preparing myself for leadership here. And that is just so reassuring to me here, because to invest my life for 30 years, I want to make sure that when God calls me elsewhere, that this is going strong and that lives are changed just like Adam's every day. And so now we're praying for a replacement for Adam.
Yes,
And
in the kitchen,
aren't we?
Yeah.
And we need a sous chef, Adam.
Soon.
We need someone. So if you are in the food service industry and you love cooking and you would love to be in ministry, would you consider joining our team? Adam would love to give you a tour of this kitchen. And Adam, we're going from this fabulous hospitality kitchen to even a better a fabulous hospitality kitchen just next door. I mean, simply amazing. And so it's not that we don't have the great equipment to make the fabulous meals.
Yeah, we got awesome equipment.
We really do. And awesome volunteers.
Yes.
And so, but thank you guys for being here this morning. And God
Thank you.
bless you for sharing your story. Steve is going to meet you right over here at the tent and help you get back to where you came from.
Okay.
So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I get to jump over here and say, good morning. Yeah, thank you so much for being with us. Can I get you a bottle of water?
You know what? That would be nice.
Yeah. Steve, could we have a bottle of water for Miss Hunter? And could we have our blankets back? It's a little chillier than I thought under the tree.
It's
And
actually nice.
you do think it's nice?
I do.
Well,
I'm cold, but
probably
that's
because
me.
you haven't been up since 2:00 yesterday morning. How's that feel. And so I am so excited that you are starting your Friday with me.
I'm so excited that you invited me to chat with you.
You know,
Thank
I have
you.
had 48 guests over these 24 hours, and I thought, oh, we'll never have 48 people that want to talk with us. And you got your second one.
I'll be
You
good.
go. You're okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure because we got another one too. If you get a little chilly, so
Thank you.
We will get that over here. Jason, we will take that other blanket. It is a little chilly for my guest, Miss Hunter, and so I'm not sure where Steve put that, but he'll bring that over to you, and we'll get to that because these are insulated and they just make you a little toasty.
It looks like it is.
Yeah, way better than your shawl.
Okay.
Just saying.
We'll take
And
it.
so, yeah. I'm so excited because when I came to the Open Door Mission, there we go.
Thank you so much.
I was the first social worker to join the team. Didn't even have an office. So I just literally went around and just talked to people about resources and can I talk to you about, how you became experiencing homelessness and how we can prevent it again. And then I came along with one of your staff, Deborah. Do you remember Deb?
Yeah.
And,
Hundley?
yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah. And I said, Deb, I have people here that need to have, financial literacy and they need to know about being homeowners and tenants and I need to clean up credit here, and stuff.
Yes.
And she came alongside and started doing classes at our Lydia house once a week.
Yes.
And that was the start of this wonderful relationship where we now refer hundreds of people to you. I'm sorry about that.
No, we
but
appreciate it.
you have an expertise that we don't have.
Yes.
And a lot of people may not realize this, but you are located right down the street from us.
Yes.
And you are Family Housing Advisory Services.
Right.
And can you just, I'd love for you to share, I think you call it Lake Point Center?
Yes.
Lake Point Campus, Lake Point, is that what you say?
The Lake Point Center, right on the corner of, on the north, south.
I'm not
west
good
corner
geographically, but I do
of
say the
24th
corner
and Lake
because you
Street.
can't miss
Yes.
it, right? On the
Yes.
corner of Lake. Interesting. When you think over the years about your organization, it has grown tremendously. Wouldn't you agree?
It has, and recently things have changed in that regard, but it has been a tremendous partnership. Yeah, we were born.
Hey
in
guys, get a
1960.
snack to take to school out of my basket. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah. Thanks, Dad. You're so good. They need a snack for recess. Thanks, Miss Jenny.
Oh.
So Miss Hunter, when you think of this, Teresa, and how your organization has evolved, I mean, would you have thought you have rental rooms that you were going to be renting rooms for conferences and things like?
No, that has happened over the years. So we started right across the street from where we are now at 24th and Lake Streets, but we have grown because initially when I started, we were there helping people that were in the Myatt Park. Well, first the Logan Fontenelle
Yes.
housing projects, and we had to relocate them in a HUD mandated relocation. And we also did the Myatt Park relocation as well. But then just knowing that people just needed, as you said, services, and understanding that the way to get from here to your next level is often just a matter of information.
Yeah.
It's often just someone saying, I care enough to give you some information that you may not have that can help change your life. And our purpose is to help people change their lives, just like you.
I
And so
know.
it's great in this housing ecosystem to say, okay, how do you go from this level to the next and to the next? And when we all work together,
We
can make
do
a
work together,
tremendous
and I think
impact.
the community doesn't understand
Yeah.
the amount of collaboration
Oh my gosh.
that goes on
Yeah.
to fit when we call for a referral and you guys squeeze someone in when you're already full and those type of things. When
Yes.
you guys offer a lot of workshops, can you talk a little bit about those workshops, Teresa?
Okay. Well, on the baseline, as you said, one is just the homelessness prevention. So whether someone is trying to get their first place or if they're in a place and it's just not working. So whether they can't afford it and we can help them relook, like as you said, the financial education classes, let's look at that budget.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's sustainable for your housing, or is there something we need to do, or can we switch some things around, or even look for something that's a little more affordable for you. So we help people through that process. And maybe it's a landlord tenant issue. And for some reason, the communication is just not working. How can we walk people through so that they can understand how they can navigate that process? So a lot of our work is just helping people, meeting them where they are, and then helping them get through the processes of becoming that tenant that they should be, the landlord,
Yes.
understanding what they need to do to accommodate them. So we have the financial education workshops, we have homelessness prevention, and that's keeping people in their homes so that hopefully they don't have to come and see you because we've helped to stabilize their housing.
And I think you even have pre-purchase and post-purchase
Yes,
education,
we
because
do.
education is a big thing. A lot of people don't realize that when you have all of your credit cards maxed out, you're probably not going to be eligible.
Right, right. And that's why even at the base of homelessness, we tell people about home ownership.
Yeah.
We don't say, well, that's down the, because we figure sometimes when you have a concept that you may not even have thought about, or maybe it's just been traditional renting as long as you remember in your household, and home ownership has never been even on the horizon.
Yes.
But sometimes it's that piece of information that catapults people to a level where they thought, oh my gosh, I never even thought of this. And then they start working and looking at how can I increase my income, because they'll get a mortgage action plan. What do I need to do? Let me take care of those credit items you were talking about.
Yes.
Let me get more income. Let me start saving money. All of the things that need to be done, and we walk people through that. And we've had a person that took about 10 years to do that, and then actually, we had a young lady, and I think she's told her story. I'm trying to think if it was here or not. Nicole, she told me I can tell her story.
Yeah.
But Nicole Beasley, I
Yeah.
think she was here.
Yes.
And she would come from time to time with her two daughters at a time in her life.
Yes.
And she took our home buyer education, even in the process of that, right?
Yes. Because
And
life is messy.
it is. It
Yeah.
is. It isn't always going up.
Don't we wish it was different? But it isn't.
Yes.
It's messy.
Yes.
And it takes time. I'm so
It
glad you
does.
brought that up, because we live in a world where it's just gratification immediately.
Yes.
I just want to have that home now.
Right.
It takes time.
Right, right. And that's exactly what happened here. This young lady, she was here and she took our home buyer education class. She eventually became a homeowner. She's been a homeowner for years now. And so
Yes.
she's excited about the possibility of being able to pay that home off. So it's like, the things that you can do that you just don't think of.
Yes.
We're here when we connect all these dots,
Yes.
and help people realize some things that they may have never dreamt possible. It's limitless. So
It's
yeah,
exciting when we provide opportunities that empower people.
yes. And now she's taking classes in, I think, mental therapy and those types of things. So she's actually working in a shelter now, giving back.
Yeah.
I'm like, yay! I'm so excited.
We
every
love
time I see
that,
her.
don't we?
Oh
'Cause
my gosh.
It's people with lived experience. It is just irreplaceable.
Yes.
And because of that trust and that value that they bring to that position. I know that you talk about homeowners and tenant services and financial education, but you also do something around tax services as well.
We do. We do. So we run the VITA, or the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance sites in Omaha. And
that's huge.
Yes, and in Council Bluffs. And it is huge because often if you make a small amount of money, sometimes people think, I don't have to worry about taxes because I don't make money or a
Mhm.
lot of money. But it was designed to help people access the earned income tax credit. And those credits help lift people above poverty. And
Yeah.
so every year we're able to, I think we did $1.2 million last year. We helped people access and earn income credits. And it's a beautiful thing because um, throughout the process, one of the things that we found too is that sometimes people wait until the end of that year because they're going to get this huge refund. But when
Or
they
they
get
think they're
their
going to get a huge
taxes,
refund.
yeah, right, right,
Yeah.
and hopefully they will.
Yeah.
But we're able to look at their taxes and say, you know, instead of waiting for that refund at the end, perhaps we can change your withholding so that you can be able to live throughout the year and not just
Yes.
in April when tax season
Yes.
comes. But you know, just doing those things again, that also makes differences. So there's a lot of things that we can possibly do, um, and we that requires volunteers too. And actually, a lot of people who go through that program and they get their taxes done, they turn around and pay it forward. And these aren't just these folks are trained. They get
Mhm.
like 48 or whatever hours, depending on what their position is,
Yes.
of training in order, and it's by IRS led. So these aren't just people just out there saying, "Oh, I'm going to do a tax return,"
Yeah.
but they're trained
They have the
professionally.
skill and knowledge to do it.
Yes, they have the certifications
Yep.
in order to do that work. And so it's a beautiful thing, too, like you said, just because money makes all the difference. And what happened during COVID, the IRS decided to give, well, it wasn't, well, the government decided to give tax refunds so that they made those um, dollars available to households that had children, period.
Yes.
And at that time, that was it was earth shatter well breaking
Mhm.
news for people to actually be able to live
Because it'd never been really done and
not like that.
not like that.
No, and now they've gone back to the regular way, you know.
Mhm.
But people still have access to those, and if you don't, definitely reach out to the Earned Income Tax Credit Coalition, and you can call the United Way 211, and they can help you make sure that you connect you to the tax sites. It's
Yes.
free tax service. You don't have to pay whatever,
Mhm.
$185 or 35 or whatever for someone else, but you can get professionals to do your taxes and
Mhm.
get those dollars
That
to help
you
you.
deserve to get.
Yes, they are yours.
Yeah.
So it's for people who are working. We always talk about the ALICE, the um, asset limited income constrained employed. There are so many people who are employed,
Mhm.
but they just can't make ends meet.
Absolutely.
And even in the shelters, as you know, people are working. They're doing their
67%
best.
of our guests are working. And
Yes.
you know, unfortunately just not earning a livable wage.
Right.
And at the same time, because of their past history, credit history, and bridges they burned with landlords, trying to find affordable housing is very much a challenge right now.
It is.
And
It is.
also a couple of other programs you offer and oversee are fair housing. And I think maybe people in our community don't realize that there's still a lot of discriminatory things going on
Yes.
around fair housing, that people don't know their rights. And we see so many slumlords, and I hate to talk bad about landlords, but we have so many we served just in the Timberlake Outreach Center almost 26,000 families living from paycheck to paycheck. And the
Wow.
stories we hear from those families about landlords who are not fixing hot water heaters, who are evicting after they've paid, charging outrageous amounts, and they don't know that there's someone that will stand up for them.
Right, right. And although that funding has shifted, we still have the resources just to help people through those types of situations.
Mhm.
And we often found that just because of circumstances, this is nothing that someone did, right?
Yeah.
And it's someone else's mindset that says you don't deserve for
Yeah.
whatever reason, or you know, race, color, sex, religion, or because you have children.
Mhm.
And so we help people walk through those too. And we've been able to help a lot a lot of landlords have changed their practices, and sometimes people understand the error because we would not just, be punitive at all times, but we wanted landlords to understand too the impact that they've made. And one ended
The
up
trauma.
advertising. Oh my gosh.
The trauma
For real.
that is experienced, and the stories you hear, and I know you hear them too, but it's heartbreaking.
This.
Mhm.
It is. And so one decided that they would now advertise to families because they were advertising things as, oh, it's a one bedroom or whatever, but it would be more. But they wouldn't let people know because they really didn't want kids. Just different things that you would just not think people
Would do.
You sure wouldn't. But we end up taking care of those types of things. So we love, I guess our thing is mainly just to help them to make a difference.
Yeah.
And then we look at what's happening today when benefits are going away and they're looking at, if you have a voucher or something, maybe you will have a 2-year restriction or something. So one of the things we're doing now, we're trying to be proactive in saying, okay, how can we provide this whole array of services so someone understands their housing situation at the base level, they're understanding, the financial part of
Yes.
it, and then the home ownership, all the things, putting people in line so that at the end of this, or if it's decided that we will not have vouchers anymore, or they will be time restricted, that people can survive despite the public benefits going away. We think that's critical. This is important, and that's what we were
Can
doing.
I ask you, because this is your expertise and housing is huge, to the people that we serve, there isn't enough safe, affordable housing. There's a bottleneck at the exit of our shelter. And even when they get a voucher, there's not enough landlords that take them. Do you see that, or is that just on our side that we're seeing?
We see that as well, but we try to cultivate a relationship so that there are some, because if you think about it, landlords are people too. And some of them may have gone through some of the same tough times. And so they're willing to give someone a second chance opportunity, and they're willing to do some things. And then when we have resources, we're able to fill in the gaps so that we can help someone who may not have what they need to do what they need to do. But then if we can pull all those resources together, we can make it holistic, and then they can have the deposit and have all of the different, even and then I appreciate too that you have the warehouse that allows the person that gets a home or something to actually come and shop.
If we have it, we will give it away freely
Yes.
in Jesus' name. But what do we, Teresa, do you, when you think about the lack of safe, affordable housing in our community, it didn't happen overnight.
No.
This has been happening because, can I just be honest, over a period of time, we did not have a plan to create more affordable housing. And now we're in this situation where it's like, oh my goodness, we are short thousands, not just 100, but thousands. What do we do? How is there a solution to this?
I think, I know it will take all of us working together in the housing ecosystem, from those who are assisting people to get off the streets. We need the mental health, all of the different resources that need to happen at the same time. We have to make sure that those things are happening. We need to look at whether add more shelters as well, because we're talking about, and I'm hoping that they don't end up the criminalization of homelessness.
We need compassion, not criminalization.
We do.
We there's no question that thinking that, and I know you as a professional who's been in the community and an advocate, that giving someone a fine, tying up to law enforcement to charge someone who doesn't have anything, that's going to be fined to spend 24 hours in jail, that's going to go right back to where they came from. And we now have created just this whole system of money that is going to cost the taxpayers. And it didn't solve anything.
Right.
In the name of removing people from the visual sight of people.
Yes.
And that's not really helping people.
Yes.
Why we need a solution that addresses the reason why the person is in the homeless encampment in the first place.
Right. And I know that we do studies after
Oh,
study after study
yes.
after study.
Yes.
But what if we did a study where we went directly to the people who are impacted and say, what would it take for you? You can help us solve this problem. What if we went to the people
and asked them? What a novel idea. We survey, and I know you guys do too. We survey our guests. How can we serve you better?
Yeah.
What could we do differently? And that we've come up with great programs because of the comments. We have pulse readers now. We used to do it by paper, Therese. We used to do paper anonymous surveys.
Oh, yeah.
Now we have these pulse readers on all of our walls, and people can actually, it goes right to my computer every Sunday and tells me, how do we serve you respectfully? How can I serve you better? What can we do better? And it's just amazing some of the things that have come up with that. We actually have a free pet clinic once a month here on our campus, and it came from one of our guests that said, we need help in this area.
Wow.
And we're like, okay, we're going to find this. And so I
didn't
love
know
that. I love how you put that about, why don't we talk to the people? What's it going to take to get you to move from here with all of your belongings?
Yes.
What's it going to take?
Yes.
And for some of my friends, it's taken a mental health commitment, because they weren't going to do it on their own, but they were going to die on that bench if I didn't. And in some cases it may be just simply as, I want to get a job. There's the diversity is huge, but it's not going to happen overnight. It definitely, and it's not going to happen by just giving someone a ticket either.
No.
And it's just, that's criminalization and not compassion. I think you would agree with that.
Yes, and if we work together and we have
Good thing we brought you that bottle of water.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I some asthma things happening. Yes. So if we have the resources to help at every level, and then we're looking at, like we said, the rather than building more prisons and jails to put people in, let's find a place to house. And I understand it's too restrictive for some people too.
We understand. So that's why we have a variety of, we have 9 different shelters in our community with all different types of services. But at the same time, you had touched on this. We don't have enough mental health behavioral beds. We don't have enough treatment beds. We don't have enough beds for higher level of care. Seniors are one of our fastest growing populations of the homeless.
Wow.
And that is truly sad.
It is. It actually is. And that reminds me of another service, even just because seniors, and I think that one of the saddest things is if you lived in your home long enough to pay it off.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we've seen situations where the surviving spouse of a homeowner, and the husband passes away, we'll say, and the wife is still there, they should get the homestead exemption. But in Nebraska, you have to apply for it each year. And she never had to worry about that.
They didn't know
before.
to do that.
Yes, and the taxes are not included in your payment because you paid off the home. So you
Yeah.
have this wonderful asset that you worked forever.
Your whole life.
Yes. And then you find yourself losing it because you don't have the taxes to pay for them.
Yeah.
And often there's normally not the resources to take care of that. We were able to get some money before that was able to help people, but there's not that.
So
money.
sad.
Yes. And then, as you said, and they can end up in a situation where they have to leave that home that they paid off. And to me, it's the biggest crime.
It truly is. It's also a form of exploitation.
It is.
Of seniors.
It
and
is.
And I know for you and me, that's a tough one.
It is.
Exploiting anybody, but especially seniors. That's
Yes.
a tough one.
And we shared a story and said, hey, can we work something out with someone who had was intent on, no, this is going to be my property. And I thought, can you imagine your own parents and you're saying, no, I got this myself and I bought it and got the tax liens. It's really sad, but
Yeah.
it does happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of those things, if we could have housing at every level, we need the shelters, the mini housing, the tiny homes. That can be a solution for some.
And housing first is a solution for some.
Yes.
And low barrier is a solution for some. And we, unfortunately, the need is great and it's
Yeah.
very diverse in our community. I've enjoyed talking with you. And if you look on our screen, you would notice that we have our Family Housing Advisory Services fabulous logo and a website. And Teresa, what is your website, just in case people are listening without looking?
Okay. It's www.f as in family, H for housing, A for advisory, S for services, INC for incorporated, .org. www.fhasinc.org. Please visit. We are there to serve people. We are there to make life better for whoever, wherever you are. This is our work, to join hands with our community, make a difference and make an impact.
Teresa, thank you so much for being part of Conversations on a Bench, having authentic, genuine relationships. Small disclaimer, I didn't give Miss Hunter any questions that I was going to ask her. So this was totally raw, totally honest. She didn't give me any questions either. And we got to share about a true issue that's in our community, a lack of safe, affordable housing, and talk about that Family Housing Advisory is part of the solution. And they are helping people be part of that in our community. And I'm so excited about all that you do. And amazingly, we get to go to a national feed, and this is going to be live, and you're going to get to hear from the National Commander of the Salvation Army. And Merle is going to actually speak about the current state of homelessness and addiction and sharing his perspective on how to care for people in the situations and respond with love. And followed by the commander is Dr. Long. I've got to hear Dr. Long. I've got to hear her in person. I've had long conversations with her. She is with the Harvard University. She's going to share her insight on human flourishing and how it relates to homelessness and addiction, and about the vital perspective on lived experience of those without housing. And she has got some great research that she's going to share with us. And so I'm excited about bringing that to our Conversations on a Bench in Omaha, in this city, as well as the other 70 cities that are participating. We have had fabulous guests like Teresa, and we love the collaboration. We cannot be everything here to the Open Door at the Open Door Mission, but we have partners that we can partner with, and they can provide their expertise to our guests in so many different areas. And there's 0 seconds, and we're going live to the national feed.
Lost him, Chris. He's not on.
It's 10:30.
Yes.
Then Muckridge is coming. Is Jarrell scratched from 11?
Yes.
You can talk to him now.
Yeah, he had a big donor coming in.
And like he had no other time. And then once I heard you rapping with David, I'm like, "Did you guys do it in 3 minutes?" They're like, "Yep."
We did. We got it through. I can't believe when he almost distracted me when he said about his family being firefighters from the west side. I said my great grandfather was chief of the west side, and he would always tell me about the first black Newcastle fireman, Mr. Young. So when he said that, I'm like, oh my goodness, our families hung out together.
He's awesome. I love him.
Right.
Hey, everybody, welcome. It's great to be able to continue our national live stream, and great to be as we move into hour 19. So it is the countdown. And for those of you on the East Coast, you've been up a lot longer for us than us on the West Coast, but it's a real privilege to be able to welcome our Commissioner Merle Heatwall, who is the national commander of the Salvation Army in the United States. And Merle, good to have you as a live conversation as part of our Conversations on a Bench. We've had 70 ministries that have been going for the last 19 hours, and it's been kind of great here in Mission Control as we're at the Fresno Mission in Fresno, California, to kind of do live look-ins to what these conversations have been like. And they've been everything from having conversations with folks that have been through our programs or who are on the staff of our ministries to local officials and educators and other nonprofit leaders, and really appreciate your willingness, Merle, to just be a part of this conversation, knowing the partnership in ministry that we have and how significant that is. So thanks for being with us.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. It's a privilege to be a part of this, and I salute you and your team for all that you're doing through a 24-hour event like this. Is not easy to pull off. So congratulations on what has gone very well so far, and hopefully that it'll finish just as excellent as it's been to this point.
Yeah, hope so too. Well, know that you've been in your role for about the last 6 or 7 months, and we got to meet each other just really recently after you came into that position. And it'd be great, I think, for some of our folks in Citygate Network to hear a little bit about your background and how you kind of got into your position, and maybe a little bit about what you hope in serving in that role as you stepped in for Ken Hodder now.
Sure. Well, I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers. So we both grew up as being a part of the Salvation Army's ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. That our parents were always in the Midwest region of the country, and then since we've been Salvation Army officers, that we have served primarily in the Midwest, but then have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. That we started out as when we became Salvation Army officers ourselves, which was 41 years ago now, that we had the opportunity to serve in 3 different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas, as our what we would term core officers, which would be the pastor of the local congregation and overseeing the Salvation Army's ministries in that particular community. So we had that ground level opportunity to really develop in that area. And then after that have served in multiple, what we call divisional headquarters, which would usually serve 1 to 2 states regions. Yeah. And then also on our territorial headquarters in the Chicago area that oversees the 11 central states. Then we had one previous opportunity to be here at our national headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia, for a relatively short time before we were then appointed to be on the staff at our international headquarters in London, England. Yeah. So we spent 5 years in London, England, and during that time we had the first 2.5 years were focused on overseeing the work of the Salvation Army in North and South America and in the Caribbean. And then the last 2.5 years, I served as the International Secretary for Business Administration and really had opportunity to travel all around the world to see the Salvation Army's impact in many different places. The Salvation Army is currently serving in 134 countries, and I've had the privilege to actually visit 52 of those countries. So it was quite an opportunity to see what's happening all around the world from a Salvation Army ministry standpoint. And then the last 4.5 years before coming back to the United States, my wife and I served as the territorial leaders for our Latin American North Territory, which includes 10 separate Latin American countries, including Cuba and Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, everything from Guatemala south to Panama in Central America, and then Colombia and Venezuela in South America. So that, again, was a real eye-opening opportunity, and just to see how God is moving in those various countries as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and to really see, I think the broad base of experience that you bring from obviously the international side of that to certainly the headquarters in Britain to throughout the U.S. And I love that Latin America piece, and maybe we'll come back and touch around that as well. One of the things, Merle, that we connect around is really your adult rehabilitation centers, and knowing that that's a place where you often provide addiction recovery programs and different kinds of things like that. What are you seeing from the Salvation Army side with regard to addiction recovery and homelessness and mental health these days?
Well, one of the things that we have always been actively involved in is being a part of the whole continuum of care process, that we have certain isolated centers that actually do addiction services, where then once somebody has been through those types of services, we then have our adult rehabilitation centers, which give people not just dealing with substance abuse disorders, but also in many other situations, the opportunity just to get back on their feet, to have the kind of support that will give them opportunities for counseling, give them opportunities for work therapy, give them opportunities to really develop life skills that they may have lost along the way, and to reunite them with families and get them able to go back into society and find good working jobs. And we've just seen some real tremendous results from that. And one of the results that is always very encouraging is when you see a life transformed
Recording
by...
stopped.
I'm not
Go
sure.
ahead, Merle. You're good. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
That's great. Yep.
One of the things that has been very gratifying to see always, and it's a real blessing, is when you see a man or woman who's come through that adult rehabilitation program have reconnected with their faith, with their Christianity, and rededicated their lives to God and to serving others.
Recording in progress.
And one of the things that I thought would be interesting for those to see today is just a prime example of that. A man who had gone through our adult rehabilitation program, got his life back together to the point that he is now serving as a Salvation Army officer in the Kansas City area. And if we can roll the video, I think that you'll be impressed by the ministry that he's doing right now.
Great. Sounds like a great story. We'll roll the video right now.
We prep all week what we're going to do, and then Sunday happens and we just let the Holy Spirit take over.
The original church, you have a lot of structure. Dinner church, it is structured, but we come in, we fellowship, we sing the songs. We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you smell like. If people come in here homeless with their bags, and we go pick you up. We can come pick you up. We can pick up the women from the senior living facilities. We pick up people off the street. We're not making them feel that they have to be of a certain essence to be in the room.
The variety of people that come, they come as they are. They don't need to impress, whether, their hygiene's a little off or whatever, wherever they're at, we meet them and get to serve them a hot meal, share a message, prayer request, let them get some hygiene, food pantry. So it's a great thing to be a part of. It changes my life every Sunday.
Me and my friend were walking down the street and we seen Lieutenant Donald taking all this stuff in the building. We asked him, "What is that?" And he said, "I'm trying to set up a thing called dinner church for, people around the neighborhood to gather together and talk about God. So we went inside. I've been going since day one. I haven't missed a Sunday. I love it. I love the worship that he gives. I love the songs. And when I leave there, I feel great. So I keep coming back.
My name is Lieutenant Donald Cooper, and I'm currently stationed in Kansas City at the Prospect Corps. Dinner church is a fresh expression of what the Holy Spirit can do during church. Hospitality has been our biggest hook in being here. The music is on, the coffee's hot, the food is good, the space is decorated beautifully, and all that so that it can be the hook, so that they can be introduced into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
I don't think I would go to a regular church. I would love to come to a place like this where nobody's judging. It feels like family. Come as you are. When you leave here, you leave not only full and spiritual full. He's welcoming you to the pantry if you need anything. If you need a clean shirt, come on over. He's loving, and it's like this was what he was made to do.
That first night we had 20 people. We gave hygiene, we gave food, we sat around the tables. I told my story about how I was lost in the streets and how I was an addict for 10 years in and out of the prison systems, incarcerated. But look what God has done in my life. Because attendees were heavily people that were from that community of unhoused and addicts, it really hit home for them.
I didn't feel like I had a place I truly belong until I started going to dinner church because I had a lot of things going on. And when I talk to Lieutenant, it builds my strength back up, because sometimes I question, which I shouldn't. And I don't think I will make it without being able to talk to him or our dinner church, for real, because they are my family. So it's helped me a lot.
To hear prayer requests at the end of the night, people begging, Lord, please deliver me from my addictions. Crying out to God about getting out of relationships that are physically abusive. Crying out for cures for diseases and violence, people who have lost their sons and daughters to the gun violence in this community. To hear people who were unwelcome in Sunday morning church, who accidentally found church on a Sunday night, crying out to God again. I can't put words to it. To remember the place that God found me. And then to be a part of someone's journey where God finds them. I cry a lot. On the way to work, I cry. When I go home, I cry because I'm so thankful that, one, God did not hold my past against me. But two, that he has used everything that I've ever been through to move people out of their circumstances. And sometimes I still don't believe it. It's more than I could have ever hoped, dreamed, or imagined God's plan for me. And then to be able to witness God doing the same thing over and over again, I know that I'm experiencing revival. I know that in hearts, not in a building, not in a program. We experience revival in hearts, sitting around dinner church tables.
Thanks so much for sharing that video, Merle. That was a touching story, a great story of transformation, and an incredibly innovative ministry idea around Dinner Church, and just love being able to create spaces like that that are able to embrace community for people who might not otherwise get it. And I think that that's certainly part of what the Salvation Army is about, and certainly one of the things that we try to do at Citygate Network as well. And when I was talking with some of the leaders at the U.S. Interagency Center around homelessness, they talked about between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, we really have about 70% of all of the shelter beds in the United States. And I look at our relationship and connection in that way around how we live out our faith. Also, that we both have connected roots coming out of England with the booths with the Salvation Army, and as we look at the multiple connections and how we're trying to do what we do, and now we've actually had a memorandum, an official memorandum of understanding where we're working together. What might be your hope in being able to partner into the future as we journey together, Merle?
Well, I think my hope is always that between the two organizations that we can have the kind of impact that we saw in the life of Lieutenant Donald Cooper. I mean, if you saw those before and after pictures, you know that that is not just an isolated event, but it's through our work that our volunteers, our staff people do on a daily basis that lives are being transformed. And I think anything that we can do to work together to make sure that the needs are being met in all of the communities where we serve. Obviously, that no one organization can do everything. And so it's so much better when we can collaborate and work together to accomplish what God wants to accomplish through our ministries. And if that's finding ways to collaborate on different projects that will benefit those that we serve, finding ways that we can support each other through prayer and just in sharing some of the struggles that naturally arise as a part of that. And then one of the things that I think that has been a real opportunity for both our organizations as well as the Teen Adult Challenge is the study that we're working on to try to provide some, I guess, scientific evidence of the impact that we're making on people's lives and how much more effective it is when it's based on a relationship with Jesus Christ and has that faith component to it. That I think if we can share that message with the world, that they can also help to understand how important it is to support ministries such as ours.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the results bring and yield from the questions that are asked that we kind of invite people to participate in moving forward. And I do believe that we're going to find both faith-based and evidence-based data to support the process and the ways that we invite people into recovery, and through the power of the Holy Spirit being able to overcome addictions and see that happen. But want to officially welcome you into your role, Merle, and I look forward to a greater and greater friendship together, both on a personal level, but certainly between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, knowing that really how we live out our faith, how we share the love of Christ in tangible and relevant ways really is salt and light in our hurting world. And so thanks for taking the time for this conversation on this bench, and for being a partner in ministry as we live out our faith faithfully for God's glory. Blessings, Merle. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And God bless you and your ministry as well. And I look forward to us continuing to work together into the future.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can pull up a seat virtually or at home in your comfort of your own home and tune in.
Why do we not have cameras?
Yet powerful. We want to shine the light on homeless and poverty. We want to expose the social challenges and highlight remarkable efforts being made to address issues. I invite you to join the conversation, be part of the solution, and be part of the conversation on the bench. And I want to say I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for being on.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's a blessing and a privilege and an honor to be here.
Well, this is just an amazing opportunity. I just want to thank you for being part of the ministry here and allowing us to invest in you to go to the next season that God is preparing you for. And it's just amazing because, Pastor Tyler will be coming here, the lead paddler with his volunteer teams. And we get to say, we knew him before he was a pastor. And that's pretty exciting for us. And if you enjoyed hearing parts of Tyler's snippets of his life change, you can tune in to Coffee with Candace on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, even on our website. And he is actually episode 5
I wonder,
on the
you
podcast.
see how it just said restart required?
And we get to hear this all
Just
the
did
time.
finish setting up updates.
You do a podcast
Did it really?
every
Yeah.
week.
Did it automatically shut down?
That's
what I'm wondering. I paused updates for a week yesterday before we started on this machine.
In the new year,
But
I know Kristen's saying how fun that would be.
if it already had update stage, I
We
wonder if
are
that
going to, in the
if it
new
would still go
year,
through.
turn our podcast not just to be audio, but to be visual too, because we are learning that people want to see who is talking. So that'll be fun for us. Can I pray for you?
Yes, please.
And is there any question that you wish I would have asked you this morning? He's thinking. He is a deep thinker, by the way.
Okay, go ahead and mute that one.
Actually, there's no question.
Shocked that literally at 2 o'clock, people were here waiting to listen to us. And it was just overwhelming that when I reached out to our alumni and community partners and all of those things, that we had an overwhelming response to people who wanted to participate. And we are just killing time here. It's called live stream, Todd. You're used to that, right? That's nothing for you. This is your expertise. Yeah. You know what? Wait till you hear this, Todd. My peers literally booked nap times. And I was like, what? That never even dawned on me months ago when I signed up to be part of this movement, that I would be booking nap times. It said 24 hours conversations on a bench. So I just started sending out emails to all of my partners, all of my alumni, and saying, hey, would you join me? Because 24 hours would fly by if I had 48 people. And I even had a wait list. I literally had people that were willing to come that might not, if somebody backed out, if somebody wasn't available, somebody was sick, then I was able to call them, and I thought, oh, that's not going to happen. Well, guess what? Yesterday afternoon, my 12 midnight person backed out. I thought,
oh no,
what am I going to do at midnight? Nobody's going to want to come at midnight. I thought, well, I'm going to text Beautiful Gate. They said they would be on the waiting list. They're just over here on 22nd and Jones. That's a hop, skip, and jump from us.
There you go.
It's midnight. I mean, we serve the hungry and homeless, and do street ministry. That's nothing new to Heidi. I text her. I call her, and she goes, well, let me pray about it. Yep, I'll be there.
Took that quick, huh?
And she was here. And and it was amazing. Todd Andrews is no stranger to you. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and our website. We're doing live stream. Thousands of people tuning in, not for 24 hours, but snippets of times, Todd. Yeah. And when I contacted you, it's funny because our relationship goes back to KETV and you covering stories that were social issues here. And who would have thought that 180 return that you leave the media to actually represent one of our strongest partners in the community, and that's Salvation Army.
It's an honor to be with them, and it's an honor to be with you today. Appreciate you having me. Yeah, life comes full circle, doesn't it?
I mean, I'm sure that. Did you see that coming, Todd?
As far as the transition goes from one to the other, I guess yes and no. I look back on it this way, and I had 10 good years. I think my chief accomplishment was, to my knowledge, there is no YouTube blooper reel of me anywhere on the internet from my TV news days. That's my chief accomplishment from journalism. But then the Lord led me to other things, latest of which is Salvation Army. And it's been almost 8 years now that I've been there.
It seems like just yesterday.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Really?
Seems like 10 seconds ago. But it was 2018 when I got hired. And then, we had the flood of 2019, which was huge around our 3 states. We have a 3-state region I work for. Western Division serves Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota. Then we had COVID. And then here,
when we kind of maybe said Salvation Army really fast. So I want to just back up a little bit, because believe it or not, there are people tuning in that are like, who?
Sure.
And because for us, it's like, Salvation Army doing the most good, the kettle, like everybody knows.
Yeah.
But, it's like the Open Door Mission. We're the best kept secret in the community. Yeah. And you do serve 3 states, right?
We do, yeah. So quickly, if I may, on the Salvation Army, thanks for the opportunity. Founded in 1865, London, England, still based in London, England, now serving in 137 nations around the world. Been in the States since the 1870s, 1880s, been in Omaha since 1886. And so now we, here specific to Omaha, we're a base for a 3-state region, and Salvation Army terminology is called division. So the Western Division serves Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, and part of Illinois.
They have their own lingo.
Yeah, they're very much their own lingo.
And it's interesting because I know about the lingo because I speak at the Christian Leadership Alliance almost every year. And actually keeps going back to Dallas. Don't know why. I would love to maybe go to some other cities,
right?
But they must have a great discount rate for conventions.
Dallas
That's
is a great place for convention, period. Yeah,
that's the only thing I can figure out. But that conference is monopolized by Salvation Army people everywhere, Todd, in their uniform. And it's just like 3,000 of them and us.
Descend on Dallas.
Yeah.
Right
and but that's how I'm very familiar that there is a lingo here, captains and heads and
exactly. They're like you said, it's based on kind of a military ranking system, which the founder, General William Booth, started himself back in the 1860s and persists to this day. And so, for example, Major Scott Shelbourne and his wife, Major Jolinda Shelbourne, are 2 divisional leaders, and then captains, lieutenants report to them, so on and so forth.
And you probably are aware of this, but at 9:00, the head, and I might say this wrong, but the head of the Salvation Army nationally was my guest on our news feed.
Oh, fantastic!
And so, and I'm sorry I don't have my notes right with me, or I get his name correct. But he became quite emotional about the service of Salvation Army and what they do in changing lives. And I think when it gets to a point where it's not emotional, we're probably not in the right seat on the bus anymore.
Here. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Tell me, when people think of Salvation Army, I think they think of, the war and all of the things that Salvation Army did during that time. But there is so much more to the Salvation Army.
There is.
And right here in our own community, we have partnered on a couple big things. One was maybe when you were not with them yet, but Tommy Rose Apartments were closed just like that.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do.
And we actually went to the table with Salvation Army and actually had a place for them at the community centers to sleep, eat. We did the shelter part. Salvation Army did the food part, and brought in their mobile trucks and things like that. And this was no small feat. This was a language barrier. This was different culture, different food, and looked a lot different. But it just shows the collaboration that can take place.
Here. I do remember that operation. Actually, I was still kind of new to TSA. Short form, we call it TSA, not to be confused with Transportation Security Administration, but the Salvation Army, TSA, at that time. And that was a big operation. I do remember that partnership. And
we were at two community centers too, because there were so many people impacted.
Precisely. There were hundreds of families.
We couldn't serve everybody. And so I took my frontline staff, divided up with our administration staff. And so we were all dispersed, and you guys were dispersed too at both locations. We were doing the shelter service. You guys were doing the food service. And it was a revolving door 24/7.
It was. Kudos to you guys. You guys are always fabulous partners. ODM has always been great partners to us at Salvation Army. We're grateful for that. But what a wonderful thing to see those two organizations collaborate so closely like a well-oiled machine to serve suffering humanity in a moment where it was needed most. That was amazing.
And, I think a lot of people don't know about the collaborations.
Yeah.
At Christmas time, when Salvation Army has had, believe it or not, an excess of toys, they have gifted us with toys simply because it was better than putting them in the warehouse. And I have been grateful for that because the need is so big in our community. And I didn't even know about ordering toys ahead of time until the young lady at Salvation Army introduced me to, did you know that there is vendors that will sell to you by the pallet, Candace?
Yep.
I'm like, what? No. And so it's sharing of information too, Todd, that in helping us, meet the needs of the community. Tell us a little bit about, you're seeing on the screen Todd's fabulous picture. You're seeing the logo, you're seeing the Salvation Army website. But Todd, can you tell us some of the programs that Salvation Army does provide here in the community?
Absolutely. Here in the Omaha Metro, we have what we call our 8 core programs and services. I'll go into detail a couple of them. Ones you'd see most prominently here in Omaha would be food, for sure, like a lot of other agencies, and material assistance. Briefly, food manifests itself in a couple of ways. Our North Core at 24th and Pratt, for example, which is undergoing a $30 million renovation and expansion right now. We're getting close to being finished with that. Serves up 33,000 or thereabouts meals per year to people in need, people coming in off the streets, people living across the street in the tower, OHA tower. And also to youth that go to their programs. We serve up about 5,000 grocery orders a year through our Borough Center at 61st and Northwest Radial Highway, and then a couple of programs that you're certainly familiar with too. Winter Night Watch, which is where we take hot meals and warm winter clothes to the streets of Omaha, December, January, February every year. Last year manifested in about 8,000 meals being given out, Candace, and about 7,000 warm winter clothing items being given out. Those are just two of myriad programs we have. One other one that's really prominent and on the rise, it is what it is, unfortunately, because there's so much demand, as you know, is behavioral health, mental health services. That is a very, very big and growing program.
Who would have thought that we would be experts in counseling?
Amen.
We didn't know, didn't foresee that coming. Food insecurity, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, meeting people's basic physical necessities, because that's humanity. Like you can't really help people with GED and 12-step and all these wonderful things if they're hungry.
True. Yeah.
And
start there.
But then it very quickly changed post-COVID that we have way more mental behavioral issues than we ever could imagine, Todd.
Absolutely.
And I think for us, that has been just illuminating, because when you are experiencing physical health, which a lot of our population does, they're very medically vulnerable. nobody would think of not taking their diabetic medicine or not taking their heart blood pressure medication or cholesterol medication. But then we start to talk about that chemical imbalance in the brain, and there's a stigma.
Right.
And it's like, no, that's not for me. I'm just going to self-medicate myself. And unfortunately, we are starting to see the aftermath of that self-medication, and there is not enough mental health beds or treatment beds for addiction in our, and I think you guys would say the same.
Yeah, we have a waiting list for, I think, almost all of our behavioral health programs right now, which, by the way, are located on our Midtown campus at 38th and Cumming. So we're seeing a lot of the same demand issues that other agencies are seeing, for sure.
And I know that, when we don't have room, we try to refer to you guys. When you don't have room, you refer to us. And we are saying all of our beds are full. And that's when you see the desperation of people, because when they're ready for help, you got to have room.
You do.
And Todd, we haven't talked about, just so you know, we've not shared questions or talked about any of this ahead.
Nope.
And there's a lot of controversy right now, and we have not discussed this when it comes to the unsheltered homeless in our city. But not too far from you and not too far from my campus, we've got a lot of unsheltered people.
We do.
And what is the answer? Because it didn't happen overnight, and this has evolved. And now we want to solve it overnight with, fines, night in jail, and that fixed the issue. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I have to be clear, Candace, as you know already, we are a completely nonpartisan organization, so we take no sides in political debates over any such subject as that. So I certainly am not going to take a side here in this interview. But to the core of the question, I'm just grateful that there is such a fantastic citywide collaborative partnership between ODM, TSA, Stevens Center, et al., all the way down the line to combat this,
and
unfortunately,
collaborate together.
precisely global problem of homelessness, which affects us here in Omaha every day. Thank God for that, right?
Well,
Because
I think that's what it's going to take, though,
For sure,
Todd,
for
is
sure.
that if we're honest, out of sight, out of mind isn't going to be the resolution
True.
or the solution. We maybe move it down the road, but tying up law enforcement, finding people who don't have money, and giving them a night in jail is like, woohoo! I got 3 hots and a cot. It's just great. But they're coming back to the same place they started with, and I think that it is a community issue, and it's going to take a community resolution to solve that issue. And you're right. It is very difficult for us because we have volunteers and we have supporters that are affected by this. And at the same time, we want to be compassionate to those that are experiencing homelessness and need better and higher quality of care than what they are getting.
Yeah, speaking back, like you said, to the fact that thank God we have those partnerships where maybe agency ABC is able to provide this particular service and XYZ that one, put them all together to make that puzzle that is, maybe that's the wrong analogy, but you get where I'm going with this.
Yes.
It takes a lot of hands to make light work, especially in this particular category of fighting homelessness.
And it is complex. It is diverse.
Yeah.
And the reasons why people are experiencing homeless and poverty, everyone is different, and there's layers to that onion. And if it wasn't complex, it would be so much easier to solve.
Yeah,
what are some of the things that Salvation Army needs going into the holiday season? Are you expecting the need to be greater? What are your projections, and how are you being proactive at this time?
Great question. Don't have numbers for you per se right now, but
Me
I can
neither.
right.
It's changing
It changes every
daily.
day, doesn't it? Yeah, especially in the economic climate this year, and really speaking to that, we know the market is really high, but the market is not the economy. The economy is not the market. You know that. I know that.
Yeah, we can't chase
Well,
inflation.
And that's still a factor there too. But we do know for sure is that a lot of families are facing joblessness issues right now. Every family's facing higher prices than they faced before the pandemic.
Absolutely.
By a long way in some cases.
Food, gasoline,
exactly.
utilities.
You name it. There you go. That has not gone away. That has been persistent, if not chronic. So we know that we have going into this Christmas season, which for us basically starts now. I think as it is for you guys, preparations wise, we're ready for a higher demand than we saw last year.
Yep.
By way of example, we served roughly 2,500 families in need for Christmas toys and also food, Candace, last year in the November, December range. We're ready for more than that this year. We're anticipating more than that this year. How much more? Like you guys know, we don't know, but we're ready.
We know that we have an increase compared to this time last year. We know that if we have that during the summer, then you know you're going to have that in the fall and winter, Todd. There's just no way around that. We know that we're seeing many people for the first time coming to us for homeless prevention resources that have never come before.
Same with us.
And that's new for us. We also know that in the shelter side, that we have people coming again for the first time. And that is alarming to us because there comes a point where is the demand going to actually not just meet the need, but is it going to coincide with the need? And that's the challenge. I think that the definitely fundraising climate has changed.
For sure, that has. Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree that it's different?
It is different. I don't know how it manifests for you guys. I'd love to hear it, but anyway, for us, there's economic headwinds. We're aware of that. When you have economic headwinds, people tend to hang on to what's in their wallets a little bit longer than they otherwise would. That can manifest itself, for example, in people waiting to give until later in the holidays, for example, which is an essential time for all nonprofits to ask for support. In other ways, I don't know if ODM is seeing that same thing.
We have seen less people contributing. And I think that's because they don't have the discretional income
that they would have otherwise had. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think that for us, our donor base is 120,000 people giving faithfully, not giving millions, but giving faithfully. Right. And it adds up to meet the need. And I think that many of our people in the community are feeling the effects of the economy for the very first time.
I think that's fair to say for sure.
And I think that's why we're seeing some of the economic climate. I also think that when you have, I don't know if this is the right word, but there's a lot of hate in our world today for political parties and for people. And I personally can't vote. I'm not being Canadian, as you know, and all those things. So I'm neutral. I get to sit back and watch the show. And but I noticed that with all this political chaos, people are also very reserved in their giving because they don't know when the shoe's going to drop.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think that's fair to say for a lot of nonprofits that do the work that yours does, that ours does around America right now. It's an uncertain climate. It's a tense climate for sure, politically speaking, and there is a lot of noise, a lot of anger out there. Tough to see that.
How can people volunteer for Salvation Army? Is there volunteer opportunities?
Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk about the opportunities. We appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lovely website. We have salarmyvolunteers.com where people can go and find all the opportunities available in Omaha at that moment. For example, right now we're looking for seasonal folks to man our winter night watch trucks come late November.
And you have a route that goes to, and people come up, cup of soup, cup of coffee.
It's a hot meal. Could be with soup, for example, a bottle of, some hot coffee, etc. And then warm clothes. Like I said, we have a north route, we have a south route, 2 trucks a night, 4 stops. It's simple. Your commitment's basically 5:30ish till about 8ish on a given weeknight. We run it every week.
So not too hard.
No, not too hard at all.
Honk the horn, people come running.
We don't have to do that. People pretty much know we're going to be there. Yeah, we have pretty established.
We
routes.
honk the horn and people come running. So I just use that as an example of what that's like.
Right, exactly. So that's one program, but also we need volunteer bell ringers, people to ring at the Red Kettles starting mid-November, going through December 24th. And then we need people to help with the gift distribution programs.
Now, just talking about the kettle, because hasn't text messaging or texting to give or some of that changed, and you still need the kettle
for sure. Absolutely do. We absolutely do. The Red Kettles date back. Actually, it started in San Francisco in the 1890s, the first Red Kettle, and now they're not worldwide, but certainly prominent here stateside. And so in Omaha, we have 120, 130 kettle sites between here and Council Bluffs every November, December. To answer your question, that's an essential slice of that overall Tree of Lights fundraising pie that is something that is our biggest campaign of the year. So but beyond that, Candace, if I may, they're an iconic symbol. If you see a red kettle, brand recognition-wise, it's Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Todd, is there a question that you wish I would have asked you this morning?
You're too kind, Candace. You're such a good friend,
Like, I'm
and I
sure you were
appreciate that.
thinking, like, I wish you would ask me that. I was ready for that
That's
question.
at top of my head. Really, no. You covered so much ground, and honestly, friend to friend, I'm impressed because you've been awake for so long.
Yeah.
If I had to do this when I was in TV years ago,
You could have done
I would
this.
be asleep hours ago. I wouldn't be
No.
able to ask somebody, what question should I have asked you? Because I'd be asleep.
Well, is there anything that you'd like to ask me that I could answer for
Yeah.
you, Todd?
You know, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all your years of service to the Omaha community. Thank you for the leadership you provided to ODM. And thank you guys for the fantastic partnerships you continue to provide to us at TSA. We are grateful to collaborate with you guys.
You know, we serve at the pleasure of the community.
Hear, hear.
As a nonprofit, we are not sustainable without volunteers and the community. We're not government funded. We are funded by the community. And so to be able to offer 40 programs for free every day is a privilege, an honor, and it's very humbling. And as I go into my 31st year, I'm thinking we're not done yet. So,
may you never be done with it. May the battle always
I
be
just want to say
successful
thank you for being my guest
Thank
today.
you, ma'am.
And I'm so grateful. And when you look at that, I hope you'll remember to be proud of the work that you do at the Salvation Army and the difference that you make, Todd. It is amazing. And I get to jump over here and say thank you for joining us for Conversations on a Bench. Thrasher is making this possible. They have made a $30,000 match, and we're going to hear from our sponsor right now. We're going to hear from our sponsor right now.
Thrasher Foundation Repair is a family-owned and operated business here in Omaha, Nebraska. We started in 1975 just as a basement waterproofing business in Earling, Iowa. We really want to make sure that our customers are taken care of when we go there with their most important asset. And we do that over 10 locations across the United States.
Thrasher is really big on one of our values, one community.
One community is such a big value for us because it started day one with Greg and Nancy.
Back in 1975, it was just the two of them living out this value. If you fast forward to today, we have well over 600 employees in those 10 locations that we serve that get an opportunity to live this value out every single day.
Our communities trust us to fix their home, and so why not give back?
It's what inspires you to come to work here, and knowing that one community is a part of it, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't a part of who you are. There's a lot of organizations that need help, and we take pride in being the ones who can step up and help deliver in those areas.
We've had opportunities to work with Open Door Mission. We've worked with Abide, who help underprivileged families in North Omaha. We've worked with Sleep in Heavenly Peace to build beds and assist with building beds for kids that don't have a bed to sleep on themselves.
We just want to make sure that we give back to the world that we're a part of. No job is too small or too large. And so as long as we're just leading with our heart and taking care of our community, that's a really good feeling.
From 2 people to 600 plus people, you just think about the ripples of all the communities that we're in and the impact that can have is pretty remarkable.
Knowing that we provide a small light and maybe we make a difference in that single person's life that changes things around, to me, that's why being part of the community and delivering on community events is so important.
Let's take care of our customers, but let's also take care of those communities that we serve so we can continue to make this a great place for people to live, for people to raise families, and also continue to make the world a better place.
Without our communities, we wouldn't be here.
Hey, I want to thank you for pulling up a seat. Whether you are here in the audience, I just want to say thank you for being here. We've had people in the audience since 2 o'clock yesterday. We've got great treats, so come on down. We'll be here till 2 o'clock. It's National World Homeless Day. Where else would you like to be but here? I signed up with 70 other CEOs in 70 cities to do Conversations on a Bench. Those are authentic conversations, genuine relationships. They're not pre-planned, scheduled questions and answers. They're talking about social issues, solutions, just the small part Open Door Mission plays in the community because there's such a bigger part, and changing the perception one conversation at a time about homelessness and poverty, and hearing firsthand stories of of lives being changed, and partners and volunteers we've heard from, and hopefully we're inspiring hope and sparking some change that reveals the impact that's being made in our community. And the goal was simple. When I sat and thought about this out, I thought, you know what? The goal is simple and it's powerful. We just want to shine the light on homeless and poverty in a positive way because there is so much negative. And the other part was, let's talk about some of the social challenges, and let's talk and highlight the remarkable efforts that are being made and the collaborations to address the issues, because we don't hear about it enough. And let's just invite the community at large to join in on the conversation and be part of the solution. And I want to say thank you to our partner, Thrasher Foundation Repair, who has made this possible today for me to have 48 conversations on this bench.
That's amazing.
How are you doing?
Wonderful.
Because you had a good night's sleep.
I did have a good night's sleep.
Yeah,
yes.
I bet you did. Well, a good friend of our community is Jason, and I'll butcher your last name. So can you say
Sure.
it?
It's Jason Feldhaus.
Yeah, of course. We'll just say Jason.
Yeah.
And Jason represents Threshold, what was formerly known as Metro Area Continuing Care for the Homeless, MATCH.
Perfect.
But Threshold is so much easier
Yes.
to remember,
Yes.
don't you
Yes.
think?
Absolutely.
And actually, Threshold is the local representation of our continuum of care for the homeless. And actually, I consider it almost like a branch of HUD in many
Yep.
ways. Do you, Jason, or not?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to say it. A simplified way of saying it. Complicated way is we're the regulatory board for HUD for any of the federal funding that comes in for the homeless services. But in many cases, we are hopefully just a collaborative partner that helps to work between the federal government and local providers. Yeah.
Sure. I made a 1-year commitment to come to the Open Door Mission, and it's turned into a lifetime of calling.
Okay.
And you now have been with Threshold for 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah, just a little over 3 years, and it's
going to be 4.
We're headed to 4, and I didn't come from homeless services. I did a lot of my work in child welfare, juvenile justice, kind of homeless adjacent, but not in it. And it has been it's been a wonderful experience. And I think kind of like you, I started out with, this is a good career move.
I'll dabble my feet in this.
Yeah, a good career move, and now it's kind of become a mission. So a wonderful journey in my life, at least.
Now, Jason, for people who may be tuning in, because we know this is 24 hours of live stream, and people are going to be jumping on and off. They, listen to it when they're going to an appointment in their car. They come home, they're cooking, they're listening. Sometimes, they're having a bubble bath and they're listening. Who knows what they're doing? But people are popping on and off, and people are going to come back and watch this recording. But could you explain a little bit for those that are tuning in what Threshold's mission is and really what they represent?
Yeah. So Threshold overall really is kind of our collaborative backbone here in the community to try and align homeless services across all of our providers and come to the outcome, to eliminate homelessness, and in general, make sure that we can bring in best practices, find the funding to invest in our homeless services and our community providers, and basically get out of the way of those like Open Door Mission to do what they do best, by hopefully trying to reduce some of those barriers through common sharing of data, advocacy work and education work in the general community, and those types of efforts.
Jason, when you think about goodness, why should someone be a member of Threshold or be collaboratively working with Threshold? What comes to mind?
Sure. One of the things I think is great about our community, and we can highlight around our communities, we have such a vast menu of services, from mission shelters to low barrier to high barrier shelters, multiple different types of housing providers. And I think what we hope to bring, or the value we hope to bring, is just a way to try and rally everybody around a common strategy or goal.
Yeah.
But the great part about our community is that menu is so needed, because there is no silver bullet to solving this problem, right? It takes us all. We all have a part to play and a piece of the work. And our role is just trying to figure out how to coordinate some of that work across multiple programs, as well as limit the barriers that everybody's facing. The efficiency and effectiveness of how we do that, some days we're good at it, some days we're not. But overall, I think that's true. That's what we're trying to add to the community as a value.
Yeah. Jason, when you think about over these last 4 years, to be able to make a difference, and I know that we've always heard we're going to end homeless and poverty. We're going to. I mean, I've been hearing it my whole 30 years in our community, and we haven't done that yet.
Right.
And we at the mission try not to set our guests up for failure. We try not to set goals that we can't reach.
Right.
I think we can reduce homeless and poverty. I'm not sure we can end it. I need to be honest when people ask me that question. But right now, over the last probably 6 months, it's become more and more evident that it is very much a heated debate about homeless encampments, and that the fact that we have a number of people who are unsheltered.
Yeah.
And this didn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
Jason, this didn't just like one day I'm going to wake up and, oh, by the way, in Omaha, Nebraska, we have all these homeless encampments.
Right.
That didn't happen overnight, Jason. Right. And the fact that we don't have enough safe, affordable housing didn't happen overnight, that we don't have enough treatment beds in hospitals, that we don't have enough mental health beds. Sammy, where are you going? Come back here. And so, as you think about that, those things didn't happen overnight, but yet, in the turn of a dime, we want them solved.
Yeah.
Jason, that's impossible.
Yeah. I think you bring up a really, really interesting point for our communities, and not just Omaha. I think this is nationally.
And this isn't an open door mission issue or a threshold.
No,
it's not solely owned by us.
Right.
This is a community issue.
100%. It's an American issue, I think, in many cases, and that is, we have providers. Open Door Mission is a great example of someone who's been in this community for many years, decades, and we've been able to hold homelessness in a containable approach because of the dedicated efforts by organizations like you guys. But at the same time, we have done policies in our communities and our country that have created extended barriers for you guys. So in the 80s, we divested from public housing. Sorry about that. We divested from public housing. We saw in the 90s mass incarceration, increased felonies on individuals. 2000s, early 2000s, we had the housing market crash, and then now we just went through COVID. And when you add all that up, the barriers that providers like you guys see to get people housed and keep them housed just continue to get more complex and more difficult. And the fastest growing population we right now have in our community is 55 and older and fixed income. So if you have a disability.
And when you say 55 and older, just to give you an idea, that is many times medically fragile people.
100%.
And so we're not talking about just living independently in many cases, Jason. Right. We're talking about needing a higher level of care.
Absolutely.
Would you? And there is not enough assisted living, independent living, and then the other barrier. Oh, I'm on Social Security.
Right. Yeah, that limited income, that fixed income, and since 2021. Our metro area has seen a 19.4% increase on all consumer goods. So anything you buy has gone up 20 cents. Added on that is rent has gone up 26.4% over that period of time. So for your guys' work, the complexity of getting people into sustainable housing is so hard. And yet, and with all those barriers and all those headwinds and all those policy changes, overall, our system has done fairly well.
Yes.
And Open Door Mission and several of our providers have done amazing work over the decades. And now we're facing to get back to your original question, some of the political increase in needing an outcome.
Mhm.
I understand that
Right now.
yeah, and I do understand that. I understand the general public wants to see action, and I agree with that. At the same time, I think we need to value organizations that have given decades of commitment to this problem and the work that they have done. And I think you guys have shown that success is through investing in organizations like Open Door Mission and others in our community to address the problem in a humane way and in a way that produces outcomes for long term.
Jason, there's the complexity of why a person is experiencing homelessness is so diverse.
Mm-hmm.
And, here at the Lydia House, the building behind us, 50% of the women and children are victims of domestic violence. So coming to us with the clothes on their back and starting over, totally different situation.
Absolutely.
And then you have, No Child Left Behind, left casualties all over my community.
Yes.
Because I have now adults that can't read and write past a grade 6 level.
Right.
And we have not a really good, solid adult education program to address this.
Yep.
And then at the same time, we have lack of life skills, lack of safe, affordable housing, but we can't go without mentioning that when we talk about those that are unsheltered, that we do need more mental health beds and more addiction beds in our hospital settings. I mean, that need a higher level of care to detox than just my bunkhouse, Jason.
Yeah, 100%.
They've got real issues when they're detoxing that I'm not equipped for, that does need a hospital setting. And so for us to just say, well, we're just going to disembark, and okay, but where are we going to disembark people to?
Right.
I mean, that requires a plan.
Yeah.
And detox doesn't have enough beds either. And so we do have some issues in our community that need to be talked about so that people understand how we got here.
Yeah, I agree. We talk a lot about a solution to homelessness is affordable housing, and Threshold and myself 100% support affordable housing.
We do too.
But-
And we've got tax credit. We've built,
Right.
41 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, 96 SROs. I'm building 120 more 1 and 2 bedroom apartments and another 43 2 and 3 bedroom apartments.
Right.
But
we need diversified housing. We need
Yeah.
housing that meets
and they need to be
the
ready for the
needs.
housing.
Yes.
And
yes.
stable.
Yes, absolutely. And we need the ability to, I think a human problem starts with humans, right? Like the solution is also humans, and organizations like yours give them a great step towards the right direction. Ongoing ability to hand to other services, increased services in the community, increased options in the community is necessary. It's the success of what you guys do. You lay foundations for hope and foundations for healing. But as a community, sometimes once we've moved them out of, let's say, Open Door Mission, that hope and healing kind of stops. It gets truncated, it gets cut off. And we as a community do need to continue to make sure there's pathways to hope and healing outside of great institutions like
I agree. And,
Door
that
Mission.
is part of this issue as we talk about the demands of what city council is asking. And you've been, entrusted with, is that we need to come up with some real solutions.
Yeah.
And I think you and I both agree that finding someone who has nothing is not going to give you anything.
Yeah.
But more taxpayer costs to legal justification that's going to tie up the judicial system, tie up law enforcements, and oh wow, I got a day in jail, so 3 hots and a cot that costs taxpayers. So, and we didn't do anything really, Jason, because Johnny's going right back to where he came from,
Right.
and that's not really resolving the issue.
Right.
And I think part of the solution is educating our community, because every time I hear all the time, like so often, is, well, the panhandlers are the ones living in the homeless encampments.
Yeah.
Stop. And it's not true. The majority of panhandlers, that's their job.
Right.
That's their job. And we are so generous and we feel so grateful for everything we have. We provide that for them.
Right.
and it empowers them, enables them
Right.
to continue in their addictions. And I think too, it's hard for people to realize that many of the people in the homeless encampments are there for various different reasons.
Mhm.
And yes, mental health, yes, addiction,
Yep.
but also other reasons that are very similar. Like they work, Jason, but they don't earn a livable wage.
Right. Right. Yeah. Being able to, I think you touch on the complexity and the need for our solutions to be multivariate. I totally agree with you. It is extreme poverty, but it's not limited to extreme poverty. Why people are in encampments. It just, one of the things that I've been talking about with the community is that when we talk about what are some of the solutions, yes, further employment, better employment, job skills, that's all great. Those are necessary. But for everybody in those encampments, that's not always an option. When you have high disability, mental health issues, other acuity health needs. So what leads you to the streets and being homeless isn't just a simple solution. And I think you're touching on that what we see on the streets doesn't always meet our expectations as we sit in the car, right?
Perception isn't always reality.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the work to be done on the streets is so complex and varied that it takes multiple organizations and multiple strategies and approaches. And I think we're starting to have really good conversations. I will say this, with the city council and the ordinance to ban encampments, it really has opened up a wonderful opportunity to have deep conversations about heavy needs in our community and people who are being left behind. And
Yes, I would agree.
highlight the work
tremendously.
of organizations like Open Door Mission and others that every day see those people that are left behind, and the dedication and commitment through coming to work every day. When COVID was here, you guys never shut your door. You were here every day.
No, it was overwhelming.
Absolutely.
That was an experience that I don't want to repeat.
Right. And as the world got to shelter in, you guys continued to dig in. And
Nobody
I
wants
think
to shelter in place with 917 of their
100%,
dearest friends.
100%. So I think we're having a chance to have those deep conversations in the community. I think that's a benefit. What I'm hoping is that as we continue those deep conversations, we're able to lift up solutions that are varied enough to really have impact on the people we're seeing.
I think one thing that this opened up, I've never really jumped into any of these political type of movements. But this one I did, Jason, in 30 years, never really. But I was pretty passionate about the criminalization of homelessness versus compassion. And so I did write a letter to the mayor. I did write a letter to city council. I did write letters to senators and congressmen and to the Douglas County commissioners. And Steve and I, for about 3 weeks, did tons of tours that we've never done before. We've always done tours to elected officials, but not in this manner.
Right.
And we had an overwhelming response to them come and to hear where we stood on some of these issues and what we felt were some of the reasons and why we felt strongly the way we did, but also talking about some of the solutions that we have. So what's the next step? I mean, right now, this has been tabled and our community has 30 days to come up with a plan, right?
Yeah. So we're continuing to meet as a community.
You had your first meeting.
Yeah, we had we met with Street Outreach about on the 2nd, and then on the 7th we met with a lot of the shelter directors and kind of housing programs. We're getting a sense on what strategies are practical. So not only do we need to deliver a different approach on the streets, but it has to be practical and meet the needs. We're coming up with those. In the next week or so, we should have a plan to take back to the city. We're going to ask the city for partnership in this. Nonprofits and our homeless services can't be the only solution to this. This has to be a public-private partnership and a broad approach.
Well, tell me what time it is, because
Sure.
Steve didn't bring me back my phone.
10:45.
And I don't have my Apple Watch.
You're good.
And because it ran out of battery. And I'm thinking, okay, do I keep going here? And because I got lots more to say. And so as you think, Jason, about the resolutions and where we go, this is a community effort to make a difference. But you guys do other things too in the community besides rally the troops for these type of things. And you actually are part of Homeless Connect.
Yep.
You guys do that.
Yep.
Talk a little bit about homeless, because you do need volunteers for that, correct?
Yeah. So Homeless Connect is Project Homeless Connect. It's kind of a national model. A lot of COCs do this. It's kind of a day where we can bring individuals who are experiencing homelessness into one location with multiple providers, and they have an opportunity to receive or be enrolled in multiple services in kind of a one-day event. It used to be hosted by Creighton University in our community. With COVID, that kind of stopped. So Threshold kind of took on that role to kind of reinvigorate that in our community. We have great response. I think we have. Don't put.
I know we'll be there.
Yeah, you're there, and I think there's some like 40 some different vendors will be there. We have about 100 volunteers. We use volunteers for multiple
hosts, navigators,
yeah,
greeting people, helping them fill out applications,
translation, all those types.
I mean,
of things.
there's just legal aids there. I mean, a lot of great resources are there. And where did you mention where it is this year?
It's at Baxter Arena on over there off of
Exarban
Center. Over outside of Exarban, and it will be on October 21st.
October 21st.
Pretty much
Connect. Where could they find information if they wanted to volunteer? Is it on
our
the website?
thresholdcoc.org.
And
they can
my
find all that
screen is
information.
frozen, but I know that it's not frozen to our listeners.
Sure.
And so your fabulous face is on there. You just don't know it with your logo.
You're too kind.
And actually, the Threshold logo is there and the website.
Perfect.
And so you can actually go to the Threshold website. Is it threshold.com or org?
.org. Thresholdcoc.org.
I forgot about the COC.
Yeah, you're good.
But
problem.
I'm sure it's there, but it's Threshold COC and .org, and you can find out ways that you can volunteer for Homeless Connect.
Absolutely.
And I wasn't sure if you guys allow volunteers with this. We don't on our street team. We have a nurse practitioner. We have a couple of team members that have been doing this for 20 some years.
Yeah,
so they've got the
absolutely.
relationships
Yeah,
with the guests and consumers. And then Rhonda, who's I think you know as our housing admissions director.
Wonderful.
And she feels strongly about being part of that team.
Yeah.
And so every Friday they load up, 5 gallons of soup, hot chocolate, coffee, and they go out to the homeless encampments and they are building relationships, trying to build trust with people.
Yeah.
In fact, one of my guests last night was someone who they met under the bridge, came to the Liddy House, joined our New Life Recovery program, and is now part of our staff here at the Open Air Mission. And so that's like a whole 180 there. But do we encourage volunteers for that? I'm not aware of that either. I had somebody ask me that.
There's ways to get involved as far as like there's wish lists for water and sunscreen and those types of things. Just kind of like how you laid out with the approach that you guys take. We would prefer that, contact us or providers like you guys, figure out how to get involved and support.
Mm-hmm.
But approaching people on the streets is complicated. We're trying to build trust.
We just feel
and
from a
move them along.
safety standpoint
for everybody
and
involved.
for trust.
Yes.
Because we work really hard to build that relationship with people, and we just don't want to blow it.
Absolutely.
That's
And
why when media asks, "Can I come with you?" we're like, "No."
Yeah. and we if media goes with us, we have a structured conversation and work that out.
And shade it out and all of those
Yes,
things.
absolutely. Because we look at encampments in some ways as if you were walking into my home, right? That is their home.
Yeah.
And
it's all they have. It's all they own.
Yeah. I would like a notice you're walking into my home.
Yeah. Jason, when you think about homeless and poverty, what do you think we're doing well in the community?
I think overall, I think our shelters
compared to other cities, because we go all the time and things.
Yeah, like when I have conversations with Kansas City or some of those other cities, some of the things we do really well.
Mhm.
I think our shelter structure is sophisticated, advanced, and doing really good work.
And they have a whole networking amongst themselves,
Yes.
like that I'm not even involved in.
Yeah.
Like frontline staff, they are like
Yes.
on dial
Yes.
numbers that
Absolutely.
they've got that we don't even get involved in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think we start there. I think our shelters do really good work, and they coordinate very well amongst each other. I think the next step, our street outreach teams are really getting people off the streets, giving them options, following best practices. I think that we're very strong there. And I think then followed by our ability to really utilize subsidized housing. We have some strengths there. We have barriers in enough housing. We
Yes.
have barriers in enough options. But what we have available to us, I think providers and their ability to work together, we're doing really well getting people housed
Yeah.
with really difficult circumstances.
Is there a question that you wish I would have asked you this morning that you were thinking, ooh, I hope Candace really asked me this about homeless and poverty?
Oh,
I got a good one. I got an answer for it. Like,
That's a really
you know
good
what I mean?
question.
Like, because it's funny when you ask people that and they're like, yeah, I was really hoping you would ask me this statistic or this
Oh my
percentage.
gosh,
And it's
yeah.
like, oh gosh, I didn't think of that, but tell me.
Yeah, rehearsing coming down here, I think one of the complications for us in the community is in leadership perspective is understanding, still building enough hope, but understanding as well that there are real barriers, and that we don't want to highlight barriers in a way that minimizes the amazing work that goes on inside of organizations like ODM or other Open Door Mission or other organizations. Yes. And I think the question for me always is, as a leader in this community, how do you maintain both the idea that we need to continue to invest, expand, build more capacity, but not minimize the success we're having?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's always a hard question for me, is that how do we educate the community about the amazing work? And if we weren't doing this work, how much more or how bigger a problem this would be for our community? But at the same time, the work, we need more support. We need continued investment. We need to be able to expand capacity. We need the ability for organizations like yours to build apartment buildings
and be landlords.
And be
Never thought we would be.
Yes.
But it's part of that wraparound service, because we've already invested lots of time, lots of energy, lots of money in that person that walked through our door experiencing homelessness. So we might as well see them through.
Absolutely.
Instead of becoming part of the system again.
Yeah.
It just is, Jason.
So I think that's the question for me, is how do we highlight the wonderful success, but also continue to make sure the community knows that we need support. And that's just a complex message.
It is. Talk about street outreach. There's Open Door Mission's street outreach van, just when Jason's talking about that.
Headed out today.
They're now pulling up to the kitchen because they've probably gone over the whole Friday thing. Is they go over, they of course, depending on the weather, they're getting warmer gear, or right now shoes has been a big thing, giving out shoes, socks. And now they're going to get the coffee and the soup and all of those great things that here's Miss Eloise. She is our nurse practitioner on our team. There's Marty. And these ladies were all here yesterday telling their story. Every Friday, this team goes out, all volunteers. It's just, we are not sustainable without volunteers in this nonprofit 100%. World. It's what 100%. Makes us successful in what we do. But you know what? I gave you this because I want you to look at it every day and remember that the work that you do and the person you are and the difference that you make is making an impact, Jason, for you and your team and what you do to support us here at the Open Door Mission. And I appreciate you. And we might not always be on the same page, but we are in the same book.
Absolutely.
And we are passionate about serving the homeless and poverty.
Absolutely.
And I think that that's important, that we don't have to agree on everything in our community. It doesn't mean that we hate each other or that it means that we can still be in the sawn box together.
Absolutely.
Or in the basil box. There's my basil and my tomatoes.
Absolutely.
And I think that we've lost that today.
Yeah.
That we think that we
I agree.
can't,
I
and
agree.
we can.
I agree.
We can. And we are very much part of Threshold. Steve Frazee, our Chief Impact Officer, attends some of those committee meetings and those type of things, and
a wonderful mentor to me too.
and
He is
and
really,
enjoys every moment of it. We are going to go to a national news feed. And before that national news feed, it's Thrasher. I got to hear Dr. Harvard speak in Phoenix. He actually spoke before I did, and he's going to join us, and he is going to talk about the connection between health and homelessness and share insights on his current initiative and reflect on his passion for the vital work, followed by Michelle Steeb, who's an advocate. She's an experienced homeless advocate, and she's going to share about the recent legislation in California that might impact us nationwide. I've had awesome conversations with her, and this is an issue that is going to impact our country. And so, but before we do that, I'm going to say thank you to Thrasher Foundation Repair for this $30,000 match that you can be part of today on National World Homeless Day.
Thrasher Foundation Repair is a family-owned and operated business here in Omaha, Nebraska. We started in 1975 just as a basement waterproofing business in Early, Iowa. We really want to make sure that our customers are taken care of when we go there with their most important asset. And we do that over 10 locations across the United States.
Thrasher is really big on one of our values, one community.
One community is such a big value for us because it started day one with Greg and Nancy.
Back in 1975, it was just the two of them living out this value. If you fast forward to today, we have well over 600 employees in those 10 locations that we serve that get an opportunity to live this value out every single day.
Our communities trust us to fix their home, and so why not give back?
It's what inspires you to come to work here, and knowing that one community is a part of it, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't a part of who you are. There's a lot of organizations that need help, and we take pride in being the ones who can step up and help deliver in those areas.
We've had opportunities to work with Open Door Mission. We've worked with Abide, who help underprivileged families in North Omaha. We've worked with Sleep in Heavenly Peace to build beds and assist with building beds for kids that don't have a bed to sleep on themselves.
We just want to make sure that we give back to the world that we're a part of. No job is too small or too large. And so as long as we're just leading with our heart and taking care of our community, that's a really good feeling.
From 2 people to 600 plus people, you just think about the ripples of all the communities that we're in, and the impact that can have is pretty remarkable.
Knowing that we provide a small light, and maybe we make a difference in that single person's life that changes things around, to me, that's why being part of the community and delivering on community events is so important.
Let's take care of our customers, but let's also take care of those communities that we serve so we can continue to make this a great place for people to live, for people to raise families, and also continue to make the world a better place.
Without our communities, we wouldn't be here.
I've not been answering once they answer me because I figured they've got enough people talking at them.
Oh, mute this. Mute this one.